Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Town of Osoyoos special open meeting, September 14th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in council chambers. I will first of all ask for a motion, please, to approve the agenda as printed. Excuse me.
There will be one late item. It is a report on the East Osoyoos Reservoir design.
And will that be?
It'll be part of the budget package.
So with that included, is there someone who'd like to move? Thank you, Councillor King, Councillor Bennett, all in favor. Thank you. And first point of business is an in-camera section that pursuant to section 91 of the community charter, a part of the council meeting may be closed to the public if the subject matter being considered is related to one of the following. Section 91M, a matter that under another enactment is such that the public may be excluded from the meeting. Could I have a motion, please, to go in camera? Thank you very much, Councillor Thornley, Councillor Shaw, all in favor. Thank you very much. Operating and 5-year capital budget. We are going to have a presentation from the financial services officer, Mr. Zackel, but I'm going to ask Mr. Risling if he would like to say a few words first about some of the concerns that we noted the other night. I will say that we did take notes on all of the people that spoke on Tuesday night. We know that there are a lot of the things that were mentioned will be dealt with in the budget. And I just might ask a couple of questions of Mr. Risling to explain before we get started. And the first one is the sewer smell was a high priority for some to have resolved. And I'm just wondering, is this budget going to deal with that, Mr. Risling?
Thank you, Worship. And there were a lot of great questions that were submitted regarding the budget, and I think each one of the questions have been talked about or planned within the existing budget, which is why the numbers are fairly large. From a wastewater perspective, council and the public may remember that about 3 months ago, we received a consultant's report on an asset management plan that outlined basically a 100-year asset management plan. Within it incorporated a lot of upgrades to our lagoon systems, which were originally designed back in the 70s. There have been some upgrades along the way, but designing at that stage with our existing population, there's certainly some things that we would do differently today. So a lot of those upgrades are included in our 5-year financial plan. Looking at the financial plan on the wastewater side, it's been the capital side, it's about in excess of $25 million that's being allocated to that. And within that budget, there are items that are intended to assist with the odor smells. It is a lagoon, so odors will never be zero, but incorporating some of the design changes that we have in the budget, those odors should be minimized, or at least some of the larger outbreaks should be reduced. So in a nutshell, we've heard from the public and listened to the experts on asset management, and that has been incorporated within this proposed budget.
Thank you. And the other large issue was water quality, water quantity concerns. Are those going to be addressed in this budget?
Short answer is yes, and I think this has been our #1 priority over the last 12 months. There's been an incredible amount of work to date. First, a significant accomplishment of council, and that receiving that $9 million grant. I think it's been very publicly stated that through all the grant programs, we would have never been successful. We didn't have an asset management plan. We hadn't implemented a lot of water restrictions or addressing water conservation, and those are 2 big check boxes in any grant application. So through the efforts of council, starting up sustainability fund, showing that council is really serious about our infrastructure issues, the province awarded $9 million. Again, that was a one-off And I believe, and certainly can maybe heard from municipal affairs that that commitment and that hard work was the result of this grant. And so that was one thing. Other things that have and are included in this budget is water meters, which again is a commitment to commercial government. Without that, there have been no grants. And we're also taking a longer term perspective on this. As public knows, we did some test wells. We have both a quality issue and a quantity issue with our water. Definitely water meters are going to assist, but we're looking at infrastructure from a longer term perspective. We don't want to build a water plant and in 15 years don't have any water. So an effort was undertaken over the last few months using test wells. The final results are still not completed. That won't be done for another couple of months. But as we're going through this process, the results so far have been very positive. Right now, we're very happy, and there's still a few hurdles to go through, but that is really positive. If we didn't have that water, we'd have to do a couple options: drilling more test holes, or alternatively, redesigning the plant, starting to take water from the lake, which would have in fact meant probably 40 or 45 million hit. So there's been a lot of preventive work, progressive thinking work, long-term thinking. And the other thing is the important critical part of doing the test wells is knowing the quality of the water. Last thing we want to do is design a plant and find out that we should have designed it differently, knowing what the water quality is like. So I think the public can be satisfied in that we're doing a lot of preventative work and we're looking long term and have started on this project, and hopefully in a few years we'll have both their water quality and quantity issues completely resolved.
Thank you. I'd just like to point out that when we did set council priorities in the fall, shortly after we were all elected, two of the main issues that we had on the list were a wastewater master plan and a water master plan. And both of those have been completed, and I assume are on the website for people to have a look at. So those are two things out of the five. We've selected five main ones, and those two have been completed. So that's a good thing. That's where we get this information from. There was some concern the other night about the 85th Street Plaza. And I think there was some people had a different idea, and perhaps we could correct where exactly the money for that is coming from. Would you be able to comment on that, please?
Yes, Your Worship. 85th Street has been designed for a long time, 4 or 5 years. Ultimately, it was a desire of the community to do. Obviously, there's always people that disagree with that. But the feedback and the desire of council was to commence that project to assist our business community and to enhance our visitors' experience and attract people downtown, and hopefully add to the tills of our business community. Ultimately, we were very fortunate. It was a shovel-ready project. A grant came available specific to items like that. And again, it was shovel-ready. A project needed to be shovel-ready to apply for that grant. Council approved the application, and we didn't know how much money was going to come in from that grant. It was up to potentially $1 million, which could have actually completed the entire project. However, we did receive $550,000. So in fact, basically more than 50% was funded from that specific grant, which we would have never received on any other project because we don't have other projects that are shovel ready. So the remaining part of that project is being funded through RMI funding, and some people are critical of that RMI funding going towards that rather than other projects. But again, some of these projects need to be completed. There's timing issues on some of the grants. Unfortunately, I guess at the end of the day, this does slide into the whole tourism bailiwick to improve the visitors' experience. And at the end of this, we'll have a downtown that's been revitalized and hopefully again assisting our businesses that are critical to our long-term sustainability and the expectations of not only our residents but visitors.
Thank you. Certainly next week, another strategic priority is affordable housing and housing in the community. I know that we are meeting next week with the housing minister. That is one of the things that we're doing to address housing. Is there anything else that you could add to that?
Yes, Your Worship, council only a couple months ago approved an application to the federal Housing Accelerator Fund grant program. That's another step that council is taking to attempt to mitigate our affordability housing issue. Probably won't find out about that grant for another, they're expecting early winter, probably January, February. That's not going to cure our housing issue, but it is another step in the right direction. Administration is also working behind the scenes to deal with another council motion that was made a couple months ago, which was dealing with one of our vacant properties that was earmarked for housing and other issues, and council has identified that property as just across the street here, and for administration to start working on something to put some type of housing development on that. So there are some wheels in motion to attempt to mitigate some of our housing pressures. It's not going to be the complete solution, but there have been steps to taken to start to address our current situation.
Thank you. And several people have asked about the MRDT or / hotel tax. Can you explain where that money, how that's collected and where it's being used?
Certainly, Your Worship. MRDT is or a hotel tax is not something that's unique to British Columbia. It is done in most, not for several, if not most, the provinces across Canada. And there are different setups in each province. In Alberta, for example, that those funds go way back to the municipality. BC has chosen a model whereby though that hotel tax goes into something called MRDT. That funding goes directly to destination suites. The intent of those funds are get controlled by the provincial government, and the intent of the funds are to attract and retain existing visitors or enhance visitors to the area. So that funding is not something that that town council can utilize for other infrastructure projects. It's designed specifically for a purpose, and that's to attract additional visitors to our community. So good ideas, but unfortunately it's not something that we have the ability to access.
Thank you. And the new allocation that we're required to look at is the PSAB, which stands for Public Service Accounting Board. And could you explain what that is and how the money for that is used?
So provincial and federal governments want municipalities to be sustainable and successful. This is a requirement that came in by the accounting board, and basically, in fact, what it is saying is that once an asset is completed its life, like let's say town hall, which all assets do have an end life, you require funding within your balance sheet to address removing that asset and returning land to basically its natural state. So it's a cleanup type of a fund. It is not an actually legislated item yet, into which there will be penalties associated with municipalities that don't address that requirement. It will be something that's identified like in their audit financial statements. But I think this is very similar to asset management plans. When asset management plans start coming into effect, some municipalities started 30 years. Larger organizations had no choice; they had to put in plans in place. Probably a decade, 2 decades ago, governments were already signaling to municipalities start doing asset management. It didn't become a requirement; it was suggested, and slowly over time, this transpired by both the federal and provincial governments. They're actually putting requirements on their grant applications that you do have an asset management plan. We learned the hard way through the water situation, and there were grant applications for securing some type of assistance with regards to our well situation or our water plant situation, and that was one of the reasons why we were unsuccessful. I have no doubt that this is going to be the same. Right now, it's maybe a semi-hard soft launch, but in time that will be a requirement, and again, we can actually know for sure, but it again, it is a smart accounting practice, and likely at some point. Will be the same as asset management with grants and that type of thing, will be based on whether you have complied with this section of the Public Service Accounting Board's mandate. So I think from an administrative perspective, we don't want to place future councils or future ratepayers on the hook for something that should be incorporated now. And so preparing for that sets us up for the future so that we don't repeat what we went through here the last few years.
Thank you. And we do have some reserves, and there is always the question about, should we use the reserves for operating expenses? Are we required to keep a certain amount in reserves? Could you comment on that?
Yes, I think it's, I think most municipalities and county professionals, and Jim sure if you still choose, is very poor practice to utilize reserves for operating functions. It is they are intended for longer term capital investments. They are intended for emergency situations. I have heard of a few occasions that reserves are dipped into for operating in those municipalities that are experiencing significant growth. So for example, if you had something like a large industrial plant coming to your municipality and you have to fund a lot of resources prior to that plant opening, but you know it is coming in a couple of years, but you need to pre-operational issues. But you know the tax base is coming in 2 years. Sometimes people will dip into those reserves for that short-term, midterm financial benefit that's coming in the future. So as a practice, it is really frowned upon to dip into reserves for this straight operation requirement.
Thank you. And it has been suggested by some people that we delay some of the projects that we have put forward and to free up some funding, so it's not as onerous on taxpayers. Is there something that we can do? Can we go through each of the budget issues and have that in the back of our mind, or is that not a good practice?
So amongst, I think, the leadership team table, if we were in a perfect world, there's been a lot more items within the capital budget that we'd like to do now. And it's always good practice to maintain your infrastructure to a standard and maintain things as you progress. Not upkeeping proper maintenance ends up costing, I've heard, as much as 4 times more than doing preventative maintenance and replacing infrastructure when it's required. We do have a backlog of infrastructure requirements, and it will result in increased costs as we go forward. There's no question about it. Like pipes are going to break, and through that and through consulting, we are 20-year plan is basically addressing water deficiencies or infrastructure that should be replaced by now. So we're not going to replace an infrastructure that should be replaced right now until the next 20 years. So what that means is you're going to have a lot of breaks. It is much more costly to go in and do patches and fixes on a sporadic basis and have a plan and address infrastructure in larger steps. So is it critical to address every single item that's in the budget? Some possibly. Water is #1 priority. I think laying any piece within that water system could potentially have more of a catastrophic effect on the community than within wastewater. Similar, delaying stuff can result in significant issues. Other things, keep your fingers crossed. I think at the end of the day, there's no doubt that things that are within this budget need to be addressed. Delaying them ultimately will cost more money, and the plan is always a good thing. People knowing what needs to be replaced, and it just makes for sound management things. Like, for example, fleet management. The key thing is under criticism quite a bit. I know we've looked at that. Some of the things that we have done or are in the process of doing is rather than purchasing half tons, larger half tons, we are actually downsizing that fleet to smaller trucks. So we're looking at our fleet and right sizing it and making efficiencies where we can. People talk about 4x4 and margin X and Y. We're trying to look at things from a longer term perspective. And if you look at any successful company, they're not driving around a 20-year-old vehicle. Companies that have a lot of vehicles have a fleet manager, and what they look at is the long-term costs. They look at maintenance costs, they look at returns on trade-ins, etc. And pre-COVID, some of the rules were to make cost-effective fleet would be keeping a vehicle for 3 or 4 years or 100,000 kilometers. That was the most effective number that you put on, say, pickup trucks. And so there's people that analyze that and they look at it from those cost-effective perspectives of a municipality. We're not there, but moving in the right direction. This budget contains a plan that will enable us to move in that direction. And the sooner we can get on that cycle, the sooner there'll be additional savings to the taxpayers. So again, something be delayed, absolutely, but our goal is to have a long-term outlook that's as financially responsible and cost-effective to the ratepayers and the community as possible.
Thank you. And the cemetery, we see that we need to have a review of the use of the cemetery. Is that high on the list of things that we need to look at?
That's one that is probably have about a 10-year life. I have to say this cemetery life. Approximately 10 years left. I think in any business model, you want to be ahead of the curve. Doing studies now to find out, that we should continue with a cemetery, whether we should expand, whether we should expand it from where the existing one is, look at it further away. Having a plan provides us with opportunities. Whenever you're doing something that's reactive, it always costs more. So doing this a study now, figuring out what exactly we should do, enables us to take the opportunities when they exist rather than actually being reactive. Whenever you're reactive, the chance of you actually having to spend additional funding is like even though you're behind the 8 ball. And so the ability to find pieces of land or other types of things typically goes up. We can also look at, what is the price of land done for the past decade? A lot of the orchard lands were, or when I was looking at that was only 50,000 acres approximately, right? And now it's significantly more, probably in the $400,000 range, 450. So things just keep going up. So would it have improved to buy 2 or 3 acres even before? Probably would have had it paid for 10 times if not already. But so it's really, can things be delayed? Absolutely. But I think we've learned, I've seen history in that delaying. It simply just costs the taxpayers more.
Okay, thank you. So there are a lot of talk in many municipalities about user fees and increasing the user fees and fines for things and to help the financial position. Is that, I think we always consider that when we're doing the budget. Where are we on that one?
Thank you, Your Worship, and it is something that's on this council strategic priorities chart. We have done some amendments over the past 6 months or so to our fees, some within the building permit area, and some with regards to fines for water and various other pieces. There is more work that needs to be done, and included in this budget is funding that would enable us to look at our developer contribution costs. We know those are significantly understated from what is required for those fees. There is funding in this budget to address that. We also have been working on recreation fees. They probably require an adjustment, or at least can be considered for adjustments. So that is something, again, on the council strategic priorities chart. Administration has made some headway on that. Council has adopted some of those changes, but I think it's a very good idea. We got to continue to look at some of those fees So at least they're, like revenue neutral or cost, more cost effective. So that's something that's we're going to work on.
Thank you. And bylaw operations over the last 4 years or so, we've seen a huge increase in the cost of having bylaw in our town, vehicles and bikes and adding more officers and also having parks attendants. So can those, can that be, offset with revenues? Or how do we, I mean, I think it's a necessary thing, but it seems to have taken a huge hit quite recently.
Thank you, Worship. Yeah, I've been here for a year and bylaw, it has been interesting. I was here last year and we had fewer bylaw officers than probably should have had. The number of inquiries that we received were significant as far as presence on the streets and addressing unsightly short-term rentals, you name it, and the number of complaints were significant, and council ultimately decided that yes, we need to do a little bit of retooling here and supported an increase in that regard. Bylaw is an interesting piece. It's something that's required in municipality, and there are various approaches. Our approach on bylaw is to address inquiries that come in for things like unsightly, short-term rental. That is extremely time consuming. Extreme, but it's something that is required and wanted of our residents, and we address those as quickly as a lot of people think, because they are very time consuming. But that is we have improved significantly on our response time in that regard. Also, with regards to just presence in the community, that keeps it safer. We still receive some complaints as far as behavior that's not really appropriate for some of our public areas, but they have been used. We received several complaints last year with regards to parking downtown and core, not monitoring into our parking. That was something that was initiated this year and took a more active role. Support our business community. That is something that the majority of them want. People come, spend their money and leave, and keep those valuable parking spots available for additional potential patrons of other things. So we've been doing a lot of those things to improve our community and have been taking a more of a soft approach. A lot of warnings and educate. That's the primary objective of the bylaw officers today, is to educate foremost. We have increased their revenues on the bylaw side significantly. One of the big things has been the water. I mean, I consider that one of our most critical issues. Everybody knows water restrictions are fairly severe in the community, and that's because we don't have the quantity of water required. And so we did step up that portion of it, and there are significantly more fines associated with those types of things, and we did apply them. So the revenues on the bylaw side have increased quite a bit. One thing I need to identify though is that some of these things it's hard to track and hard to collect, and so there are also a significant amount increase in costs associated with some of that collection. So is it something that council can reduce? Yeah, that was tried only a couple years ago and result wasn't good. So I was just keeping it where it is, just based on feedback from the community. Can bylaw get more aggressive, and rather than just getting warning tickets, go more right to writing tickets? Absolutely, and if council would like our bylaw to be more aggressive, they can follow that direction, they will do so.
Great, thank you very much. I'm just going to point out that there is a water drought situation everywhere in the province right now. Many of the water basins are at a level 4 or 5, which is the highest rating that you can go. And I recently was on a Zoom call with Minister Ma, who's in charge of emergency operations and climate readiness. And she encouraged everyone in the province to be very cautious about using water, to use very good conservation methods. And her final thought was every drop counts. So that's what she says about it. So, Mr. Risley, I thank you for answering a lot of those questions before we start the budget process. I think that will help all of us, including the public, and the reasons why we are going to go through all of the issues and why and how we're going to either pass or not on all of the budget issues, but it makes it much easier for us to understand why we need to have these things in the budget and why the budget is going to be, the rate is going to be higher this year than it has been before. But we will now start with the budget process, and we'll turn it over to Mr. Zackel.
Thank you, Madam Cordoff. So if I can get council directed to page 135, or it might even be 136 for those of you on the laptops. And we'll start with our water fund. So this is a budget presentation from 24 to 28.
Provide more
Oh.
remarks.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You were to maybe just provide more remarks to the budget. And so I think I'd like to touch on a few things and where we're at today. I think it's first of all important to celebrate this past year. I think it was extremely productive and successful. Three significant grants were received. We talked about the water treatment plant earlier, $9 million, and that's as a result of some hard work and commitments to the residents and businesses in provincial government. 85th Street, $550,000, and the infrastructure grant $2.5 million, which was completely unexpected. So in total, we're about $12 million in grants, which is really assisted our financial outlook, but we have a long ways to go yet. The results of this funding is because of the hard work, strategic planning, and commitments to our residents, businesses, and provincial government. The capital projects will assist essential infrastructure requirements and enhancements of our main corridor that improve the town's image, promote tourism and the resulting commerce. Council has also established strategic priorities and infrastructure priorities that provide direction on and assist in decision making and developing the proposed budget. The administration has provided council with critical information regarding asset management plans for water, sewer, and fleet management. Plans for buildings like Sonora Center, Town Hall, Desert Sun Counseling. And then we have the streets, which would include things like street lights, our storm drains, and sidewalks, and our recreation area, which include things like our parks, our trails, our parking, irrigation systems, and our non-potable water will be produced over the next couple of years. These plans are critical from a financial management perspective and result in sustainable municipality that provides predictable asset repairs and replacement. Provincial and federal governments have been pressing municipalities to do and implement these plans for some time. Not doing so has and will continue to reduce the town's ability to obtain grants, which is vital to our ongoing infrastructure requirements. The asset management plans for water and wastewater presented to council and the public are very clear in that there is no alternative but to start replacing this critical aging infrastructure. The financial impact on users will be significant, but there's no alternative other than to replace and borrow as pieces of infrastructure fail on an ad hoc basis. An unplanned approach would not only cost significantly more, but would also create significant hardship on the community. The Public Service Accounting Board implemented a new standard, which in effect means we must have dedicated reserves sufficient to remove our buildings infrastructure and reclaim the site to its natural state. Administration will need to conduct reviews of our assets and provide estimates, which will need to be incorporated into the budget. There are currently no penalties for non-compliance, but we know that there will be ramifications at some point, as mentioned earlier. Not planning financially for the pending ramifications of not complying will put the municipality in the same position as we are today with regards to playing catch up on asset management funds. This is costing taxpayers significantly more than if the plans were developed and the required maintenance and repairs were done prior to the massive inflation put on these projects post-COVID. The budget is putting the town on the path of being sustainable. There is more work required in putting together the remaining asset management plans, which are planned to be completed over the next 2 years, which will establish a framework for the required replacement and maintenance of our infrastructure. 5,500 residents and businesses count on every day, as well as hundreds of thousands of tourists that visit our community annually. The required financial commitment is substantial, which will undoubtedly place hardship on some properties and other tenants. However, it is important to note that our taxes and utilities have been significantly less than the typical residential dwelling within the valley for a prolonged period of time. This significant prolonged discount of approximately $800 annually contributed to our infrastructure deficit, which needs to be recouped. Unfortunately, this now means our tax and utilities will need to be well above what the average single family dwelling pays within the region to make up for the difference. Another challenge is dealing with the substantial inflationary increases that have occurred over the past couple of years, which creates significant uncertainty in our completed asset management plans and the 5-year financial plan. Unfortunately, due to the age and condition of many of our assets, infrastructure failures not within the financial plan are imminent, which will cause amendments and disruption to our services. As noted during the presentations from the consultants on our utilities asset management plans, even with the increase noted within this proposed budget, it will take 20 years to replace the assets that should have been replaced already. At the August 15th committee of the whole meeting, council provided direction on the preparation of the budget in front of you today. It is important for the public to know that at that meeting, the administration was directed to not include an additional $331 in annual increase to the average residential home. Although this budget reflects softening the impact for 2024, it is important to note that there will be no option but to include that increase and more to address infrastructure debts related to those noted previously, transportation category, recreation, our buildings, and non-potable water. These assets have a value of more than water and sewer combined, and therefore it is expected that amortization cost is going to be in excess of $1,000 annually for a typical single-family residence. But again, we don't know yet until we can do those plans. The town is in an unavoidable situation that will result in scrutiny from our residents and businesses. On the positive side, this budget is taking steps to provide a positive long-term outlook for infrastructure, which our customers rely on every day. This budget starts to align our revenues with our infrastructure deficit. It also positions the municipality to capitalize on grants. Without the included budget changes, grant opportunities will be reduced and at some point completely unattainable. It is important to note that not proceeding with the proposed budget simply adds to the overall cost requirement when the assets will need to be repaired on an ad hoc basis. Also, borrowing for the larger repairs simply adds to our tax or utility bill regardless. We're going to pay now or we're going to pay more later. Borrowing $1 million equates to about $50,000 in interest, which will be recouped through taxes or user fees. In addition, unplanned projects will cost significantly more, as they will be done on an emergency basis, resulting in contractors increasing their cost charge for the repair. What this budget does is resolve both the water quality and quantity issues. Our residents, businesses, and visitors can expect to have these issues resolved within 3 or 4 years. Our groundwater is not acceptable, and the water fee increases will address this. Although it is not visual, many of the pipes in the ground are past their expected life and need replacement. This budget puts a plan in place to address this infrastructure so that the water main breaks and resulting outages to our customers will be minimized. Our lagoons and wastewater systems need similar capital investments. This budget includes upgrades that will improve the operations of our lagoons and ensure pipes will continue to move the wastewater to the places that it was intended. However, the proposed wastewater rates are also based on the assumption that the town will be successful in obtaining grant funding, something we're going to do next week. But this is not to inspire, significant adjustments will be required. This budget does not deal with our transportation, recreation, building, and non-potable infrastructure issues. Over the next 2 years, plans will be put in place for these essential pieces of infrastructure. Not addressing these requirements will result in issues similar to what we're experiencing now with water. Administration is committed to completing these plans and incorporating the requirements in the future proposed budgets for council's consideration to ensure our residents, businesses, and visitors can continue to enjoy the essential pieces of infrastructure that are relied on every day. This is a very difficult budget, and doubly the most impactful I've ever been involved with. It is, however, a financial plan that will start addressing our infrastructure issues and a commitment to addressing others. This budget, although very challenging, is the foundation that will provide residents, businesses, and visitors with what they need to continue to enjoy the town that provides Canada's wilderness wealth. Now we can get to work.
Thank you very much. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Zappel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Ricardo, and thank you, CEO Grizzly. So this budget coming forward, the 2024 water user fees, what we're showing in there for increases in the water district. Increased revenue $62,055, which is a $49.03 increase annually. Operations for the town, $230,932, and that's a $49 increase to the town. Asset management plan, $2,311,966, which is an increase of $376.92. We've got borrowing on capital projects of $720,743, which is an increase of $117.51. Our capital contingency, $500,000, which is $81.52, and the public service accounting board, another $500,000, $81.52. So our operating expenditures, not including the transfers to reserves, have increased by $298,270, as summarized below. This includes 2 additional staff members for the utilities department. The water operating budget is $2,556,490 for 2024, and it results in an increase of $4.09 per month to the average single family resident. So wages increased by $195,850. Training increased by $10,000. Major maintenance of each line item increased by $50,000. Contingency increased by $20,000. Power for CPI and the rate increases increased by $10,530, and maintenance for the increased cost of materials is increased by $11,890. For our asset management plan, the 2023, the water asset management plan was completed with the age of the current infrastructure. The report recommends the level of funding required for 2024 is an increase of $31.31 per month for the average single family resident, and that's been included in the budget package. On borrowing on capital projects, $9.3 million will be needed to be borrowed in the 2024 to 2028 budget. Water capital budget, $6.3 million borrowed in 2024 and $3 million in 2026. This borrowing would be over a 20-year period at prescribed rate of 4.25%. And that's where we get that calculation of $720,743 for that, which works out to a $9.79 increase to the water resident. Capital contingency is another new request, and this is to allow for price fluctuations. The capital contingency is being considered. This is an increase of approximately $6.79 per month to the resident. The PSAT 3280 requirement, the new requirement come out in 2022. Again, establishing a $500,000 reserve, which would increase the resident by $6.79. These planned user rate increases are to put our utilities in a financially sustainable position. Years of having well below average water rates have impacted our ability to fund current and future infrastructure replacements. Our 2024 to 2028 capital projects that we have total approximately $34 million. We got our 74th Avenue water main upsizing of $675,000. We got our wells auxiliary power of $1.5 million. We got new wells 9 and number 10, $2 million. We got water facility chlorine upgrades of $137,380. Master plan review of $25,000. Water conservation update of $50,000. Groundwater protection plan of $250,000. Magnolia place of $375,000. SCADA upgrades of $352,765. Our 340-402 booster of $1.7 million. Water metering $3.204 million. Water rate development and implementation of $175,000. We've got our treatment plant for $14,644,680. We've got a 60-second tie-in looping for $250,000. We got Central 74th Avenue for $1 million. Heron Lane and Loon Crescent for $500,000. 89th to 74th to well number 1 for $1 million. South 89th to Osprey east of 62nd, $1.5 million. Ponderosa Drive, $350,000. Wells for electrical and pumps, $1.8 million. Wells for chlorine upgrades, $580,000. A hydrant program of $550,000. and the 340 reservoir pressure reducing valve of 325,000. So at this point in time, we'll move to page 147. And I'll pass it on to Jared to talk about his 2 new full-time equivalent positions for water.
Thank you, Mr. Zekel. Through the chair, to the rest of the council, these 2 FTEs have been identified for the last 2 years. This will build out the utilities department to full capacity to continue to provide the maintenance levels that have been needed for a while. Very questions.
This is the same report that is also on page 114.
That is what commission. So they give you $132,000 addressed to the sanitary sewer system, and it'll be another $132,000 addressed to the water.
Good. Go ahead.
I have a question here. When Mr. Zekel made a presentation, wages was 195, 850, and now it's 132. What's it? Why is the difference?
So the difference is basically for increase in overhead and increase in wages. So there's a small provision in there for increase in wages. And then in addition, the $132,000 for this full-time positions. These full-time positions are budgeted to start effective January 1st.
If I heard you right, you're not asking for 195 and 132.
No, the 132 is built already into the 195. It's
Now,
not
would there be an
new-
opportunity to sort of hire one this year and move one to next year's budget? I know you'd like them both.
That is council's discretion. From an operating perspective, the sooner I get staff available and trained, the better. But again, that is council's discretion.
And we.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we move one of these people to 225 budget.
Anybody else want to speak? Go ahead.
Thank you. In terms of recruitment of staff, how has the process been in the past few years?
Through the chair, Councilor Chung, it had been challenging, at least trying to find certified staff. The last time we went out for interest, we were unsuccessful, and we actually had to start a training program, to grade staff online, with minimal to no water and sewer background and bring them up to speed with us.
And in terms of retention,
Retention has been good at this point. We will see how things play out as the world revolves, but at this point, retention has been good.
and if it's a case where we're only able to hire for one of the FTEs, then we'll have, in terms of the budget, the remaining half of the salary.
So the operating budget from either water or sewer reflect that decrease until 2025. So either the water system or the sewer system will be hit with $130,000 increase for operating until 2025.
So essentially, this proposal for 132,626 gives us the ability to hire for 2 if the opportunity comes around, and if we're only able to hire for 1, then inadvertently we'd be able to shift it to the budget anyway.
So the 132 is for one staff. So this would be one staff for the water system. And one staff for the water system, the sewer system.
Gotcha.
Thank you. And
So-
I wasn't,
Maybe your worship, I guess.
sure,
Maybe
I
one of the-
wasn't sure on that either, so thank you for clarifying.
Maybe one of the considerations, I think, Brownstein can probably elaborate a little bit more. We do know we have struggled both in our water and wastewater, utilities. Maybe if you could just provide an update on. It's not the this department, and they're looking at maybe 2024 doing one and 2025 the other. Maybe an opportunity would be to do both FTEs, but reducing the commencement date to July 1st, so that we can plan better, to bring on people and train them together. So there may be some cost efficiencies and some planning efficiency with done if people are coming, at the same time.
So that is one of the options for council is basically you'd be taking that 132 divided in half each fund, so.
So can I ask if you want somebody to start work on January 1st, which was what you suggested? They would have to be hired beforehand, so that they would be trained, or is that part of the process?
That would a perfect world, yes, your worship, I'd love to get them hired as of January 1st. In reality, it would probably be March, April by the time they start with the January successful start to hire. So in reality, the costs associated with the hiring would have to be 2 to 3 months where I wouldn't actually have a person in seat. So there is cost savings to that, however, the budget would still reflect the full FTE for the whole entire. If we delay the hiring until July, there's, that half of that FTE that we'll be able to do in the reasonable budget. But then we need to be regrouped in 20%.
So we have a motion on the floor that we hire 1 versus 2. And that is been moved and seconded. Is there any other questions, or can we take, go ahead? Yeah.
Thank you, Ryan. How many water FTEs do you have?
So currently, we don't have dedicated water FTEs, we don't have dedicated sewer FTEs. It's a conglomerate of both. Utility currently has 5 employees. We're down 1 at this point. So this will build a utility of 8, and it should be twice probably in the next 10 to 15 years.
Currently we struggle with the, I think this year, we struggle, with the staff capability to do things such as a directional flushing that we had hoped that would minimize some of the manganese buildup in the system. Some of the other maintenance issues that we've had a fairly significant year, I think, for breaks and other main infrastructure.
That is correct. Council Marty, we continue to have maintenance concerns. We aren't getting to our maintenance requirements. But as a packaging is, we're constantly putting up tires. So staff are being directed in areas where we don't plan to do one thing. Unfortunately, this happens in the Brock here. We don't have the staff availability to then continue with our general needs.
So this would allow you to continue with the general maintenance plus deal with things that might come up on.
That is correct, Your Worship. So once we're fully staffed out, we should have the capacity to continue to address both the emergency situation as well as other routine situations to start to actually plan our maintenance activities more effectively. That being said, I mean, there's always things that come up that are out of our thing with regards to issues. Generally, this will provide us with the resources to start maintaining our water resources.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. With the number of impending capital projects that we have on the horizon, without having these 2 full-time FTEs, will that impact the timeline of these projects?
There's always an O&M perspective in regards to capital requirements. So to answer your question, yes, what will happen is those capital programs will end up impacting our operational programs.
And I'm assuming that impact is negative.
Yes, so instead of staff going and dealing with the operating needs aspect of our water sewer system, they're being city capital programs. Thank you.
So are we ready to vote on this?
Can I be heard?
Oh, absolutely. I'm sorry. You're a very small picture up there, Councillor Appleby. Go ahead, please.
Well, I've been waving, etc. But anyways, I am not in favor of 1 person. I'm in favor of 2 because it's going to take us more time in finding the people we need, and it's going to take more time in training the people we need. So I'm not in favor of just finding 1. I'm in favor of looking for 2 and filling them as they become available.
Thank you. If we take a vote on this, that it does include the water councillors. Yes. Okay. So the motion is to, could you read the motion, please, Mrs. Hilton?
Moved by Councillor King, seconded by Councillor Bennett, that council direct administration to move one of the identified positions in the utilities department to 2025.
Thank you. So we're going to take a vote on this. All in favor of that motion? Against? Thank you very much. That failed. Go ahead, Councillor King.
A good motion, then I like at the CO's comment that these two people don't get hired to July 1st.
Is there a seconder for that one? There is not. Is there someone else who would like to make another motion? Go ahead, Councillor Buttery.
That move forward with both positions. Any comment, I think, kind of be very actively recruited. And hopefully find a successful candidate for both. I think we're probably gonna be in further ground to the ballpark figure, probably March, April, if not later. By the time they look at relocation, hopefully housing, so much time to find a successful applicant internally. I think it's gonna take some time. I don't think we're gonna most likely have a supervision starting January for with proceeding with both.
Thank you. Seconder?
Yes.
Anybody else want to speak on this motion? Okay, we'll ask all in favor.
What, I didn't hear the motion.
The motion is that we go with increasing full-time staffing by 2 FTEs for the water. That was what was written down. Are you okay with that? We asked
Yep.
for a vote. Sorry if I didn't see what you had, how you had voted. Are you in favor?
So you're just on the drug right now.
Yes.
You guys are voting on 1 FTE for the water system at this point. The second FTE will be for the sewer system, or the sewer system for water.
You're
In
right.
principle, you are voting on 2 FTE, but currently you're voting on 1 FTE for the water system.
So can we vote on the one for the other right now too? No, we have to wait for
Can I
that.
get
Okay.
clarity? We're only
It
voting
is a
on
little
one,
confusing.
or we are voting on one, you're still put 132,000.
Yes, so 1 FTE will cost you $132,000.
One person,
One person.
how do I apply?
More than welcome to come.
So really, it's not 2 full-time at this point. We are only having 1 full-time on this particular.
That is correct.
Great, thank you. Can I do that again then? And Councillor Appleby, are you okay with that? We are voting on providing 1 full-time person for a water at this point. Yes,
Can I ask one question?
sure.
In terms of competition in the employment market, what's the average, in terms of what other municipalities are offering? What would be the average salary?
The system or see
Well, I think one of the things, to your worship, this is a union position. And we've done some checking and some spot checking on some of our positions on the supervisory level, and we've looked at them all, and we're semi-competitive on that front. But again, these are union positions, and so that's will be done in accordance with the union agreement. I've done some spot checking, and we're in the ballpark of the region, but certainly, again, we're entering into negotiation. If there are some issues, they will be identified during that process, so. I think, again, our spot checks in some of the positions that we're in the ballpark.
Okay, so we'll go back to the motion that we hire 1 full-time utility person for the water. That's what we're voting on right now. Correct. All in favor?
Okay,
Got it, Councillor Appleby. Thank you.
here I have a question.
Yes,
On this contingency fund, capital contingency, I know we always need money looking forward and we've been short for quite a few years. But we're kind of wanting to put $500,000 aside, if I read it correctly.
That is correct.
Can you give us a rationale why it's so much?
500,000 doesn't go a long way when you talk about price fluctuations and things of that nature. So basically, trying to establish a fund to sustain our reserves. That's basically what we're doing. So over a 5-year period, if we were to do away with the The $500,000 capital contingency, that would cost our 5-year financial plan $654,568, and of course, reduce our end reserve balance at the end of year 2020.
I say do away with it all, but compared to the previous year, how much do we normally put aside for contingency, or have we been putting aside?
For capital contingency, we've never been putting away. In our operating budget, we've had a contingency fund. In our operating budget, we requested to increase that by 20,000 this year. But nothing, the capital contingency, we haven't started that until 2024.
Maybe you said a little bit through your worship. Part of our struggle with the council has experienced this past year and bidding of projects. We had one project that we went out to bid and it was double, and that is in a standard. Unfortunately, it's a reoccurring theme throughout the municipal world on projects. As our water and sewer, water especially is their absolutely #1 priority. We want to ensure that we can move these expeditiously as possible through the process. And the inflationary impacts have been extraordinary and basically almost unplannable. You may also recall during the presentation provided by consultants that our infrastructure is beyond its date life in a lot of cases, and the plan that is put forward is it's going to take us 20 years to get caught up to what we have today. So there's a number of asterisks in the entire plan, in that as we have so many of our assets already past their life, the possibility of additional failures over that period is significantly increased, to which there is no significant amount of money in this budget to address that. So this is assisting basically with that inflationary piece, and maybe give us some relief on potential unexpected failures that are going to cost more than the budget. So is it something that council can address? Yes. What we've seen, what we experienced in the last year or two, this is something that is, I think, prudent planning, considering the importance of this this asset to our community, and it is a council decision.
Anybody else? You okay with that?
No,
Councilor King? Oh,
no,
But you understand what?
I understand the rationale beside it, and we've had a lot of discussions at earlier council meetings. And this morning, I paid another $500,000 on the sewer side when we moved to that side, and it's going to the contingency fund. I guess I'm looking from a taxpayer's point of view. I'm trying to save a few dollars here, because what we heard on Tuesday night is pretty impacting everybody in town. And I'm not saying don't put something away. I'm just trying to make it 400,000, make it something so we can come down a little bit. I know it doesn't sound like a lot, but $1 or $2 does make an impact on the bigger picture.
Yeah, ultimately, council's choice, where we end up, and it's just what we're proposing is what we feel is where we need to be. If council has a different direction, that is all your power.
Councilor John?
Thank you. So if we were, hypothetically, we were to take that contingency fund, where and these projects inevitably will be over the budget due to inflation and whatnot, where would that come out of?
So if we don't have funding available, as an example of projects come over budget, we'll have to look at other alternatives. Borrowing, and there's a lot of them, financial plan amendments to establish that. Deferring a capital project to make higher prioritized capital project move forward. Those are the type of things that we'd have to do in those situations. So having the money available is great in most instances, but we do have means to move projects forward, maybe not quite as fast if we run into that anomaly where projects coming in over.
If I understand it right, this contingency fund would have no impact on the budget on the other items, because they're capital for the year. This contingency money put in for the future.
Correct. So
So it's not going to have any impact on what's in the book.
So what would happen is if we did not fund the capital contingency in 2024, and all the projects come in on budget. Our end reserve balance would be reduced by $654,000. So right now, our current reserve fund balance, based on the budget package, is 5.7 million at the end of year 5. So it would be reduced by the 650,000 if that was not done at this time.
And again, I'm not saying don't put 400,000 aside, I'm just saying don't put 500,000 aside, is what I'm implying. I believe we need some contingency, but
And that's up to you guys.
yeah, I realize. Well, so again, support, I'd like to make a motion to move contingency to 400,000 to 500,000.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Councillor Appleby. I certainly understand your thinking, Councillor King, and if that makes a little bit of difference, then I think I could support it, but I'm not sure it makes a lot of difference, but. Councillor Chung?
So we do reduce it by 100, essentially. Most likely with the borrow an extra 100.
No,
No, we would still be able to carry forward with all the projects as is. It's just our end reserve balance would be reduced by 600. Well, that's at 500,000.
Yeah.
So our end reserve balance would be probably roughly around 140,000 reduced by doing this. So the effect on the rates would be a decrease in rates of $16.30. So this is by reducing that down from 500 to 400,000. It's not a big decrease, but it's a decrease.
So, Councillor King has made a motion. Do we have a second? Oh, and Councillor Appleby is second. Is there any other concern, or can we take a vote on that? All in
Hello?
favor? Sorry, you're in a very small window up there, Councillor Appleby, so
You should
thank you
come
for
in.
speaking up. I can't see you all the time.
Right. A question through to Jim, if I can, please. Next year's budget, when we come to this, we can amend this back if need be, can we not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there you are. Thank you.
All right, so we will take a vote on this, that having the capital contingency move to 400,000. All in favor? Against? So that was 4-3.
So
Thank
I
you.
passed.
got water councillor Mara and councillor on the post and.
Yeah. So thank you, that is passed. Okay,
Work for Jim.
Okay,
go ahead. Mr. Zappa.
well, as we're talking about the these type of fundings and public service accounting board of PSAP requirement. Or putting away the 500,000. Council okay with that?
Of taking that off or
No,
of leaving
I'll
it
leave
in
it again.
For which?
the last
The
one,
PSAP.
the last one on the list.
Can you give us a little bit better explanation that it's kind of a reserve money again, or something we have to pay out, or?
So the new PSAP 3280 requirement is for asset retirement obligation. So basically ensuring that funding is set aside for the retirement of our assets, our buildings, our sewage treatment plant, our landfill, those kind of things. So we are in the very early stages of recognizing what those values will be. We felt that it might be prudent to try to establish some funding up front. But like CAO Risley said, nothing has been legislated as far as penalties to the municipalities for not doing it quite yet. But we're trying to be ahead of the curve.
And this is specific for a water project,
This is strictly for the water fund.
so it's kind of like a contingency fund.
Correct.
Mr. Backel, we already do this for the landfill, do we not? Have we
It's
not
got
been
nothing to
doing
do with
that?
landfill.
Quite some, I know it doesn't, but it's
We
one
do it.
one of the things we've done.
Yeah, we have been doing it for the landfill. That was under a previous PSAP requirement. However, with this new requirement, it's going to change even how we do that for their team.
All right, are we okay with leaving this the way it is?
Hello,
Counselor Appleby?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to get my head around this. Is the money we're putting into it today going to cover past projects? Or is it just going to cover projects we take on during this budget season?
Your Mayor, administration has not completed a complete analysis of all our infrastructure, what the actual requirement to keep that would actually be. We're a bit behind the 8 ball on this one.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't hear your microphone very well because you're just echoing around. You speak clearly.
This requirement came into effect this past year. What we have not done the analysis on all of our infrastructure and our structures, so we don't have an exact cost on what this requirement is. We know it's gonna likely be far in excess of $1 million, probably maybe closer to maybe as high as even 4 million. What we're attempting to do in this budget is start that process, and over the next year or so, do the required work to finalize that number. So this budget is taking a step in the direction of meeting that requirement.
Thank you.
You hear me?
Yeah. Okay. Director Appleby? So we're going to leave this. Nobody's made a motion to do anything else, so.
Well, I would move the go to 400,000, the same as the other.
I'll second.
Is there anybody else who wants to comment on this? Yes, go ahead.
I think it's fantastic to get ahead for a change. We are always seem to be playing catch up. But again, it's a hypothetical number and we don't really know the rationale, what you just said. It might only need a $250,000. So I think being prudent to bring it down a little bit, but definitely get ahead of the game for a change, I think it's a major idea. I have no problem supporting 400,000.
Hey, anybody else? So we will, it's been moved and seconded that we look at the PSAV and move it from 500,000 to 400,000. Will that give us the same savings as we did for the capital contingency?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's correct.
thank you. Okay, all in favor of that? Against?
43. Going back to this is contingency, we never spend it.
Thank you.
Okay,
That's very.
so let's move on to page 148. We'll start talking about the water capital project. And I'll pass it over to Jared at Stein.
Mr. Jackel, through the chair, any questions from council in regards to the 74th water main upsizing project? Identified in the water master plan, it's one of those projects we move forward with.
Explain to the public what Central 74th means.
So this is an area on 74 that I believe is from 89 up to the highway, that we have one section of water main that's been left in a smaller diameter than the rest, restricts flow coming from the reservoir. So this would be, again, this would be a water hydraulic improvement for the systems, providing additional power flows to certain areas there.
But on the top line, you got 74th water main upsizing, and then you got 74th Central. So two different projects?
Nope, same project.
So technically you need over $1 million. 1.675.
Are you looking at the page that?
148.
Yeah,
The top item shows 675,000 for 74. Well, and then second from the bottom says central 74 for a million, and the other one 675. I'm just wondering if there's some overlap there.
there would be a little.
Page number.
48.
What page number is that report? Yeah, it's on here, but I can't find it in the back.
Just need to pull up and flip in your account.
Page 164 to do that. But it looks at 1.5.
Oh, I see, the water assets, it's got everything in there. We got the one report. 164. 164 were lost two projects.
Yeah, you put room and. Central sometimes, but page 164.
No, I apologize, Counselor. So these are two different projects. One is a capital improvement project, so this is to improve fire flows in the area. The other one is our asset removal program. Is under the $1.5 million project at the end of the month. So Central 74 would be a renewal, so we'd just be going in and actually replacing the main and the aged out. The 74th one is an upgrade to provide greater flows to the reservoir from increased fire protection. I would use why they've been listed separately. So yes, in total water system upgrades and the water pipe in the ground, we're looking at 2 points.
Are we talking about two different things? You got 675 and a million, and then you turn to 164, you're asking for 1.5. Is that a different project?
There's two projects.
There's two projects within that as well, so there's what I've done is I've pulled out the assets from the growth.
Okay.
So the growth project is 74,
Right.
and the asset
75.
renewal was listed in the back, and unfortunately.
We had the-
It was two projects, it's two bit.
Put in
So the bottom two lines are added.
Yeah. So your total water main upgrades is closer to 2.
Okay, so we're going back to the 675 on page 149. The report that's on it. Is there anybody else that would like to comment on that one or ask questions about it? All right, if they're okay with that, we can leave it as be. Okay, we don't need to take a vote on it, or do we need to take a vote? No, unless there's a concern, it's included in the budget. Okay, thank you.
So next, your worship, is the water facility standby power generation. This was identified in previous budgets. However, we have lumped it all into one major project for 2024. Well, $45 million. This will address standby power well 3, well 4, 5, well 1, 340 booster, and fairway boat booster. Again, this was identified as all of the Dingley wildfire, the potential for power loss to the lower valley. As well as this will include some of our fire production with farmers within the water distribution.
Okay. Anybody, go ahead, Councilor Gunn.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, Jared, I think it's really good because this year when I was sitting there watching the fire come down by the golf course from across the lake, and I was thinking, if it takes out the power, what happens to water? We have water on town, restaurants and everywhere, and that was a big concern. So, thank you.
We were just lucky. We weren't lucky. Okay.
Are you talking about buying like generators? Is that what we're doing here?
To the chair, Council, correct. These are the standby generators that would sit next to the wells. So if you go to the main wastewater pump station down on the beach, that large.
Yeah, no, I understand what you're doing. It's just ridiculous. You're looking at buying 5 of them all in 1 year.
Yes,
And they'll all come due at 5 sometime down the road in 1 year.
potentially. It probably will take me at least probably 2 or 3 years to implement all this, so there may be buffers between all of the guys that are to do.
If you take 2 or 3 years, why wouldn't we spread it over 2 or 3 years?
It's the financial commitment. We're looking for the financial commitment now, so I can go out and source all these dead sets and we can try to get some good pricing for all 5 instead of fixing them out.
James got lots of.
So it would be a carryover if we left it till the next year. It would come in the next budget. Okay, anybody concerns about this one? All right, seeing none, I think we're okay with that. Thank you.
Thank you, your worship. So the next one is water facilities, wells 8 or 9 and 10. So these are the 2 new production wells that we've currently identified in the water master plan. It's a $2 million ask. This will bring well 9 and 10 online within the next 3 to 5 years.
So have these been the water, the testing of
The
that?
testing has improved water quality. We are going to confirm water quantity. We have preliminary gotten the wells back at about 36 liters per second, which is about 600 gallons per minute. We are going to try to look to increase the production of these wells closer to 50 liters per second. I don't believe further information from our consultant. So this $2 million is to actually drill the appropriate casings to help them with pumps and motors and buildings and place dead sets.
Okay, so it might all be spent in the next year then, or might it take? a little
Again,
bit
these
of
are
time?
probably character projects, your worship, so again, we're already starting to move forward with this, so I'm gonna spend money here next year and the following year, but yes, the money would be carried forward, so it's.
May not all come out of this. Okay, fair enough. As needed. And we, sorry, go ahead, go ahead. Thank you for pointing it out, because I don't see him. Councillor Appleby, go ahead, please.
Just, I thought I heard you mention, Mayor, that we haven't got the results back from this well production testing yet.
Could you explain that again?
Yeah, sorry to the chair, the council, Appleby, we have had preliminary results back, and that's why we are moving forward to expedite these 2 new wells. The finalized document will be coming to council probably within the next month for a review, but the initial results look promising. We do not want to delay the process any further, so we are continuing to move forward.
Right, and they're in different aquifers.
No, these will be, both these wells are in the same aquifer as well, 4, 5, and 3.
Could you tell us where the wells are planning to be?
So the potential sites will be, or the sites will be off of Maple Drive, and one will be off Cottonwood Drive.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So one more question. This 2 million doesn't show any extra pipe in the ground for connection to our present system. Is that part of this 2 million, or is it going to be another extra?
Those piping we're hoping to actually incorporate within the water plant design and costing. One well is actually going to potentially right next door to the new water treatment plant, and the other well is with a, don't quote me on this, but I think it's about 200 meters of the water treatment plant.
Say it again. I didn't hear the last part of that.
Be within the 200 meters of the water treatment plant.
Okay, thank you.
Piping cost will be minimal.
Okay, everybody all right with that? Thank you. Flooring system upgrades?
Thank you, your worship. This is agricultural system upgrades. This is to continue with our work safe requirements to bring those 2 systems up to current standards in regards to work safe. Work safe BC. This will include the $137,000 carryover from last year and the $100,000 new ask for this year. We'll put forward to
Clarity, are you asking for the 200 or 100?
Well, you both of you carried 137. Oh, sorry, I apologize. I don't think it's 137. 838, so they're carried 437 and asked for it is 100,000 this year.
You just asked for 100,000.
That's correct.
So everybody okay with that one? If we, okay, another 100,000 for that. Okay, thank you. Water conservation plan update.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is one of those programs that need to be continually looked at and reestablished and updated as time progresses. It's been a while since we've done our water conservation plan. As indicated, it was 2010, the last time we updated our conservation plan. Normally you want to update it once every 5 years to reflect current water system requirements, etc. This plan will be used to I guess direct the community in regards to water system use probably through the next 5 to 10 years. We'll incorporate some of our metering strategies. We'll incorporate some of our other water conservation needs.
And has this hasn't gone out for RFP yet?
This is not done anywhere, Your Worship. So that's
So
what
it may take a while for it to get one reply. Go ahead.
I guess you'd say it's not gonna be completed until 2 years out. So why are we need such a long time, or what's the rationale to take 2 years to complete?
So as with any reporting, there's the initial procurement process, which could take up to 2 to 3 months. There's some handling all the data, there's writing the report, there's bringing it to the stakeholders for engagement, there's bringing it back to council for engagement, and then there's drafting the finalized report, getting that finalized report adopted, and then, so everything takes time. And as you noticed, our capital program is gonna be fairly expensive. I don't want to give my department time to actually complete some of these projects.
We don't really know what the actual cost would be then.
For the water conservation plan,
Yeah,
it'll be budgeted at 50,000.
I know it's budgeted, but we really have no idea. It could be a lot higher.
I'm hoping not.
Well, like everything else.
We adopt previous money.
It seems that the money, you're talking 2 years out before we get it online. Just seems like.
But if the RFP goes out now, it
Yeah.
should be.
Yes.
It started, but you're talking about 2 years out.
The further completed, yeah, okay, all right, we're all right with this, thank you. How about the groundwater protection program?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is actually a requirement of our operating permit from IHA. They do require the municipality to establish a groundwater protection plan. That's shown in the thing. There's a $250,000 ask, of $100,000 starting in 2024. And years of 50, 50, and 50 to do the actual implementation. So the first year will be the review and recommendation on how to do the groundwater, and then to actually install groundwater protection monitoring systems, public education, signage, etc. in regards to our aquifers, where they're located, and all that kind of associated information.
So the cost for this year is.
Yes, the cost of the request for this year is $100,000.
Anybody else? Go
I
ahead.
gotta get a comment. I guess it's the same. You identified it's gonna take 4 years to do this. Fourth quarter 27, 4 years to be completed.
3 years from the approval of this budget. That is correct.
Okay.
So we're okay, the expenditure over the next 4 years, but only 100,000 for this year.
Yeah, and then. In the budget next year.
Yes, and it will come back. Okay, we all right with that one? Go ahead, Councillor Appleby.
I'm just wondering where this 100,000 came from. Like, if we only spent 50,000, what would we get?
Steve, where did you come up with that number?
This is to the chair of Council Appleby. Our water master plan was underfunded, and luckily our consultant did not charge us over the money. The water master plan cost us probably closer to $200,000 from the $150,000 that was budgeted. Our consultant did not charge us for that additional $50,000 worth of effort. We are finding consultant fees are continuing to grow and becoming more and more expensive. On average, to do anything nowadays, about $100,000 to get them out the door, including public engagement and everything else. So that is where that $100,000 came from.
Okay, thank you. I now understand it better.
Okay. All right, moving on with this one then. Thank you. Water rehabilitation, Magnolia Place.
Thank you, Worship. This is actually the water contribution to a water and sewer project. This is Magnolia Place. We have a section of wastewater main that has settled over time, and actually a piece of that is created a piece of reverse grade, so it's causing the water. As part of the sewer upgrade, we're gonna do the water main over there, and this is the water systems contribution to that project.
And so the sewer is also the same amount
Yes,
of money
that's
we'd be contributing.
Yeah.
Okay. Anybody have any concerns about this one? This has been identified for a while, this particular issue.
As far as I can determine, this has been an operational concern for the department for the last 15 years.
We're on time.
Okay, anybody have any concerns? Looks like we can go ahead with that. Next is the electrical and SCADA upgrades, water, wastewater.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, this was a 7-year program. We are now on year 4 or phase 4. We are asking out of the water system for $95,704 to continue with our SCADA upgrades. With the contribution showing the project costs of the complete build outs. You go further into the report for phase 4, we'll actually look for 95.
So that's.
Yeah, right, so-
95 cents, okay? And we have okayed this some years back. when we
Yeah,
started
which
this.
is a continuing project.
Thank you. Any questions on this one? Okay, thank you. Go ahead. The 402 booster.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is water rehabilitation, so this is the 402 booster. This project came to light when we were looking at addressing our failing 340 reservoir. In order for us to maintain the 340 reservoir, we have to take the 402 booster offline, which then limits or actually discontinues production to the 402 reservoir and the dividend. When that project came up for construction, project costs had doubled. We determined it was unviable at the time, so in order to look at the bigger picture, we're not going back to council and saying instead of piecemealing a reservoir fix, we'll replace the booster and allow us to future-proof that site. The way I want to put it. The new reservoir does not have a booster station on it, so we actually feed on the smaller of the 2 reservoirs to distribute to the rest of the distribution system. This new booster station will allow us to actually stop off either one of the 2 reservoirs, and if the big one offline to repair, clean, etc., and keep the other one offline.
You're asking for half the money this year.
We are actually asking. I'm going to Councilor Kane on this one. I'm actually asking for half the money this year and half the money next year. I do need commitment for next year's funding, because once I start the process.
I have no problem, just for the public, though, can you tell us where the location of 402 booster station is?
So the 402 booster station is actually the 2 reservoir sites at the golf course, so the end of 74th.
Okay.
We have 2 reservoirs up there. This booster station will be put in line with those 2 reservoirs, and will boost 102, which is the reservoir up in the industrial park, and will also boost to the reservoir, which is up in the river.
Thank you. So with East Osoyoos Reservoir design, the new addition. We're looking at actually moving one of the cells from the 340 reservoir site to the East Bench. How will the 402 booster station affect that?
The 402 will allow us to actually do that. Currently, as I said, the current booster station sits on top of the old cell. So in order for us to take the old cell offline, we have to do some finagling with some submersible in the new cell, which is a long-term solution. this booster station will now allow us to have an east side reservoir without affecting boosting to.
So to clarify, would we be able to move forward with this relocation? More than without the 402?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, everybody's all right with this one? Thank you. Go ahead. Universal water metering.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is again just a carry forward project from last year. It was pre-approved. Just continuing to sort of to move forward with the universal water metering. RFP does close later this month. With the delays, I just wanted to make a mention that we're probably looking at 2027 before a full year is implemented.
Gonna take that long, but no. And we need to do this before we can apply for grants. Is that not
That is
correct?
correct. It is part of, actually, it was part of your award of your $9 million. And you will continue to establish water conservation within the community, and metering is one of those key avenues to establish water conservation.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
You chose 4.7 million into the budget, it's 3.2, so where we spend 1.5? Here it says 3.2.
Yes, so 1.5 was in our 2023 budget.
Yeah.
So if there's any unused funds by the end of the year, those funds would then be carried forward to continue on with the project. But this was a multi-year project as well.
So are we asking for 4.7 or 3.2?
You're asking for 3.2.
3.2.
Okay. Groundwater treatment facility phase 1.
So again, this is the big one. This is the water treatment plant. Again, looking at a 2027 completion, just want to keep this one on in the capital plan. It's going to be one of our largest capital projects probably this town has seen in a while. We got $9 million worth of grant funding. Total project cost is currently at 11.3.
Might there not be an increased cost to this particular
There
project?
most likely will be, but this time we keep that for sure.
So for this year, you're asking for 1.7.
White shows 4.9. 4.9.
Oh, sorry. Oh, that's for 2025, right? 24, the budget's 1.7.
Yeah,
Am I correct?
yeah.
Sorry, Your Worship, that was an error.
Right.
Oh, it should say 2023, 2024, 2025.
Okay, so those are, yeah,
So 2023, we already established the 1.7.
okay. So we're looking for 4.9 this year.
That is correct.
Okay. We did get a grant for this. We need to use the money in that grant for sure. Let's hope it doesn't cost too much more. Thank you.
That's a question.
Yes.
In your budget here, on this budget, it says 1.2 in 25, but here it says 6.2. That just a typo?
Where are you looking, Jeff?
On the budget, each year. Might be a typo.
It has to be a typo.
But here, you definitely 1.2 is pretty big here, reading it on your budget, it says 6.2,
Yeah, no, it's got,
that's a typo.
well, it's something that we'll have to correct.
So, okay, so that should be a 1.2.
1.2, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks.
And last but not least is water asset, these are asset renewals, so there's. Project within the scope, so this is part of the water master plan. These are identified as asset renewals, this is the existing infrastructure that they are aging.
This is also, is this not the project that we're looking at, the paving of the road as well? No, not this one.
Not this one, so
Okay.
I would make. It will be simply all of this, it would just be.
Yeah.
Minor on the table.
Oh, this was identified in the water master plan, and, is it likely to use the 1.5 in the next year, or will it take some time?
You know, unless you worship, I'd like to roll this into the whole bunch of water main work we're doing for the treatment plant, so we probably will spend some money.
Just have a comment.
Yes.
That Loon Crescent seems like a very narrow road, so we're gonna have to like go on people's property.
To the chair council king, no, they'll have to short it and keep within the road right away. I can't trespass on private property to put infrastructure, so they're gonna have to build it in the restrictions in which they're there.
It'll be interesting when you dig that road up. It's gotta be one of the original roads in town.
Oh, she finds some good stuff.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else then?
Just, I have to take a look at that, moving on that correction that we have, so. Because it does affect the rates. So basically, that correction, I had originally shown that we had to borrow $3 million in 2026 on that 6.2 million that error. So what we would be proposing is reducing the water rates by $37.91 to offset that adjustment for that. So the annual borrowing is going to change, and I'll just get you that number as well. One number changes all kinds of numbers sometimes.
Mhm.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's okay. It's better to catch it.
Like it when you hear we save some.
So the borrowing on capital projects was originally established at $720,000
Yeah,
for $743. It's being reduced down to $488,245. Which is an annual savings from what was proposed at $37.91.
so instead of annual 117.51,
Yeah,
it will be down to 37.
no,
Oh, sorry,
it'll be reduced down,
31.97.
reduced by that.
reduced by that amount, so
Okay,
it'll be reduced down to 79.60.
What page is that show up on?
That's on 135. So what I show from council
Oh, yeah, okay.
is we are reducing the proposed water rate increase by $70.59 from what was proposed.
Say it again, please. Say it again, please.
We are reducing the water user rate from what was proposed by $70.59. What that is,
70559.
correct. So we reduced the capital contingency from 500,000 to 400,000, which was a reduction of $16.34. We reduced the public service accounting board from 500,000 to 400,000, which was $16.34. And our borrowing on capital projects, we reduced from $720,743 down to $488,245, which was $37.91. So that total reduction, see it, you must be,
Go ahead.
So, I know we're talking about the plant, the estimated numbers were provided 2 or 3 years ago. On 11.2. I think there are a couple of approaches. The 6.2 is actually attempting to incorporate the inflationary factor on that line. But the latest rough estimates we were receiving is probably closer to 50 to 60, so that 11.2 was, again, it's done a couple years pre. So,
I can only work with the number 7% today.
and the numbers presented there, 6.2.
that's true. My mistake on that.
So, council, so the budget as presented for the 2026 number, or the number for the water treatment plant, that is the latest approximate estimates.
But here, 20% is 1.2.
I can, again, the last we received from Drew is probably closer, maybe Mr. Bronson wants to agree to the discussion. Where he said the plant was gonna be in excess of 11.2.
That is correct. That's the everything. I guess in order to minimize the potential risk, council should be looking at bumping that number up. It is 2026 funding. Be honest with the council and the community, you're probably looking at closer to 20 million by the time it's time said and done. Including all the water main upgrades, etc. Again, I don't have official numbers yet, because they're still in design stages.
Right, we could also look at that next year.
You
Could
could look
stay
at
with
that
the lower number this year,
but-
if we can, maybe just pass it. At
We
1.2.
okay, we didn't pass it yet, but we certainly okay, because that was what the number that was presented, but. It needs to be changed.
It's up to council whether they want to front load rates or not. Either you're hitting rates hard today or hitting rates hard tomorrow. It's 100% of the council. The treatment plant is going to become as I said, a capital program for this community.
It's something we definitely need. I'm not against doing it, whatever it costs, that's what the people want, and get the treatment plan. I just look at numbers and I'd bring it back next year to correct it, but I'd like to see it 1.2.
I mean, all you're doing is
You're doing
you're deferring
Yeah.
the impact of users by a year.
So this year it was going to be 4.9.
So yes, the
Yeah.
actual impact of the 2024 budget has not changed. It's the impact
Yeah,
of
yeah,
user
absolutely.
rates that has changed.
Yeah, I'm just talking 226, so we can look at that down the road. It's whether we do 1.2 on this or 6.2 on this other page.
Can you give us some suggestions on how we?
So, I think,
It's a bit confusing.
yeah, I think. This is their biggest project and it has been the most work done on it and the most updates and it's an evolving process based on. New contract rates based on the new wells that we're drilling. And current market rates associated with infrastructure. And so it's been an evolving process. I think one of the strategies going into the budget was to attempt to create a plan with not as many future fluctuations in it. And so that was one of the strategies in doing this budget to put a number in place, doing it that you're fairly comfortable with that rate for a long period of time. And so that was why one of the numbers in 2026 was adjusted to 6.2 to 1.2. As Bronstein's indicated, we are certain the cost of this plant is not going to be 11.2. It is going to be substantially more. And so front ending the cost, putting some money in the till. Earning some interest will help mitigate some of those future costs that are gonna be associated with this project. So as far as council, it's something that can be delayed. Have that number in at a lower number, but it's not realistic. So the last thing I think we want to do is to tell council that these increases are gonna remain fairly flat, when we know that we have a projected $5 to $10 million deficit in 2 or 3 years to actually deal with the plan, which has been their number one priority for a few years. So the council wants to provide the residents, businesses with a more accurate reflection of what the costs are gonna be to address this 5-year plan. I suggest keeping it at around that 6.2, but again, can defer and the council decision.
So can I just ask, next year for 2025, it's 3.5. And then the 2026 would change to 6.2. Is that what we're suggesting here?
That's not what I'm suggesting.
That's what I just heard, I think. CEO, said that. So that's the number that will change, the 2026 from 1.2 to 6.2. Am I correct? Yes, go ahead.
Mayor Recorda, what is built in the budget? The error is shown on the report. The actual numbers within the budget show the 6.2.
Okay.
So that's the accurate numbers. The report on year 5 or year on 2026 is the inaccurate number. It got updated after the report was generated, and that's what's causing us this problem.
Thank you.
So the entire plan is correct on it. And so, embedded in our analysis includes interest and borrowing. And so from an administrative perspective, we apologize for the misprint on one of the pages, but the actual page on 165 is correct and incorporates all the appropriate borrowing and revenues from interest on investment, etc. That is all correct. So the rates that are included in the budget reflect the costs associated on page 165.
Thank you. So I just think we need to adjust that because it depends which page we read. So I agree that could we go back and adjust the report then so that it matches this? Thank you.
Yeah, correct.
Here's another question.
Yes.
I got no problem changing that on the report. Is it kind of, I guess it's too early to say, but we might need money in 27 towards this project also. Are we on a timeline here? I mean, with everything delayed and behind, chances are this is gonna run to 27 instead of 26. You know, in a perfect world, you gotta finish in 26. Are you more likely to add money in 27 anyhow?
Through the chair, okay, at this point, I can't comment on timelines. There are so many uncertainties in the air right now in regards to the treatment plant. We are still in preliminary stages in regards to what exactly we're treating. We know we need to remove manganese. There are some other things that have come up as we look at these, the water quality. Until those preliminary design details have been hashed out and we understand what exactly we're building. I can't give you a confirmed timeline. What I can say is right now, we're hoping within the next 2 to 3 months, we will have a better understanding of what we're designing. We are getting some preliminary treatment done in the next couple months. So hopefully that'll better spell out time frames. And you are correct, also King. These numbers will shift. These numbers may change in what year that they are required, depending on how things move forward, costs that come in. I'm going to try to transition this project, so we do the water meetings first, and then we're going to do the plant after. And again, as you're aware, costs keep on expanding. So
No, thank you. And it's complex. Anybody else have any?
If there's no more comments on that. So The direction for council was for us to be able to give first readings to the water, town water and water district bylaws, but I need to amend them with the revised rates. So I will need time over lunchtime to make these changes to the bylaws. For our water counselors, when would you be able to come back to be able to address the water rates bylaws?
Next year.
No.
After lunch for a while?
I'm open to whatever you suggest.
Thank you. It shouldn't take long, I don't believe.
What kind of?
Anytime after lunch, I would do it over my lunch break. I would get the bylaws updated and as per these.
Could we contact
No,
Councilor Herrera when?
after lunch, that's fine, just give me a time.
Let's say 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock.
Yep.
No problem.
Okay. No.
We'll get on.
So that works out great. So then let's move forward to the sewer budget, which is
Okay.
page 6.
We're gone.
Oh, absolutely, yes. Oh,
Call them back.
We are gonna have to,
We do it at 1 o'clock.
They're gonna have to call, come back.
we can do it at 1 o'clock. Then.
Okay.
because
Sorry.
Councilor Moraes or Appleby's left.
Yeah, we asked him to. Okay.
The numbers.
Well, no, we don't give them that. Well, do you want to catch that?
You could catch it too.
Oh,
There's a budget need.
yeah, he's gonna have to have a new suit.
We don't have budget. You can just seamstress and clear that.
Okay, fair enough.
Well, the inside. Put in a suit bag. Yes.
No, but we're okay. We'll deal with that at 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Jim, what page is the next?
Page 106 or 107 on the agenda.
Let's get, we want to.
So did we want to take our 5 minutes to say piece of?
What?
Yeah.
You should.
Do you want to use that for 5 minutes? So the few. Could we do that without everybody being here?
Or we should,
Okay.
Yeah, we're okay.
We're going to, but we have to release that. We need Councilor Bennett back in
The
order.
reset and then go back out.
Yeah.
We were just giving us more leverage. If you put a new pad in the budget.
I didn't check that. I should.
What we'd like to do, if I would could have a motion, please, for the council that we have a 5-minute recess. We had to wait, for you. We had to wait for you to come back. So could we have a motion, please, to recess for 5 minutes? Councilor Puerto Rican, Councilor Chong, all in favor? Thank you. 5
Can I get
minutes.
up?
I know you will. Well, then, get coffee first.
From the tank.
I know they need to put out your $49.
All in favor?
Always.
Thank you. So go ahead, Mr. Rackle.
Okay, thank you, my report officer. So we're on page 106, and this is the highlights for the sewer operating budget. So under the operations, we've got the increase of $242,930, which is $42.29 increase. We've got our asset management plan of $1.323 million, which is a $227.16 increase. Borrowing on capital projects, $209,248, which is a $37.79 increase. We got our capital contingency of $500,000, $85.84 increase, and our PSAP 3280, $500,000 increase and $85.84 to the average single family resident. Our operating expenditures, not including transfers to reserves, increased by $242,930. And summarized below, it's wages, $187,156, training, $10,000, major maintenance, $50,000, contingency of $20,000, and power, $5,170. So we had our sewer asset management plan completed in 2023. And the requested funding service was for increasing sewer resident rates by $18.93 per month. Borrowing on capital, we have $2.7 million needed to be borrowed in our 2024 to 2028 capital budget. With the $2.7 million of it being borrowed in 2025. We've got the capital contingency, $500,000. That would be a $7.15 increase. The average single family resident per month. Our PSAB, $500,000 was an increase of $7.15 per month. In our 2024 to 2028 capital projects, we've got $26.4 million. Cottonwood upsizing is $1,800,000. Our wastewater treatment lagoons auxiliary power $218,000. Ponderosa Maple upsizing $1,400,000. Force main upgrades near the wastewater treatment lagoon of $300,000. Starlight relocation $3,700,000. Cell one process upgrades $3,300,000. Reclaimed wastewater storage and irrigation $109,000. Replacement of Walton Gallon Crescent wastewater pump station $560,240. Our master plan review $45,000. Magnolia Place $375,000. Skate upgrades $158,429. Our wastewater treatment plant odor control $2.9 million. Air piping upgrades to the wastewater treatment lagoon of $1,500,000. Our wastewater treatment plant upgrade for preliminary design and planning of $1 million. Manhole smart covers $115,000. The CCTV program $560,000. Golf course screening $725,000. On-site chlorine generator for the wastewater treatment lagoon $2,200,000. Reclaimed water chlorination upgrade $510,000. Kingfisher foreshore relining $1,100,000. 89th Street relining $960,000. Oleander 89th foreshore relining $930,000. Harbor Creek Key upgrades $1,420,000. Pump renewal 44th Avenue Maple Drive wastewater pump station $300,000. Border and Cottonwood wastewater pump stations $215,500, and the Marina wastewater pump station of $45,000. Again, moving over to our page 114. This is the request for the sewer full-time position. Again, pass it over to Jared. Thank
Thank you, Mr. Zacco. Through the chair, again, this is the second FTE we discussed earlier. This is one person at $132,626.
I think we talked about this the last time with the other one, so I think we're okay with this one. Thanks.
Once again, council's direction with respect to the funding set aside for capital contingency and feedback for the sewer fund.
Sounds good.
I guess it's the same I know it's only pennies, but I'd like to see it lowered to 400,000.
I will second that.
Question. Thank you. So, again, just for additional clarification. The 100,000 for the contingency goes into the reserves. That's money that we can earn interest on. And most likely use it when these projects go over budget, which inevitably they will. Without those funds, then we'll most likely have to borrow the 100,000. Which will then have another interest rate. That's gonna add on top of that.
I got no problem with that statement, but you're working on a hypothetical, so. I mean, chances are everything will go up, but we don't know that for sure, interest rates get back down. Again, I'm just asking to move it to 400,000. I know we need to put money aside, I'm not saying don't put money aside, it's just. The number was picked out of the air and it's not like a nice round number. We'd like to see it down to 400. Save $1 here, $1 there, all of a sudden at the end of the budget, you save $3 or $4. You know, it's just my
What are the
opinion.
interest rates that we get on money at the bank right now, Mr. Medical?
Currently, we're just started receiving 6.4%.
Again, I got to emphasize in the past, I think we usually only put about 25,000 aside of the contingency. So to move it up to 400,000 seems like a big jump on 1 year. I have no problem supporting 400,000.
I feel the same way. I think that we've lowered the other one by a little bit. I'm okay with doing the same thing here. So anybody else? So we will take a vote on this. And this is just for the capital contingency, right? Okay, all in favor? Against? Thank you, that's carried. Do you have the same?
Yeah, I'd like to see the PSA B 3280 moved down to 400,000 from 500,000.
Seconder for that? For Bennett? We were through this with the last one, are we? So, I'll call the question, all in favor of moving that to 400? Against? Thank you. And we realize that's why we have a vote, we don't always agree on everything, but, we certainly, need to look at all the options, thank you. Okay.
Moving forward to page 115, let's see our capital, and once again, I'll pass it over to Jared.
Maybe Mr. Jackel, I've got 117 on my.
Wastewater treatment lagoons, auxiliary power.
That is correct. You were-
116.
On 116 on that.
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
yes, because that's a new credit card.
Oh, there.
Go ahead.
I'm also gonna confirm that those online are gonna be 1 page ahead of 118, because we
Okay.
actually added the late item onto the council agenda. So those on screen will be looking at page 118.
So we will announce what we're talking about at each time. So this is the wastewater treatment lagoons auxiliary power.
Thank you very much. So again, this is one of those projects that came into the light with the Inkney wildfire, with the previous Eagle Ridge fire. This also has demonstrated issues on this general operation. We did have a couple power failures last year of significance. Once the power drops in the lagoons, we usually lose all aeration, which causes our lagoons to potentially smell more than they would normally, which again is something we want to try to avoid. So this backup generation will allow the system to continue to operate once power has been dropped off.
Thank you. Any concerns about this, Councilor King?
Yeah, again, is it like buying a generator?
That is correct.
And this generator is not as big as the ones you need for the water.
That is correct.
Okay.
You can't get a deal on all of them then.
We will try our best to deal on all of them, but yes.
Okay, thank you. I think we're all right with this one. Thank you. We'll go to the wastewater pump station renewal at Gallup Crescent.
Thank you, Richard. This was the 2022 approved project. It's been carried forward from 2023 to 2024. We just did not have the capacity to get this project completed. So we're putting it back on the books for 2024 to get done. So this is technically $20,000. So
How much are we looking at?
there will be no impact to the 2024 budget. This
Okay.
money's already been
So
allocated.
this has already been allocated. Thank you.
Again, I see on your page, so it shows 158,000. Page 130.
Line 4.
562.40.
This is 158,429.
That's a different project.
Different project.
It's the one that's highlighted in yellow.
Yellow.
Wrong line. I'm sorry.
Okay,
Seeing 375.
Nope.
No, I went up one more. I would say it's the one highlighted in yellow.
Oh. Okay. And that says 560.
560.
So that's carried forward.
Yeah.
Carried forward from 2023. It's a project that Jared
All right.
knows that he was doing. Didn't complete this year.
All right.
so we're on sewer mainline improvements, Magnolia Place.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, this is the contributing money from the sewer fund to complete the works on Magnolia. So this will be the other half of the total construction cost to bring that piece of road back to current standards.
Are you okay with that? All right, the electrical and supervisory control and data acquisition upgrades.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, this is the ongoing 7-year program to bring our SCADA system with the current electrical standards. The ask for 2024 for the wastewater system, which is the sewer system, is 158,429. Highlighted on page 122.
All right with that? Thank you. Wastewater upgrade preliminary design. The treatment plant during the treatment plant.
Thank you, Your Worship. This one's gonna entail a little bit of discussion with council. There are concerns from both council and the community in regards to our current wastewater treatment facility. This $1 million review is to look at our treatment as a whole, to provide pre-design, to go after grant funding, to look at more than just the 2.9 that's identified for this year, but the actual 1.5 that's identified in 2025 and the 2.2 that's identified in 2026. So the reason why we're trying to get ahead of the curve is the fact that we're trying to now provide the community and council with definitive costs and definitive goals for the wastewater treatment plant and to allow us to apply for grant funding. I do want to put that out there that grant funding is not an assured thing. It is a risk to getting these stuff completed, and it is council's opinion, council's direction of whether or not they want to wait for grant funding or do they want to just present the sewer fees. Those are some of the discussions that will be had as we look at the 2.9 that's in the budget for 2024. That is reflective of grant funding. However, if this is of a higher importance for council, a higher importance to the community, you can look at funding that 100% through user fees. There are compensations we have. So as I said, the 1 million is to then go out and look at our treatment facility, come up with a game plan, come up with true costs in order to address all our issues, not just water. And then go after grant funding and utilize some of the funding that's shown in the 5-year financial plan, subsidize that application. Grant applications probably be somewhere in the $10 million mark. with probably 80% funding from municipality, so you're looking at $2 million you have to get in your team. Should be exactly correctly.
So it's $1 million to do all the.
To do the reports, the assessment, come up with a detailed design, to make us, you know, in the right position to move forward with grant applications.
What about cell two?
This will address the entire facility, so this is looking at cell two, this is looking at aeration, this is looking at UV, this is looking at treating the effluent coming out of golf course area. Right now, that's not screened, we don't screen that. Look at any other treatment concerns we have in that whole facility. We'll look at instrumentation upgrade. We'll look at bringing the facility up to current standards.
Okay,
Thank you. So in this review, because this was brought up by the community, will we be looking at other alternatives like electric population?
Through the share council talk, we can, currently and again, this is operations preferred method is, NVDR, which is a biomed reactor. We try to balance, technology with operational capabilities. Sometimes when you start going with the latest and greatest, the operating requirements for those latest and greatest technologies are quite high. And then you need the staff and the ability within the organization to now operate those facilities. We try to balance both the technology and operating requirements. We will look at all options. I will look at that as part of this review. But again, I can't guarantee that we have to walk it. Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I know that was brought up last year, different options to be used up there, and we were asked, well, had anybody looked at those options, and my assumption is that yes, that you are in the process of looking at them, trying to make the best decision. Yes.
Does this kind of include the whole town? Like this preliminary stuff?
This is only looking at the wastewater treatment units. So it does service the entire community, but it's only looking at the units. So this will look at cell one, cell
Technically, this
two.
would kind of give a shelf ready if there was funding for grants.
That is correct. This would be a shelf ready project. We'll look at cell one, we'll look at cell two, we'll look at cell three, we'll look at two storage cells, we'll look at the existing blower building, we'll look at the existing blowers, we'll look at our receiving infrastructure, we'll look at our instrumentation requirements, because right now we have minimal instrumentation up there to confirm that we're meeting the regulatory requirements. We may look at treatment upgrades to meet or exceed our current permits. We try to make this thing future-proof.
Thank you. So everybody okay with this? Okay, thank you. So the smart cover manhole diagnostics.
Thank you, Your Worship. This was one of the things identified in our wastewater master plan. These will be put in strategic locations for the community to assess our sanitary sewer overflows. This is designed to, again, calibrate our sewer model, as well as identify areas in which our systems are not performing as intended. So we can go in and provide maintenance, adjust our capital program to meet this change. So for instance, if we're seeing areas where we're seeing more surcharging or overflows, we may redirect some funding into those areas that are previously identified for other points in the community. So again, this is just confirming the assumptions that are made in our wastewater measure fund.
Go ahead.
What's the lifetime expanded, say, if these manhole covers?
That is a good question, Councillor King. I'm going to ask my utility superintendent if you've looked into that yet.
Yeah, so I think the company's actually based out of Kelowna. So I think,
Yeah, what?
I think the company's based out of Kelowna, so they have, it goes to the cloud and then it gives you real-time data. I think the only thing you need to replace every 5-6 years is the battery. I think they're pretty hardy. But the unit itself is actually not that much. It's the subscription for them to keep it active and on the cloud kind of thing. So, yeah.
So do they come with like a guarantee? I mean, trucks and cars will be driving over these things.
Yeah, no, they actually go under the manhole. So,
Under the
yeah. So, there's not. Yeah, it's relatively newer technology, but, I'm sure they have some kind of guarantee. I'll look into that though for you.
And about how many you would get for the money?
I think we'll get 5 or 6, but they'll be movable. So they can kind of move around, yeah.
Thank you.
You need electricity too?
Oh, battery.
Just a battery.
Yeah.
So Kingfisher foreshore relining.
Thank you, Richard. I actually want to back up a bit.
Go ahead.
Unfortunately, the wastewater treatment plant order control at 2.9, the report is not within the package. I want to just discuss it with council in regards to the $1 million that we just approved. This 2.9 is showing as being grant funded. So we would be going after grant funding of $1.9 million and a community contribution of 966.
Can I tell you what page you're on?
I'm not in here, but I'm looking at page 117.
So 115 on your paper copies, John.
That one. So this is part of total grant funding ask. However, this is one portion that should move ahead next year. We are in the process of actually engaging some dredging companies to address the current state of our sludge. The 966 may be used to address that, which would reduce the granting capabilities should we move forward with this. The question I have for council is, do they want to wait for that big grant project to move forward? Or do they want to piecemeal this to do probably to me to be to do the whole.
Parade has to be open.
I guess my understanding is like get it ready for a grant. So I would have to just do the first step and maybe we get a grant. Then pass the whole thing. Because you can go back next year, if there's still funding, then we can possibly put in the budget next year to continue on.
That part of our meeting next week with the Minister of Municipal Affairs. It is.
This is one of the projects that you've got on the plate to talk about. You're far better to leave the project in its entirety in your financial plan to show that council needs to address this. It shows in the financial plan that the only way that we can move forward with this project is with the grant funding. So I think that's very imperative as well. I think what I heard from Jared was, if we were to proceed with some of the sludge issue prior to getting grant approval, we may not get grant approval. So it's better to address this issue in its entirety when you say up my crate. Yeah.
Okay. We're okay with that, I think.
So what are you asking us for then?
I just wanted to highlight this.
Okay.
That's great.
Great, carry on with the Kingfisher foreshore relining.
Thank you, Richard. Again, this is one of those asset renewal line items from our wastewater management plan. This is the relining of the Kingfisher sanitary ground beaming. So this would be in the foreshore. This is between the bridge deck and the main wastewater pump station. We do have sanitary main running down the lake, that area. And this is to rehab that section with the cast in place pipe.
Is that on private property that you're gonna have to go on, or how?
So your worship currently is sitting within Crown Land.
Okay.
So this is another one of those. There may be some other obstacles that come into play in regards to getting this done, but I currently don't have the answers for that. But yes, this would be actually on Crown Land.
Okay. Everybody okay with this one now? Okay, thank you. Pump renewal, wastewater pump stations.
Thank you, Your worship. Again, this is ongoing requirements for our master plan. This is asset renewal, so this is to address pumps at two of our stations as they age. This may change as the year progresses. We may have having to reallocate some of this money to other stations as we have issues with other things. This would blanket $300,000 to address pump renewal at stations we're having issues with.
So as it stands, which pump stations are you kind of identified for this funding to look at first?
We'll probably be looking at Lakeshore and 44th. And let's say what's the mic?
I think I'd like to get more of the higher volume ones, so like Lacey Point. I would probably go, I'm kind of worried about Blue Blinker, depends on what's going on with that one, that's the Magnolia Court one. But we have a list of the pumps in order of their service life, so those are the three that come to mind right off the bat though. They're all, some of them are 20+ years old, like we had a failure at 44th about a month ago, so that kind of caught us by surprise, so just trying to get on top of the maintenance and replacement. They can be rewound, but some of them have been rewound up to their maximum amount already, so.
So with 300, be enough to do 2, 3, 4, 5? Watchman?
I think the 44th is our biggest and it costs 50,000, so.
50,000. Yeah. So they do 6,
That's per pump.
so 5.
It's $100,000 a station.
Iron station, okay.
Thank you. Okay, Marina, wastewater pump station upgrades.
Thank you, Your worship. This is a fairly minor budget ask compared to the rest of the $10,000. This is to relocate the electrical out of the current, I guess, vendor space. So right now we have to go into the building behind a accordion wall and tinker and things behind life jackets and everything else. And we want to move all that outside of the building so we can access it 24/7 without having to move things out of our way, etc. So this is just relocating the electrical out of the building.
So is there a safety concern if you move it outside?
No, it would be a fully waterproof kiosk. We probably put a movie light on it, so as well as connecting to our CS system, so we can actually see it fails. Yeah, because right now it's just a little bit.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so that's our sewer budget. Once again, I've got to amend the sewer user fees, the bylaws. I'll do that over lunchtime and then we'll bring it back to the council in consideration of first readings. We can move forward with our next one would be fire department and page 33.
Thank you.
I just wondering, if you're going in order, that 32 to do something, or you're planning to.
That was in the general fund.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah. Well, we're dealing with the fire department.
So we're on highlighted changes for the 20, that's the page.
That is correct, yes.
Thank
So
you.
35 on the agenda, 33 on a paper copy.
Okay,
So 2024 to 2028 fire department budget. Budget being presented to council with $347,064 increase in fire protection costs. The majority of this increase is for the vehicle fleet assessment and replacement strategy that we received in 2022. Stating that we need to set aside $338,000 annually to assist with the replacing the current fire department fleet. Currently, we're setting aside nothing. And as well, the effect on taxation for this proposal is an increase of $13 or 13.31 cents per thousand on class residential class 1 property. At this time, I would like to pass it over to Corey to go over his capital for 2024, and that's starting page 38 of Corey's report to 37 for the capital.
Thank you, Director Zacco. Through you, Mayor, report off to the rest of the council. The first capital ask is on my page of 38, which is the fire hall overhead door replacement. I'm hoping to tackle this project over 2 years, replacing 4 of the main doors with polycarbonate, which is a lighter than the glass material that's already existing. The glass material that was installed back in 2016 was too heavy for the lifts and the anchor points that were secured to the wall. And by going from glass down to a polycarbonate, it will take the stresses away from every time that the door is open and closed. As we lose the anchor points and they're replaced, it's becoming to be a point where it's unsafe to continue to have the doors as they're presented.
Okay. Anybody have anything to bring? Now that we do, go ahead. Thank you.
Moving on to the firefighting turnout gear, which is the next capital budget ask of 20,500. This is an ongoing basis. It was identified in our 2019 master plan that firefighters be suited with non-expired gear. This last set will place us in a position where we have everybody in the fire hall now after the last 4 or 5 years with non-expired gear.
And you have some new members of the fire department that have just signed up. Will you have enough gear for them as well?
Yes, so some of the gear that we place in circulation, some are outdated, however, they are used for the probationary firefighters up until they have placed in enough time to become operational. Once they become operational, we would suit them out with non-expired gear. And that process usually will take about a year training to get them past their 1001 so that they're actually putting the wet stuff on the red stuff.
So the assumption is that you're going to be replacing about 5 sets of gear on a yearly basis.
We're gonna be able to roll that back for the needs. Most of the firefighters come in the same shape and size, some do not, and then that's when some of those additional purchases may have to be made. Almost 90% of our firefighting turnout gear is ordered off the shelf, which gives us some cost savings. However, if you get a 6'4" individual that has size 14 feet, that is something where we may end up having to buy some custom gear. But for the most part, we're buying off the shelf gear that comes at a reduced cost.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor.
Good question, Jim. I mentioned there in your budget sheet, don't go 6,500. You're asking for 20,500. So
Yeah, we have an error in the report as far as the number. It should be 6,500.
the report's not 20,500.
No, so the report will be updated to 6,500.
Okay. Which that'll give you enough for it? You're getting down to 65 from 20,000.
I hear you at 6,500 per year. And it basically goes I think it was a type.
Oh, typo, I get it from the likely, but I just wanted clarity. You're getting, if this patch, you're getting 6,500 per year.
Yeah, that is one suit. So that's approximately about 1.5 suit. So no.
So that's what I was asking. Do you have enough money?
No, I thought it was 20,500.
So like it's 65.
65,000 to 6,500 per year from 2024 to 2028.
It's like budgeted 1 per year.
Yeah, so it won't be adequate enough for our at least 4 sets that we.
You're talking about how much per set? 2,000?
No, the bunker pants and the gear places, it depends and it fluctuates a little bit, but anywhere between. Without the numbers, I think it's 23 through 38, 36, somewhere in there, 36 to 38%. Which
So say 4,000 a set, so for
five,
$12.
it would be 20,000, yeah.
Fine.
I would get you, that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand. So again, I hear that you've got a lot more volunteers coming forward, getting trained, I hear.
Yes. But they are not the ones that need the gear, we have existing people that need the gear, so.
So we need to amend that target
To reflect the report, the 25, yeah.
any direction from council.
So what are you gonna ask for? What's the number?
To the point or move it from, in our 5-year plan, we have 6,500 per year. And what I believe Corey's asked for is to increase it to 20,500 per year. Is that correct?
Just for this budgetary period.
Just
And
for
then-
the 24 and the other.
Okay,
And then after that, we should be.
Looking again.
Yes,
Okay,
because, but it's
Okay.
less this year because we've already swallowed the elephant.
okay, so just 2024.
Yeah, that's.
All in favor? Okay.
Thank you.
Again, through,
Ice rescue or is that what-
through to ice rescue, this would, replace our expired ice commanders, and our ice commanders is the thermally insulated, suits that we would need to undertake the ice rescue.
What's the lifeline or lifetime usage of the suits?
The ice commanders are timed out at around 10 years. And we are in our 14th year.
And I see this is for a budget of 4, so is that like an average number to have on hand?
Yeah. You always will have at least 2 backup. So that puts 2 floaters, and then the other 2 that are off remain on the ice to be able to help with any rescue.
Okay, sounds fine, thank you. Fire hall hose tower ventilation.
Through you to rest of council, the fire hall does not have existing ventilation. So basically it's a closed space. So when we hang the hoses in the summer months, if you leave the doors closed, it becomes quite a smell. Right now, we have fans that are placed at the bottom and at the top to allow that airflow to occur, but they're just, static fans that we haul up and down. This would allow us to wire a switch at the top, which would pull air from the bottom of the tower up through to allow all of the equipment and the hoses that are drying in there to be done in a proper way.
Okay. How many hoses can you fit in that tower at any one time?
Myself, I don't think I'm under that good condition, but we have probably the ability to have 50 to 100 hoses in there.
Oh, wow, okay, thank you. So engine 192 replacement.
Yes, so the aerial was slated to be in this budgetary year as a new apparatus purchase. The cost for the aerial device is obviously with COVID especially has increased. We've made a decision to place the aerial to be an accepted purchase, hopefully, depending on council's and the community's want to be now budgeted for 2028. The frontline engines, which we need 2 of, being a medium density community as such as Osoyoos is, also with the height length and width of some of the largest buildings, we do need 2 frontline engines. Being a frontline engine means that it's within its 20-year life. We can lift a frontline engine for the size of our community from a 15-year to a 20-year. And engine 192 in 2025 will be 20 years. And we end up having to mothball it or put it into a reserve status. And we would no longer get our credit through fire underwrite survey. And we wouldn't be maintaining the NFPA standard for frontline engines to a community of size. So this is pre-budget approval for 1.2 for an engine 192 replacement. Depending on how we do the purchase, we're looking at efficiencies and how it gets purchased and delivery date. The reason of the pre-budget approval is after COVID, we cannot guarantee that it will be delivered before 2025 when our engine time's out, but by having this much of a lead time, at least we're replacing a frontline engine that we need.
So you want to order it now and hopefully get it in 2025.
Correct.
Go ahead.
I guess it shows up in the budget 225, so I don't know, we can approve of a pre-budget 2 years out. We can?
Yep.
This is the ladder truck, is that what I'm understanding?
No, negative, through you, the chair to Councilor King, it's the ladder truck or the aerial device has been transitioned to a 2028 purchase. The savings for an aerial compared to a structural engine is about $1.3 million of the difference of the price tag between the frontline engine and the aerial truck.
I see 228.
Okay.
Thank you. What's the approximate turnaround time?
I'm hoping that we can work with performance through a canoe purchasing. Or we can order off the shelf. If we order off the shelf, depending, we could get an aerial, or sorry, the engine at a 280-day turnaround. It depends on how much customization we want. If COVID has taught us anything, it's that customization takes time and it takes a lot of energy and effort for those that are putting the trucks together. If you go with an off-the-shelf product, kind of like your Ford, Dodge, I can't use the C word, but when you buy them off the shelf, there are those savings, but when you customize it from the factory, it does cost you more. And that customization, not only is it equate time, but money. We're hoping to have a product that would suit our needs, but also be off the shelf, because really there's no sense in redesigning the wheel at some point. Depending on the complexities of your community and their needs. An off-the-shelf product might save us time and money, and it would probably suit their needs as well.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have something? Go ahead.
Obviously appreciate the urgency on this, knowing that this valley right now looking to purchase 4 trucks that they lost for damage to the Grouse Creek fires. They're looking at a timeline of up to 4 years for a full build out and complement. Obviously the costs are significantly higher than what they once were. Looking at that 1.2 figure, I believe that's about a third of probably what it cost the previous truck that it's replacing. But waiting on these right now, it's that industry right now is absolutely crazy in terms of post-COVID, in terms of the build outs for these. They're expensive. They do take time, and I think we can't keep waiting and report on this.
And as you say, if 4 of those trucks were lost up the valley, how many others might have been lost in the fires that have happened this year? So we better get our order in, so we don't have to wait too much longer. Councilor King?
Great, I appreciate everything you've done this past summer and previous years. I'm just reading this paragraph there, in the budget, there's 338,000 for a fleet assessment replacement. Now, is that something we haven't looked at yet?
So that's been built into the budget, as previously discussed. What that is going to allow us to do in Corey's pre-budget approval request is we can do the pre-budget approval to say we're using 600,000 from reserves from that fleet recovery funding. And the balance of the 600,000 would be financed through MFA, through equipment financing over the 5 years. So yes, we are utilizing that existing funding that has been recommended to be established in this case. So
We haven't passed that fleet assessment 338, have we?
it's in the proposed budget.
Right, but we haven't got to that section.
We talked about it, but
Yeah, we haven't passed it.
there hasn't been a pass.
Exactly, so.
Yeah. If that doesn't get passed,
Then you're,
then we're having.
that's what I bring to your attention, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Just ahead of yourself.
There anything else then for the fire department?
I guess at this point in time, it would be nice. Is council willing to do a pre-budget approval on this? And with that being said, we would want the wording in there for a pre-budget approval of $1.2 million, 600,000 coming from reserves, and a balance to be financed from MFA over a 5-year period. Then that way it covers all of our borrowing and the pre-approval all at one time.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilor Bennett, seconded by Councilor Quadriga that we go with that motion. You okay? Did you get it written down? Wait a minute. Okay, we're ready, all in favor? Thank you very much. Thank you, Chief.
Now you want lunch, the case, or do I want to do the first thing?
Is lunch ready, Mrs. Beckman?
Yes, it is.
Okay, well, that might be a good time to recess.
And I can go do my.
Okay.
I'm so moved.
Thank you. So we need a motion, please, to recess. for lunch.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Councilor King, Councilor Quadriga, all in favor. Thanks, everybody. and we will need a motion to reconvene the meeting. Thank you, Councilor King, Councilor Chong, all in favor. Thank you. So where are we going to go first, Mr. Zachary?
Thank you, Mayor McCord. While we wait for Water Council to join us again, let's move forward to the Sun Bowl budget on page 175 or page 177. On the left side. So this budget presentation being presented to council with a 2.25% increase to the operating in capital expenditures. They've increased to $27,496. And revenues are budgeted to increase by $16,250 for a balance coming from taxation of $12,246. And Gerald, can you talk about the capital projects that you have for 2024? Here's part of the data. Thank you, that's pretty rapid. Page 182 for you.
The first item on here is the heat recovery exchanger. This is a continuation of the plate frame chiller that we put in last year. A good portion of this may be funded from the gas tax funding. And this will definitely help us recoup some energy and reduce our greenhouse gas emissions. So it's a really good thing. This was part of the plan from the beginning. And it'll be a really good addition, especially for all of the ways that we can actually reduce that for that purpose. Any questions?
Will this be tied into the curling rink also?
Right now, this isn't. The curling rink, even though they do share our plant, they pay a fee as part of our fees and charges bylaw. This is not actually part of that at this point in time. If they want to do something like that, there would be an added cost to the curling club, and we could talk to the curling club to see if that's something that they want to do as well.
So that's something you will talk to them.
You can just have
It would make sense to try to save everybody money, right?
That's right.
And so this is just a project that will be totally covered by gas tax funding from the RDOS and from Area A and from Osoyoos. Okay.
The next item on here is the just our refrigeration annual plant maintenance. We do this every year, so we break down one or two of our compressors. We've taken a different route this year, and that we're not going to break one down every year. We're going to break them down based on the hours. And the hours that we run these compressors, according to our new manager or arena lead hand, we wouldn't need to do that, and that's confirmed by our refrigeration mechanic. So basically, this is just a regular annual plant maintenance, and that's basically what we do. Any questions?
And is this just for Osoyoos, or is there anything we contribute to this?
As part of our overall budget, how it works out based on assessment, we usually end up paying around 75%, and area A is around 25%, given thereabouts.
Thank you. Okay.
The last item on here is also kind of part of our plate frame chiller. It's an oil separator, and it actually does a specific job to remove ammonia from discharge lines. It also helps with the oil that gets through the piston rings of the compressors. And this is something that we would definitely need a refrigeration mechanic to install and do. And it is an integral part of the new project that we just completed.
And is it a yearly thing that you do?
No, this would just be a one-time only.
Thank you.
But
Go ahead, Councilor King.
it shows in the budget to go for 25, also 20,000.
For the oil separator,
Yeah.
that might be a mistake. Or part of our 5-year capital, it might have been in there as a possible addition as well. But we definitely wouldn't need to do it by that, that's for sure.
Jim, can you give me some clarity then on the budget page for 25?
Oh, sorry, Councillor King.
The 25,000 is part of our annual maintenance.
Yeah, I got no problem with that.
That's basically what this is. So the only other item in here.
You got the oil separator, page 179.
Oh yeah, sorry, that is incorrect. The separator come off. That is correct. No, that's not there.
So it should be not on there.
That should be not on there. That's correct.
Thanks.
So not in 2025, just in
Right.
2024.
Just in 2024.
Okay, that's exactly. Anything else on the fund board? And do we need a motion on this? Oh, yes, we do. We don't. Okay, yes,
I would request a resolution from council to forward the Sunbolt package as amended
yes,
to the RUS.
absolutely. Councillor Potterica, Councillor King, all in favor. Thank you. Yeah. And you will amend it and send it to them?
Yes.
Okay, carried.
Absolutely. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay, we'll move on to the RCMP budget, page 44. So the RCMP budget is being presented to council with 11.7% increase in increasing costs. Increased revenues by $138,880. This is to offset the net increase in operating expenditures. $60,036 or 5.06% of that was for their operational increase. And the remainder was our payback of 50% of the retroactive RCMP costs that we owe for $157,687.29. So the effect on taxation is an increase of 4.74 cents per thousand on the class 1 residential assessment property.
Thank you. Need a motion to accept that as well or not? Right, please, yes, we do.
Just want to ask you a question.
Yes,
This is the only thing in here, so they're happy, they don't need more staff, they're quite content,
So we receive an annual budget request from the federal government. Throughout the year, we'll contact Sergeant Beta to check on staffing levels. And earlier this year, he had said that the numbers were okay for now. But that's something that we may address later on in future years.
and what about victim services?
Victim services is incorporated into here. We contribute $21,500 annually towards that program. With the province and the RUS each contributing as well.
The 1 in 5 of that just the municipal component, correct? Or there would be the real allocated members as well.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah.
so we're going to, I would think, have a motion to accept the RCMP budget as presented. Great. Thank you, Councillor. What a repeat, Councillor Chong, all in favor. Thank you very much. Who's next before? Yeah, but Councillor.
You know, he's not online yet, but you could read your sewer.
Okay, so let's go to the sewer user fee bylaw.
But we'll need a motion from council to waive the 24-hour requirement. Next meeting.
Okay. So we have that in front of us.
Brianna, do you wanna?
Read it out. Mrs. Wilson, please.
Just give me one second.
I think it's the sewer fees amendment by law. Number 1368.03, but it's the amended. The amendment bylaw that's been amended since this morning, or is that already included in?
No, you won't call it amended by amended. So
Okay.
just, I'm gonna get over.
And we're just having the first, second, and third.
That's great.
We'll just put that council with the 24-hour notice period required to receive. Sewer.
User fee bylaw,
And,
revised sewer user fee.
Yeah,
bylaw.
and so I'll need a motion for that.
okay, we have to do that motion
Yes.
first. Is there a second? Councillor Chong. All in favor? Thank you. Now that we do the sewer fees amendment bylaw, be ready for a second and third. We have a motion on that. It was Councillor Bennett, Councillor Patrica. All in favor? Thank you very much.
Okay,
Okay.
another housekeeping item, while we're waiting again, we did a resolution to forward the Sunville budget to the RDOS. Probably prudent to also get the resolution from council to forward the fire department budget as amended to the rural fire protection district and the Osoyoos Indian Valley. And then that way we've got them all covered off.
Could we have a motion to that effect? Thank you, Councillor Chong, Councillor King. Have you got that? Ms.
Yes,
Hill?
thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. You're fast typist. Okay, all in favor? All right,
And we're still waiting for.
yes.
Okay, so then we can get on to another one of the items that came out of our public input session was the Chamber of Commerce request for funding for 2024 and 2025 in the amount of $25,000 for each of the 2 years. We currently have funding available in the community development budget that could be utilized if council wish to have this proceed. CAO Risling, do you have any parameters that you would like to put on it if council was wishing to ascertain that?
Yeah, I think might be prudent. If the council wants to grant that request, is to make it subject to a couple things. One being to review the plan, that it meets the expectations of council. Number two is as long as other contributors contribute their portion share. So it's contingent on two factors. Like what you did last year. And that might definitely.
Can I ask Councillor Chong to comment? He's on the committee and I'm wondering if you have anything more that you'd like to do.
Thank you. I think it's a great initiative. It's a way for us to have an economic development presence, without having to hire in-house. So essentially, we're kind of being kind of ad hoc contracting out the Chamber of Commerce to perform an active initiative, which I think will be a great addition to the community.
So last year, the chamber applied for a grant from SCDC. Have they done the same thing this year?
So this 25 now will go towards a further grant application, which I believe potentially the ratio go for every dollar we get for that. So it's I believe we granted 500, give or take. So it would go a long way. From there, we will establish a more definitive plan that's how we utilize them.
All right, well, that's covered. So are you going to make that motion?
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. Are you
I'll
second?
second. I just got a question.
Yes. Go ahead.
Where did you say it would come out of, Jim?
For community development operating budget.
Okay. All right, any other questions? All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay. Now, so
Still not there. Okay, moving right along, so we'll get into the general budget then.
okay,
We'll get into page number 17.
Yeah.
19 and numbers.
Okay.
17.
What? Go on. So this is kind of late for the 2024 to 2028 general operating budget. CPI, Vancouver Index estimated 5.6% as for July stats. PCPI, in our budget was 3% based on the contract, base contract. TP contract expires December 31st, 2023. Our real property levy for municipal taxes increased $22.58 per month, or $270.92 annually for 2024. Municipal taxation broken down as follows. Property taxation operational increase of 5.88%, or $187,871. The vehicle fleet funding, $355,870. We've got transportation and recreation and building reserve funding of $159,781. We've got that continue with the additional sustainability fund, $150,000, and PSAB of $250,000. So that's what brings the increase to $22.58 per month for an average single family resident.
Excuse me, Mr. Zackel, just
Yes.
at the top, you don't have any headings, so my assumption is that the last two columns are year and month.
You are
Am I
correct.
correct? Yeah.
You are correct, yes. The real property levy for fire protection, that's increasing by $4.61 per month. For 55.34 annually. Operations was $2.54 of that, and the vehicle fleet funding was $52.80. Under real property levy policing, increasing by $2.85 per month, $34.15 annually. Garbage and recycling fees, increasing by 88 cents per month, or $10.50 annually for an annual single family residence, and this is the increase. The increase is to offset the increase in CPI and TCPI. Other significant increases to the operating budget, increase of $20,990 for the franchise service fees that we've received. Boat trailer parking revenues increased by $6,080 to offset the increase in rates established by bylaw 1274.15. Return on investments, we're increasing the revenues by $50,000. Service revenues have increased by $50,250. 25,000 of that's from memorial benches and the remainder from program revenues. We got our provincial municipal grants have increased by 27,000. Increase in administrative costs of $9,250. Increase in data processing and support costs of $25,165. $5,000 increase for office staff training. We had $138,880 increase for RCMP, which includes $7,843.65 for retroactive salaries and $60,036 for an increase in operating. $5,000 increase to occupational health and safety. A $5,000 increase to operational services training. $21,720 increase for transportation maintenance. $50,870 increase to landfill garbage recycling costs, which is offset by the decrease to parks maintenance costs. And $42,285 increase in community services, which it also includes $25,000 of that for memorial benches. And $57,962 decrease to parks maintenance costs, offset by the increase to landfill wages. Our transfers to reserves, general fund, fleet equipment, $426,000. Transportation, recreational buildings, $159,781. General sustainability fund, $330,063. PSAB, $250,000. Fire department fleet, $338,000. At this point in time, is there anything within the operating budget that council would actually like to ask some questions on?
I just on like, just so I understand your community services. So you're really increasing it by 42,000, is that like you operate all the facilities? Help offset the operation?
Yes, that is correct. That would be, it would be, staffing dollars, utilities, those kind of items for sure.
And about how many benches you get for 25,000?
Well, and something thereabouts, yeah.
So the memorial benches are being offset by the revenue received, so it inflates the expenditure side of it, but 25,000 of that's covered through operating expenditures. Okay. We'll get into page 32 then, is the landfill FTE position.
Do you, I can get Councillor Appleby at any time, I just messaged him and he is, he said available anytime. So
Okay, let's get on, let's get done, because I'm talking to you.
Yeah, you want it all?
This,
Who comes out?
this is the water east to Osoyoos Reservoir. This
We
one.
could do that one first.
Okay, do that one.
Do that one
When we
first.
get him on, okay?
Yeah. That's what we're gonna do first.
Oh, here we are. Hi, Councillor Appleby, can you hear us?
He's off.
We can't see you or hear you. There you are.
There it is. Okay, welcome, Councillor Appleby.
Can you hear me?
You can, yes.
Okay, good.
So who is, this is the, we're gonna deal with the water east of Osoyoos Reservoir design first. Is that you, Mr. Brownstein?
Yes, your worship.
Okay.
This is a $200,000 ask, to complete a design for a new east side reservoir and accompanying water main upgrades for a shelf ready project should federal or provincial funds become available. This will be contributed 100% via reserves and will have no impact to the current trade structure.
So you need a motion on this?
No, your worship, you just want to put it in the budget, so it's there, should we need to move forward with this potential design work.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor. Or Mr. Zachary.
If we can get a resolution to add it to the budget.
Okay. Somebody would like to go back, Councillor John. That we add this to the present budget. All in favor? Councillor Appleby, you're okay with that? Thank you.
I wave my hand. Yep.
Thank you. Okay, now we have two bylaws, which need first, second, and third reading.
You need the 24-hour rule.
Yes, we do.
All right, do we need them separately or
Yes,
can we do
please,
it?
they have
Okay,
to.
so which one are we dealing with first?
The first one would be that council waives the required 24-hour notice to receive water rates and regulations and then bylaw number 135504/2023.
Okay. Councillor Poderickis making that motion, seconder Councillor Chong, all in favor? All right, thank you, and now we need to Now we need the bylaw that we're going to.
Yes.
So, second and third time,
Yes, please.
that, all right, so is everybody okay with that? It's here, Councillor Bennett? Sorry, Councillor Marrero. Are you moving this?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Councillor King, are you seconding it?
Yeah.
Thank you. All in favor? Thank you. And now we will look at the water district rates and regulations bylaw. Am I correct?
Yes, we need to wait for 24-hour notice for this.
Upper on this one as well. All right, Councillor Chong, Councillor Bennett are moving that. All in favor? Thank you. And now that the a bylaw to amend the water district, city's water district rates and regulation bylaw, number 1357.05/2023. Be read first, second, and third time. Councillor Appleby, you moving that? Thank you.
I did.
Councillor Puerto Rico seconding it. All in favor? Thank you very much, everybody. Yeah.
So we can move back on to page 32 for the landfill full-time position.
Thank you. Thank you for talk to this one.
Thank you, Richard. Yes, this is requesting basically to move the landfill to a full-time FTE instead of 2 part-time FTEs. This is going to allow us to better manage our landfill as well as our solid waste program as a whole. Currently, we have 2 part-time staff that work anywhere from 30 hours a week down to 10 hours a week. We do struggle trying to keep staff in the seat up there, just due to the change in hours, the change in needs, working weekends, not working weekends, etc. So we're trying to get some competency up in the landfill to continue to provide service to the community. This position will also be used to maintain our second BC program, used to oversee the actual landfill contractor, help with any curbside collection requirements you may have, help with auditing on our curbside collection side. It may allow in the future, should council decide, to increase operating hours on the landfill, should council desire. Again, this just provides us with greater flexibility for that.
So is there one person that you know that would like this full time, or do they have to apply?
They would have to apply.
Yeah. Okay. All right, what do you thought on this one?
And this would be on top of the part-time already, right? So we
Yes,
have
so
more flexibility.
yeah, more flexibility. I have 1 full-time staff member and 2 part-time.
Okay with this? Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll move right on to the capital on page 46. And this one will bounce around between its CEO and directors as we go through these projects. First one would be page 48 for the cemetery consultant.
Yeah, working council, this is a request to do a review potential options to extend the life of our cemetery. And so we do have approximately 10 years left, but doing reviews now and identifying locations, etc., is being proactive. It's something that needs to be done immediately. No, but as indicated earlier today, land value has increased probably 5-fold over the past 15 or so years, and starting the ball rolling on this one earlier rather than later provides better fiscal management of our limited resources. So requesting management process and review in 2020.
So my thinking is right away that we need to perhaps look at having the consultant look at columbariums. At the end, we have one up there, which seems think for some people, definitely be more efficient and probably cost effective. We also need to make sure that we do not encourage cemetery landfill, or not landfill, sorry, cemetery plot, you know, buying from people that do not live close here. And that concerns me that we have people from all over British Columbia who wish to purchase at a reduced rate, I think, from some of the cemeteries in other parts of the province. So I'm hoping that those types of things would be included in this review.
I work in your first one, your second one, it's on our list to do sooner rather than later.
Good.
I got a question. Is it mandatory for a town to have a cemetery?
That's gonna be part of the review. Just to look at some really legal applications, and so I mean, that is a good point. There may be also the desire from our community. So it can be a little bit of a consultation with this project and providing options at the end of the day for council to review and ultimately approve.
I asked when the cemetery was initially started, do we know?
Early 1900s.
Probably. Just
I
interested.
think the headstones.
Yeah, some of the headstones are pretty old. They're hard to read. Okay, thank you. Is there anybody that has a concern about going forward with this project? Yes,
I know prices are going up, but is there any support to move this to 225 budget?
It's certainly something.
I mean, it's 10, he says it's got 10 years left on it, which I know is not really a long time when you're looking at land value. But again, we seem like pretty high increase in tax base, so I'm just wondering if we can, any support to move this to 225.
Just, you know, this is a capital one, so it is impacting our capital cash flows, but it isn't coming through operating.
Yeah.
It is something that isn't immediate, but the 10% on 450,000 is 45,000 an acre. And so looking at 2, 3, or 4 acres potentially.
Prices could come down too.
not likely.
Well, I realize that.
Yeah.
Anyhow,
So
I like the
it's-
motion, we moved it to
it's-
225.
I think it's the whole thing that administration is attempting to do is to try to get ahead of some of the things. And, is there? Do we have to? No. I guess I think we're more again trying to get to that proactive stage, attempting to take advantage of opportunities that may arise. But we don't have.
So, Councillor King has made a motion. Is there anybody wanting to second that motion? Okay. Any other discussion on this?
Here's an I'd second, it's just, we're pretty high, we're over 12% already this year, and next year, we've got like that, maybe we want so many things coming forward in the same year. It'll be more fitting for a bit of budget.
Looking at the 5-year plan, it seems to me that we're going to be in this particular setup of increased taxes for the next few years until we get things started. So yeah, I know. Go ahead. Exactly.
This project is being funded through reserves, so it doesn't have any impact
On the
on
budget.
the increase that's being proposed. So if you want to defer it, it's just deferring it to a later date.
I don't think it should be done now, but. My thinking.
Do we have enough consultants in the neighborhood to do all these projects? We're gonna do more.
So through your worship, I think one of the positive things in being proactive is you be a little bit more selective. So if we're not behind the 8 ball and it's not something we need immediately, we put out our RFP and the cost seems astronomical. We can say no. Again, that's one of the advantages of trying to do things earlier. On some of our projects, we're likely not gonna have that opportunity. You know, especially on the utility stuff we saw earlier today. Unfortunately, we're against the wall and the number comes in. This is something we do have some time. And so if something, if you go to RFP and isn't be that favorable. We think we're more in the driver's seat on things.
Well, you're 9 years, you're 10 years out now, so there's 9 years, I mean, reserves doesn't impact taxes. But again, will 1 year make a difference? Who knows?
It's been moved and seconded that we move it to 2025. Should we take a vote on this? All in favor? Against? Okay, so my assumption is that we would then do it this year. 2020. Okay. Okay. Next is the development cost charges, BCP bylaw update. You mean this Thursday or is it Mr. Brown's?
No, that would be me, your worship.
Okay,
So this is a request of 75,000 to complete a DCC bylaw update, development cost charge update. This is something that needs to probably be approached. In fact, we just finished a water master plan or a wastewater master plan. You do have a transportation master plan in the budget, proposed budget this year. Debate further on, which would then be included in the DCC bylaw update as well. DCCs provide us an opportunity to recover from development as they continue to do their thing within the community. Our current DCC rates are low, and again, they need to be addressed and updated to reflect our current.
thank you. And who would this be? Who would be doing this? Is this going to be?
So this will be put up RFP for consultants.
In the report, it says True's gonna do it, so it's not factual then, it goes out to the RFP. Your report says you've already got a consultant,
We'll see.
so it doesn't have to go to RFP.
It's borderline. We could get rid of not going under RFP on this one, but we may do it anyway.
Is that legal?
To not do it or to do it.
No, I mean, you've identified a particular company, so I thought most stuff like this goes out to an RFP. Competitively, so we got a chance to save some money. He reads this document, he knows there's 75,000.
Anybody, any consultant gonna read the document.
Yeah.
About the 75,000. That's the unfortunate part of the budget process of a public document is any contractor, any consultant come and look at your budget and go, I know how much money these guys have to do what they need to do, and trust me, they look.
I'm sure they do.
So, no matter how you do this. If you lower this to $50,000, they're gonna say, well, I'm only gonna give you $50,000 worth of work.
Well, we reverse it, then we save money if we don't take it out to an RFP. And we hire someone that's pretty involved.
Sometimes you don't. I can't answer that question.
So it does say in here, work will be completed by True Consulting with the project being overseen by the Operational Services Department. Does that make sense?
Well, we oversee it for sure. I mean, I support it. It's a way out of date. It needs updating for sure. Don't get me wrong, I support it. I just wondered if the process kind of correct with this statement in here.
So generally, these types of projects have been done by True Consulting within this organization. There is some appetite to try to move towards other options. So generally, in the past, yes, this type of document would be created by True Consulting.
So do you want to leave it the way it is, or has somebody wanted to make a motion about something slightly different?
You know, in council, I think the thing is that the descriptor in the document is basically attempting to describe the product. It's in the output as far as who or may do the work. You know, that will change. I don't think there needs to be amendment to the report indicating that's going to be RFP or a specific company. So as we go through the process and analyze a little bit more, we'll determine what's the best approach, most cost-effective way to do that.
I don't think that's correct though, because I read it right here in black and white that someone's gonna do it. Now you're trying to tell me someone else might. So why wouldn't I take this line out of this document?
Sure.
Is all I'm saying here, it's kind of implies someone's got the contract.
No, that's absolutely.
I try to do it easy, but I don't think it. I think it should be changed to some extent.
So if we okay this, would you then come back with an update to council on how it is being handled?
I think if council approved this item with the recommended amendment to the report of removing the detail around project implementation, that would be good.
Okay,
Yeah, I'd be happy with that. I'll make that motion.
you're a seconder for that. Councillor Bennett. So. It goes as standing with taking the project implementation out and perhaps consult. An RFP for them.
No, I'm not asking for an RFP, I'm just saying, this comes out of the project.
Yeah, removing
And
the
how would you deal with it?
Well, then it's up to them what we do, but they've got a budget, go RFP or whatever.
Okay,
That yours?
sorry, okay. All in favor? Against. Okay, thank you. Lake Health and Buoy Capacity Assessment Project.
Anyways, this is kind of a continuation of the approach that I've taken over the past year. As council's heard on a few updates from urban systems, one of the pieces that we're gonna have to deal with is the buoy program. One of the issues that we know is out there is that we have a lot of boats in the foreshore utilizing buoys in areas that shouldn't. I think the last thing we want to do is to become non-tourist friendly and non-boater friendly. And so one of the things that we need to do is determine how many boats can actually be on our foreshore, considering proper distances between. So this is one of the first steps in addressing the issue associated with our foreshore and foreshore leases. Really, I guess to speed this up, what will ultimately happen is once we find out how many boats that we can logistically place within the foreshore, there'll likely be a delta of X number of boats, and we'll have to determine what the option is going to be to house those boats. And looking even further forward, I mean, it could mean even additional marinas, boat slips, that type of thing. So unfortunately, this is going to be a long process. I think the thing that we want to do is make sure that there's as little disruption as possible to our tourism and specifically boating tourists. So, and this is one more step in addressing this long standing issue.
Yes. So it says external resources will be required, so that means that you will be finding somebody to help. Okay, yeah, I think it's necessary. Yes, go ahead.
Just thank you, Madam Mayor. To see, when we add in there the part about the lake health. And we're gonna do assessment on lake health and buoy capacity. I think the lake health, that's like a huge thing that 40,000. I mean, lake health, we have all these people doing all this stuff. Lake health could be how much oil slicks or what, like I would kind of leave the lake health, I would just kind of do the buoy things. I think that's a whole different can of worms.
Yeah, no,
Just in one item.
yes, maybe the wording wasn't as clear as it should have been, but what it's the intent here is to determine what the proper spacing and areas to which buoys and boats should be. So that's what I'm considering as lake health. Now, talking mussels and no, this is just
Maybe they
associated
take
with.
help out of there. Yeah.
So maybe safety is one of the issues that's obviously gonna have to be looked at, isn't it?
That is absolutely to do a complete health study of the lake. I think you could maybe two zeros at the end. It's number.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
No.
See, lake health.
No,
All right,
I would presume that, I don't know, provincial or federal government has some type of ratio on this type of thing.
my understanding is, I didn't put this together, but my understanding is there are people that look at this type of thing, and that's what they do. So, I know how to hook my boat up to a buoy, that's about it. Now, so yeah, there are people that actually study this, and the services that we utilize, and that we're dealing with the issues, but also trying to accommodate the high number of users that, use the water, so it's a step in the direction to deal with the issue that we have.
Okay, we okay leaving this in? We want this done for sure. Thank you.
So this is to update the bylaw, right?
Actually, this is to do a study, determine how many boats we can actually fit on within our foreshores without damaging our lake. At the end of the day, we know there's 250 boats out there, and really the capacity is only 200. Then we gotta figure out what we're gonna do with those 50 boats that are marine. Is it X, is it Y? We don't know. Hopefully it comes back, we put 500 boats, and only have 350, we don't have any.
So, we'll look at that.
For sure.
Thank you. So we'll leave that in. One computer equipment.
Thank you, Mayor McCord. So this project is $52,100. What we're doing is replacing 4 workstations for $4,800. Replacing our primary server, which is $34,400. And installation upgrades to software, $12,900.
This is common every year to have upgrades on this, so.
Yeah, we try to keep our IT
Yeah,
as much as possible.
Okay, everybody okay with this one? Thank you. So Main Street improvements, Park Place to the bridge deck. Brown's here.
Thank you, Richard. $3.9 million. That's all in this. So yes, this is to address the section of Main Street between Park Place and the Bridge Deck. This is the first step of our Main Street revitalization plan that was brought to council 2 years ago now via WSP. Again, these projects are all feasible. These projects can be changed as per council's direction, etc. 3.9 is to redo curb gutter sidewalk, do center median, do street trees, do street furniture. Basically improve the entire road cross section for that section of Main Street. We are hoping this will be one of those catalyst projects that will continue to improve the Main Street corridor as we go down Hotel Row and then back up towards.
So this is just on the west side.
So this will change the streetscape all the way, but that's only be the west side between Shoppers Yard Mart and Nesters, and then from Nesters it's both sides.
Okay. Yes,
Have you ever heard of opportunity for funding for this type of project?
So right now, the way this project is being presented is funded via $3.7 million in grant funding. So beyond that, we could probably need to look at some active transportation funding, but we have active transportation wants and needs further out in the budget. So it depends on the flavor of council and which project they want to go after funding for. Yeah.
So is there technically anything we have to do to get it ready for funding? I guess there's.
No, this is all pre-existing grant funding. So this is taking the infrastructure grant that we received from the province last year. And is also dealing with our funding surplus from our
This gas tax.
community works fund.
Well, this just kind of sits on the sidebar subject to funding.
Oh, no,
We've
we've
got funding. We could proceed with this today if we wish.
We got 3.7 million?
Yes,
Okay.
so really, it's already funded and we don't need to spend a lot if we're using gas tax plus the grant, right?
that is correct. There is a 190,000,
139,000 that we're actually utilizing out of reserves to complete that project.
All right. Everybody okay with that? That's a nice one to have because it's got the funding's already available. Thank you. Harbor Key Drive.
Thank you, Richard. This one was identified when we did the road assessment discussion earlier this year with the committee. The committee did put forward that Harbor Key was a higher priority than the section of the roads. This is a $1.8 billion project. And I believe this is for to complete, so the company will either borrowing program will hopefully Harbor Key repave erosion improvements, etc. of that road.
Go ahead, Councillor John.
Thank you. Could you just briefly do an overview as to why we need to rehabilitate Harbor Key?
So Harbor Key is impacted by high water almost every year. What we're finding is that due to the high water, it's starting to soften the road structure underneath. We are also noticing extensive amounts of erosion along the lagoon side of Harbor Key. Eventually, we will lose sections of the lake. So this project is to address the road structure issues, to address the erosion issues along that section of Harbor Key, as well as to address some sanitary sewer concerns and drainage concerns.
And we had talked about this at length at an earlier meeting this year, so, but you're quite right. I'm a little refresher for sure. Anybody else have any?
Yeah, I'd like to move this to next year's budget.
Seconder for that? My concern is that we have some other road works that we have planned for the next couple of years. And I'm not sure that that would work.
So as it currently stands, your worship, for 2025, we're seeing it $582,000 worth of road infrastructure improvements. I have put a caveat on that. We have not completed the transportation.
We need a seconder.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, did we have a seconder for this motion from Councillor King? No. Okay, so we're going to go back to the motion the way it sits, or the project the way it sits.
I mean, this is not even a main road. I mean, I can see it does go underwater when we have floods. But there's a lot of other roads and streets that need improvement that have more traffic on them than this. I'm just talking to myself. It's all right.
No, as I recall, Councillor King, we were the one who brought this up and made the motion to put this at the top of the list. When we looked at the 5 possibilities, so.
And now we look at the whole budget.
I know,
It's
we're
kind of different.
looking at the whole budget, yes. Go ahead, Councillor John.
Thank you. Correct me if I'm wrong too, but it is also my understanding that Harbor Key, when it was originally constructed, the road surface wasn't done correctly.
You are correct. We did do some geotechnical investigation and the road structure is not there as it should have been from the beginning.
What would that be unique as compared to other roads that we have?
It's unique to that effect. It's not unique as to the current state of the road surface of this area. There.
Okay, well, that's, we don't seem to have any different opinions on this, so my assumption is we will go ahead with this. Am I correct?
I get no support.
Okay, thank you. So sidewalk condition assessment.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a project to address our slip strips and hazards in the community in regards to our sidewalk infrastructure. This would look at all our sidewalks about our roads. This is one of those we go do plans and then all of a sudden come up with a fairly significant capital plan to start addressing all these issues. So this is the framework to then address asset management.
Okay, and we're going to have quite a few consultants in town dealing with all these issues, am I correct?
That is correct. Your Honor.
There's someone that's better with this business in consultants. Okay, anybody have a concern about that? Oh, I think the sidewalk condition assessment is probably a good idea. We certainly have lots of people tell us that we need to do something. Councillor Tom.
Thank you. I believe it briefly raised, the public on Tuesday that suggesting that you can just have the public know certain areas that are in disrepair. Can you clarify as to why we need a consultant for this specific project?
So what we do, we bring a consultant and provide us with a hazard rating, a must address now, must address in 5 days, must address in 5 years, must address in 10-year type avenue. In all honesty, I don't have the capacity for the community to start throwing all these different points within the community to address and compile and keep track of. Like it's done in one shot. Yeah, I mean, the community, we could do, the community could still pass us on their concerns, we would just throw them on consultants and including their report. Thank you.
Thank you. We're okay with that. Pedestrian movement assessment roads.
Thank you, Worship. This is another one of those great studies that have been illustrated by some of the feedback we've heard in the department. One of the main corridors being Main Street, we continue to get requests for crosswalk, we continue to get requests for additional pedestrian movement avenues, and without some sort of game plan, trying to get the ministry to come on board with us is hard. So this would be something to help us negotiate with the Ministry of Transportation to either provide additional sidewalks along the Highway 3 corridor and other corridors within the community, or keep up some of the current ones, etc. The ministry wants to see that something's been done by the municipality before they start saying yea or nay.
So could I ask, the next item on here is the asset management and master plan on transportation. And would this not be included in the master plan?
This will be more specific. The master plan will be broader. So you could roll the 75 into the 200,000 and turn it into a $275,000 project if council so approves. What the 200 grand is going to give you to look at our current road being reduced. So we're going to drive every road in this community. We're going to do a laser profile. And we will then create an asset management program from that perspective. And then we're going to look at every road in this community. We're going to assign the vehicle type and movement type for each road. So local, collector, arterial. We will then go in and come back to council and say, okay, for a local road, what standard do you want to hold that road to? Do you want curb gutter sidewalk, or you just want to keep it with pavements and grass shoulders, or do you want ditching, etc.? And then that'll allow us to then build that asset management plan, that capital improvement plan to address the community. So what happens right now is I got a request for Harkey. What standard do we put Harkey to? Do we re-engineer what's there? Do we put in curb gutter sidewalk? Do we put in curb gutter sidewalk, street trees and street lights? Right now, there's nothing. With Harbor Creek, we are re-engineering exactly what's there. That is not what the people on that street wanted, what they can afford, they would like to see. I mean, that just turns out into like a $4 million project, including that on the homes. Do you justify it? So the master plan is to provide council with that guidance to say that we are going to rehab these streets by only overlaying them, and we are not putting in curb gutter sidewalk. These streets, yeah, we're gonna spend extra money, we're gonna put in curb gutter sidewalk and then active vegetation lane. These streets, we're gonna go full curb gutter sidewalk, street light, street trees, street furniture, everything. And it's gonna be main corridors of town, so that's the idea of the master plan. The pedestrian movement assessment is to see how pedestrian moving within the community, to address crosswalk, to address pedestrian corridors, to look at, say, the intersection of 74th and Highway 97. What should we do there? That was the idea of this assessment. Sorry.
Thank you. I'm just wondering why we couldn't include that in here.
We could.
Oh, it's 200,000. That's what they're.
My fear with that, your worship, is we won't get the quality out of our transportation master plan if I hold the 75 out.
Okay, thank you. That.
I think they should be stayed separate. I just kind of find it kind of interesting. You get to a master plan and we're just spending 1.8 million on a road and we don't know what we should do. whether we should put sidewalks or anything. I know we're.
And unfortunately, Councilor King, that's 100% council's decision. I just brought forward what was recommended to me by the committee.
So if these folks got passed, would you look at the asset management plan to see what you would do with Harbor Key?
Yes, we would.
Even though you got money to do a certain level of work. All right.
So in other words, Harbor Key would not be done until after this was completed. Is that what you mean?
If council so wishes, yes, either. Harbor Key is unique because of the situation we're in with it. And again, the major costs are coming from erosion control and structure rehab. You're gonna do that no matter what. But is it the right road to move on at this particular point? The community was given 5 sections of road to address, and that's the one that we chose to move forward.
Thank you for talking. Yes,
Council can put a proviso on as well. Basically to state that the Harbor Key project, while it remains in the budget, will be on hold until the transportation master plan is completed and reviewed, so that it gives council that ability to do a double check before proceeding. But yet it still keeps it in the budget so that if it's a tick, that yes, that's the right process, then it's already in there, we can move forward, and all the planning could still take place.
so is this asset management master plan, is it being planned for very soon, like this fall or?
This will be a 2024 project, your worship, so once the budget is approved, and years moving forward, this will probably be a RFP.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councilor Bennett.
My only concern with that, thank you, Madam Mayor. My only concern with that would be we're putting all the roads on hold for probably 2 years. If they don't start this till January, we're saying tell us plans now, and we're not gonna do anything. Then that's January, they do it in January, they get back to September, October, we approve in November. We're putting all anything that's under the master plan on hold, just a thought.
Harbor Key is designed and ready to go. All that we done is
What do you think?
Echoing Councilor Ben's comments. We did have a pretty lengthy discussion with regards to Harbor Key, and the reason why it was put to the top. We did discuss obviously to do what design center we were looking at. It and beyond, greenery would be, require significant changes to the property. I think it's pretty well determined what our solution is in terms of what we're comfortable with, in terms of with fixing Harbor Key. I'm comfortable with keeping it out of the master transportation plan or roadway plan because I don't think we're ever going to go and change our mind as to what we're going to do with that street.
So we've already got a shelf ready plan to do with that. Okay, well, that makes a difference too. So. Are we okay with
Pedestrian one?
these three?
The pedestrian one first.
That, well, Harbor Key, which is what.
I already got 5.
Yep. Yes, the pedestrian and then the asset management, both of those. Yeah.
And then I also agree that I think the one for the pedestrian should be done separate because when you get that report from 5 grand, they do a pedestrian. This lost him with a $700 on the streets. Just lost it. And if we're trying to do this, then there's a lot of people concerned about the sidewalks on the highway. And
Okay.
like you say, to go on the highways and nothing gets done. Maybe you have something like this. Then you say this one. I mean,
Okay, you're all right with leaving it the way it is. And that's good. I mean, we need to have these discussions. We need to bring it up and ask questions. That's part of this whole thing. Thank you. So another one, an active transportation network improvement for 75.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, this one came out of committee discussions earlier this year. This are the, we call the quick wins. This is a $75,000 request of council to do some bike lanes, etc., within the community just to start the active transportation program. These are the minor projects. You start looking at the 5-year plan, the programs that are becoming more and more expensive. So these are something just to start the active transportation program within the community.
It's not going to interfere with doing the other things that are done. Okay. And will this be done by, a contractor will,
So.
your design consultant?
So we will have a design consultant, which has already been established,
Okay.
because they're the ones that built the active transportation network plan for us.
Okay,
We are aware of the projects, so what we'll do is we'll incorporate this into our line agent contract.
okay. Everybody okay with this? Thank you. Runway painting at the airport?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is just an ongoing maintenance request. We painted them 3 years ago now, just to keep them up to snuff in regards to the aerial visibility. The runway needs to be painted again.
Now, were we have a liability if we didn't pay them?
To the sheriff council, I think that's a good question. I do not have an answer for that, but I would assume so.
So it's just something we do every couple of years? Good for the drivers. Keep them separate.
Okay, age friendly and accessibility upgrades.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Every year, the Age Friendly and Accessibility Committee receives funding to help make improvements based on what's required in the town. We are still in the process of refining an audit that we did almost 10 years ago. So we are bringing Spark back. It's one of the projects that will be completed this year. I'd also like to mention some of the projects and the studies that were just mentioned by Director Bronstein. Really hits home and really helps solidify the accessibility in our community, especially the sidewalks. So those are like detrimental. And there's quite a bit for sure, as we've all looked at that. Again, we're just looking at $33,000. The committee was late getting started this year. We've only had 4 meetings. And we are still in the process of completing some of the other items that we didn't get done last year. A couple of pathways and parks. The scent garden was complete. And we are going to be ordering some more moldy mats, and that's where we are.
Thank you. Yes,
I'm gonna be different. Is there any talk, because prices on everything's gone way up? And this committee is committed to improving the accessibility of the community. I would really like to see about a 5% increase on this budget. Like about $1,500.
we make that as a motion. Is there anybody who's wanting to second that? To me, it was at 30,000 until last, yeah, I know, but until last year, we did put it up to 33, I believe, last year.
That's not original.
That is correct.
Last year?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Anybody want to? Yes, I know there is, but could anybody want to speak to the motion? No? Not the parent, nothing?
No, I just think, I think accessibility is, I mean, we're just that sidewalk from Nesters to the drugstore. We fixing up sidewalks so people push wheelchairs and walk down there and they're with their handling with their handicap, so. It was 35, I'm saying 33, for a couple thousand more. Somebody was in a lot of great things, so.
Okay. There is a motion on the floor that we increase it to by 1.5, 1,500,
5%.
5%. All in favor? Okay, thank you. Fleet, light truck replacement. Brown.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is to replace 2 trucks in our fleet, 1 half ton and 1 3/4 ton. Both with similar vehicles. These are outlined again in our fleet replacement strategy. That was developed a couple years ago.
So are we looking at both the light truck and the new purchase van, or are these separate?
There are separate capital requests, because one's asset manager replacement, the other is a new man again request. We can make that as a whole if the help is so desired, so no.
Okay, yes, go ahead, Counselor King.
I guess we've done an assessment on our whole fleet,
Yes, we have, Counselor.
because I looked at, there's two older trucks in a different department that are 6 years older than these two. And these two seem to, I'm rational, why are they more important than two trucks that are 6 years old?
Do you want to answer that?
Yeah, I do.
There is two trucks are up for replacement next year.
Pardon?
I said the two trucks in community services are up for replacement next year.
Okay, and then I relate to. I can support one this year and one next year, because if you do two, then somewhere down the road, two are gonna come up again, to impact the budget. And I thought we were gonna try to start offsetting vehicles, so we don't be impacted all in 1 year.
So unfortunately, through the chair of Councilor King, we let our fleet go. The fleet is getting older as we speak. The more I defer fleet replacement, the more expensive it's gonna get.
You're talking about not.
Yeah, no, I get that. What we're trying to do and what we propose in this budget is to start developing capital reserve for this replacement as well. So with that capital reserve, you won't, from a financial perspective, you will not see the fluctuation in fleet replacement. It'll be one standard line item at $200 and something thousand, or $400 something thousand. So a year, say next year, when I request $300,000 worth of fleet replacement, is all coming out of reserves. So you're prepaying for your fleet is basically what you're doing. The years that we have the large replacement, so for instance, year, I think 2026 and then 2027 are significant years. You've got a 10 axle dump truck coming up to replacement, which is $100,000. Then you've got the combination truck coming up to replacement, which is another $750,000. What we're trying to do is build that reserve so that at the time of replacement, there isn't the financial impact of that particular date. So you still need to budget for it, but then the money's coming out of reserves plus operating costs. Instead of coming 100% of operating, where you're seeing the swing in revenue requirements. So getting back to your question, I'm fine if you want to defer one till next year, that's fine, but I'm just gonna add it to the next year's pile, which is got more trucks in it this year. And I understand where you're coming from, not trying to replace the whole fleet in 1 year. The problem is we let the fleet go too long, so I'm having to really speed up the replacement process.
I see these trucks are gonna be crew cabs. Do they come with other any components that like trailer hitches and stuff you can pull something necessary?
So the half-ton replacement is an extended cab, not a crew cab, so
They're both extended cab?
they are both extended cabs.
Okay, so. But they do have other.
So yeah, they'll be outfitted, the 3/4 ton will be outfitted with a hitch, and being used for towing, the half ton will be outfitted with. Light bar, all the other stuff in order to facilitate the use of the truck within the organization.
We may not be able to, if there's anticipating late 2025 or 26 delivery, we may not have to put out any money at the moment, or.
That is correct, you're the place orders now, until they're received, we don't actually know.
No, I mean, there's lots of trucks on car lots up north of here, so I don't think you're gonna have a problem.
Things have gotten better, they're not great. The 3/4 ton we just ordered this spring will actually be here this fall, which is amazing. So these trucks may be come in faster than originally anticipated. Yes.
Now, is there a competitive process or you just deal with like?
Nope, these go up for RFP every time. So we
So a different brands you can bid on it, so you don't really care what brand it is, it comes in like.
for every often for the community.
Is there any thought to having an electric vehicle?
Your worship, we've actually discussed the electric vehicles extensively via staff. If electrification is the direction which council wants to go, I can take these budgets and I can double them. And there's also the infrastructure that comes with it. We then don't need charges at town hall, we need charges at public works, we need charges at the Sonora Center, we need charges elsewhere in the community, so. I have no problem with electrification, I just need direction, that's what council would like to do, then I'm gonna start asking for money for the infrastructure that goes along with it. From a fleet perspective, I think electrification is premature. I think there's other technologies that are coming out that may prove to be more beneficial than electrification. For instance, hydrogen fuel. I think that is the way to the future. So us investing all this money in infrastructure for electrification may be premature.
I do know that the Art Regional District is looking at electric vehicles, so is BC Transit by a certain date. And you do know that we have the best, that most number of electric vehicle stations in Canada. Yes, in the town of the city is based on our population per 100,000. So we have that already. Yes.
Comment on the so it's 53 just put them for their first. And their charge of their additional charging station load is equivalent to about 50% of the cost of the school bus.
What is this?
The school district.
Oh,
So 250,000 for this an additional charging station and costing
wow.
a $500,000 electric school bus. Not cheap yet.
No, it isn't. Which is why I have a hybrid. Okay. So are we all right with the fleet light truck replacement? Okay with that? Okay, Councillor King, nod your head. All right, how
Oh,
about?
no,
How about the new purchase van?
Thank you, Your Worship. This is to address our growing utilities department. So this is an additional piece of equipment to the fleet. So this would be a new van to assist with their maintenance requirements and maintenance needs.
Okay. Go ahead.
are you replacing the van?
Just a minute, Councillor Puerto is gonna talk on this first. Thank you.
Just a question to Your Worship, as you new Kelsey. Last year, I believe we approved budget for a
Utility response vehicle.
utility response vehicle, and I believe we had a line night up, and then it fell. We weren't able to secure it. Is that still on? Is it one on order, or we just deferred that?
So what we did is we actually scrapped the entire deal and actually went to a van. So we actually have a van in fleet already, which will replace unit 40. Unit 40 is gone. So this is actually an additional van to basically mirror the one we've already bought. So we'll dedicate one to water, one to sewer, so we don't get cross contamination on our equipment, etc. We're finding the van is the most economical and easily redesigned for our needs. That is what they do.
So it's kind of used to deliver parts and stuff, and it's not for people.
It actually, the van actually has a repair unit and everything else, so if guys are doing water repairs or sewer repairs, we actually have some place that's dry and warm, in which they can perform their tasks.
Okay. New vehicle. Ops tech final.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is in conjunction with our corporate services department. We are requesting, again, the reason why this was pulled out is this is another additional fleet. This does not replace any of our existing, this will increase our fleet numbers. This will be a new vehicle for both the OPSTEC and bylaw enforcement to allow both of those individual and department to provide further services to the community. At this point, we do not have a line on a particular type of vehicle. This will most likely be a Maverick of some sort, or maybe a small SUV. Unfortunately, going hybrid, we looked at the costing, and I have to add about $15,000 to that price. In order to go hybrid, if you want to go fully electric, you got $40,000 for that. So
I'm off that kick.
so we'll look to optimize this vehicle for the use in which it's intended. So it may even be a small car. We don't know yet.
When I hear it's a car or a truck,
Could be any one of the three, honestly. we still need to have that conversation with BYLAWS to ensure that we're buying the right piece of equipment to suits all our needs. I just want to put a placeholder on the budget and optimize the cost.
So a couple of years ago, we did buy a new truck, the BYLAWS truck. And we actually bought two electric bikes as well that the parks people and BYLAWS people were using. I'm not sure what's happened to them. And the truck is not that old, so I'm wondering why we need another one. I'm just asking. Thank you.
So I can, we need two
Okay.
trucks, so we have. In the summertime, we have up to 3 BYLAWS enforcement officers working a day. For them to get point A to point B, sometimes the electric bicycles do not work, weather permitting as well. We have had issues with BYLAWS enforcement in the past couple of winters, utilizing the current BYLAWS enforcement truck because it is not four-wheel drive. So they do get stuck going from point A to B in town in the winter. So we actually did have to trade a couple times to BYLAWS with population. To make it.
Thank you.
This is gonna be another truck, so this will be like a third truck that'll come due some down the road, if you get them all at the same time.
That is correct, Councilor King. So this will add to your asset costs, and yes, this will be renewed at the same time as the other two that come out. I do want to put the disclaimer out there that this has been past practice in this community. We have expensive amounts of vehicles that have been purchased in the same year. So I've got about 4 or 5 2007 sitting in the yard. So this is something that is. And I guess what we can do is what I'll try to do is once we've established some more effective replacement plan, I can start spacing out some of these vehicles. So for instance, a deal like this, I might be able to push out an extra 2 or 3 years that was to be replaced and try to soften that curve and do like that.
We're in the process of kind of doing a fleet management plan,
Yep, that has been completed.
and then it says we need these trucks.
These are additional needs, so this is due to growth within the organization, so additional bylaw, I now have additional staff. So the last 2 requests are additional to our existing fleet. So they will be inputted into the asset management plan for replacement in 8 years. Or 9 years, depending on how often we get these.
Okay, I know it seems like a hard pill to swallow to have so many of these, but you're quite right. We have done a few of them here before. Okay.
There's one of the things, and I know this is this struggle, I don't want to
Yeah.
extend it. Something really painful to speak something. You know, we do have some work to do on the whole fleet management side. You know, we know that could be so I mean, they're saying that we're going to look at like maybe it is beneficial to buy like 5 trucks in 1 year. And the reason I say that is we also maintain our own trucks. So having exactly the same truck, exactly the same parts, exactly the same oil, that type of thing, maybe some efficiencies in there. So we mature to a stage where we have our fleet at almost an acceptable level for a corporation of our size. We're gonna evolve, we're gonna become more efficient. And that's gonna be it's gonna be a challenge getting there, but I think with establishing an asset management plan and some dedicated funding to this, it'll allow the administration to work within the existing allocations, and in the end, the result will be cost savings to people. So I think it's gonna be painful in bringing up our fleets. I think just to sell it to people, I think if you look at any major company out there, they have a whole group that analyzes their fleet and determine what the most cost-effective way of maintaining that fleet. You know, the 3-year cycle, the 5-year cycle, the 8-year cycle. We're gonna catch on to that, and that's gonna bring benefits to ratepayers. But I know right now, and I can appreciate the frustration on the table. Now going through this, I'm going to call it upgrading. I'm going to call it to really a standard of a corporation of our size might be painful in the initial pieces. So you can hear the frustration, but I think we really got to look at it from a long-term perspective. What is going to be most cost effective in actually having That's a managed plan that we're gearing to, will result in those savings. Maybe that's not today.
And repairs and oil change and tire rotation and all of that is handled internally at our public works office.
That is correct, Your Worship.
Go ahead, Mr. Malcolm.
So the funding of all of the fleet, that's where we've established, based on the fleet on assessment, we've got our vehicle fleet funding reserve fund that's established. So what we see even in the 5-year capital for fleet is we see the expenses in like year 2 is much higher. But all of these monies are coming from that pool of funding. So that, that report that said we needed to establish 426,000 annually for our vehicle replacement fund is actually working within our 5-year plan to assist that. So we're not going to see, other than year 1 where we're having to establish that, we're not going to see a huge change to rates in year 2, 3, 4, or 5 because we're establishing that.
Thank you.
The 3 of these trucks should come out of reserves and the one isn't.
They're all coming out of reserves. One of them is coming out of water and sewer reserves. So so all of it's reserve funding.
Well, 30% one.
Yeah. One of them being a true utility vehicle.
The van.
We have them being funded through the water and sewer fund,
Okay,
but we like to keep the fleet in one area. Other than part of it.
thank you. So, Mr. Davis, Southeast Meadowlark Playground. This has been on the agenda for many years.
Yeah.
But it was a different location right now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So continues. We have an actual $90,000 budget here for the design of the park at Southeast Meadowlark. This has a bit of a history. Originally back in 2020, the piece of property that was dedicated to a park was much smaller than it is now. We did go out there and get some designs, and we actually got some quotes on just putting a youth park, like a 6 to 12-year-old type park. Since then, this piece of property has increased. The developer has donated more land, and we have been, on top of this. And right now, as we just got our parks assessment approved at a much larger scale, this is probably a project that we keep in our budget, but just push to next year because we really don't know at what point, and this is something that our assessment will give us. We had issues. This wanted to be a walkable neighborhood park, and we didn't have any parking. And then it turned into a bigger park. And what are we going to add to the park? Are we going to put a parking lot? Or are we going to put other items like more equipment, a basketball net that everybody loves? And this is where we are with this. So the Southeast Meadowlark Playground is probably one of the items that could probably be moved for next year. There are a lot of people who want something done, but until we get that, the actual information back, I think it would be difficult.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you. Councilor Payne.
I'm excited this could get moved to the next year, but my question is, are you gonna be talking to some of the neighbors there specifically, what they'd like to see there before you get some drawings done?
Yes, Councillor King, we would have, there's already been a few people in the neighborhood who are really interested. And what we would actually do is sort of community services advisory committee, bring in a consultant, we would tender or put this RFP out, and even just get a couple of designs, quotes, numbers, whatever we have there, so people could get involved and they would actually be part of that. This could also be part of the process when we're doing the parks assessment. If people come forward, especially people in that neighborhood, and they explain and let the consultants know what they want in that area, I think it'd be fantastic. And then we could take all that information and put it together. Having that information, then having an open house later to show some different options of what they've actually provided would help us pinpoint what would be needed.
And I guess by moving that, we're possibly 3 years before we ever have a park that's open.
I would think it could be next year,
Or we move this budget to next year, and you're gonna build it next year, I don't think so.
possibly.
That would be a good thing.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to move this to the next year's budget
Is there a second?
as recommendation.
I'll set you. Anybody else does, okay. The option on the table is that we move the Southeast Meadowlark Playground to the 2025 budget. All in favor? Thank you very much. Okay, next park. Kinsman Park Playground Equipment Replacement.
Oh, I think I went right to the different item there. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Kinsman Park Playground, the equipment replacement. We actually had a not, well, it wasn't a local representative from one of our playground companies come in and actually give us some advice what we could replace and how we would replace it. So I've asked them to give us a quote, and the quote that came back was just under 120,000. What they would do is replace the equipment that's very much out of date at Kinsman. There's also a few issues in terms of safety that, you know, we need to address all the time. And I know operations takes care of that stuff, and they do regular inspections. This is also a project where we included, because I asked to have it included, the rubber fall surface. The rubber fall surface most times is something that we can recoup as 100% cost recovery. So an area this big could be anywhere from $25,000 to $30,000 just in the fall surface. And the thickness of that fall surface is based on the height of the swing, or how far or how high that particular youth would actually be falling from. So this is $125,000 ask for Kinsman Park for that very purpose.
So I'm gonna tell you that my grandson, when he was here a couple of months ago, we went over there, he loved it. But there was problems with some of the metal parts, the surface was coming off. And so I totally agree with you that the safety issues is a big one. And we certainly don't want anybody to be hurt or fall or have be damaged because of that. So I agree with that. Go ahead, Councillor.
I read in the report, it could be subject to some grant funding, so would this not go ahead? And now she got some funding, or this should actually cover everything without grant funding?
This would cover everything with the grant funding.
And I realize we've been talking about this park for 2 or 3 years, but again, you relate to the last part about looking for your parks master plan. Wouldn't that have some impact on this park?
So the difference with this one, this is a replacement of existing equipment. So we know it's there, we know it's used, the design of this is already in place. We just want to make it safer, is a bigger thing.
Okay. But that park will likely be included in
Absolutely,
the
yes.
park.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you. Next is the West Bench pickleball court improvement.
Couldn't wait for this one. So the pickleball world is actually just blowing up, and I think everybody knows that. A couple of years ago, I came to council asking to resurface the existing court that we had because we had a few cracks. Council approved an amount of 25,000, and when we actually got a quote back, it was much higher. We came back and got another quote the following year and asked council last year for 120,000, which was approved. And this got carried over to this year or next year. The actual group themselves have asked for a new surface. They felt that just repairing the surface, filling the cracks, even with the new product that we were exposed to, still wouldn't fit the bill. When we originally built this, it was done by the sweat and brow of a lot of volunteers, and we didn't spend a lot of money. We did support it, and the actual courts themselves were in the wrong direction. So they go east-west, and they should be going north-south, and if you're playing in the afternoon, you'll know why, because you can't see the ball. What they've asked is an additional $100,000, because we're looking at about a $250,000 cost. And they've agreed to this fundraising of $30,000. This would redo the entire course, the sub base, new asphalt, put in some extra fencing in to separate the courts themselves, and they would be in front of each other. So we would still have the same amount of courts. We would have 4, just in different direction. All new surface, all new paint. We would reuse some of the items like the nets, the posts, because we could. And that's pretty much it. The club themselves actually came to the Community Services Advisory Committee along with the tennis club, because the pickleball club wanted to access one of the tennis courts. And all they wanted to do was to put the tape on there just to get an extra court. And it wasn't a good compromise for tennis, because they just thought it would bungle it up too much. And that's usually the case with anything we've ever heard or saw in the last, 5 years. At a larger scale, because the pickleball club is an actual nonprofit registered society, they can access grant funding about the $250,000. And if they did that, with the amount of money that we would have here, if the $100,000 came through, they would obviously like to do something larger, expand to one side or the other, and make that much better. With the amount of people that play pickleball, and with the amount of interest, it is something that they just taken ownership of and really push. But at this point in time, we're just asking for the $100,000. There were some other items listed in this too, and that is some drainage issues, especially when the water drains down from the dog park onto the courts, which we can actually include with this and help that along.
So I'm telling, when I was up on Sunday at the tournament that they had, they were using the number 3 tennis court as well, and they turned that into pickleball courts for the tournament. My assumption is that on a as needs basis, they can get that permission. Do they get it from town? Do they get it from the tennis people, or how does that work?
We had a meeting with both groups, and that was an item of discussion. So it's either or. With the tennis club where tennis people are using the courts and they're just waiting to get on a court, and the pickleball courts are not being used, they've agreed to let them use the courts. This past weekend, they just approved, they came to us as part of their special event application, and we granted them permission to put the lines there, with the caveat that they remove them ASAP as soon as they're done on Sunday. And in all intents and purposes, it went really well.
Yes, I can attest to that from when I was there. Yes, Councillor King.
Yeah, I guess we were at the committee, a couple of us, and I think it's a great idea. What's the life expectancy with this new undersurface and everything, with this was going?
With our weather and our climate, we can get up to about 10 years. We did the tennis courts, they're probably due to be redone about 12 years ago. And back in the day, the tennis courts are much larger than what the pickleball courts are, probably 3 times the size. And for 170,000, I believe, went a long way.
So, and then my other question is, because I see some drawings, if they change this kind of north and south, does that still give an opportunity in the future to add a couple more courts?
Yes, that is correct. They would have to expand to the west, towards the dog park, or to the north. And doing that would cost a little bit more than anticipated with retaining walls and drainage and all that fun
Just to
stuff.
get,
And that's nothing we really actually look
when I
at.
talk dog park, which direction am I looking from the pickle?
If you're at, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
It's up there.
Yeah.
Great.
So I see that the Sandy Beach Motel had a tennis court there, and they have now changed that into 2 pickleball courts. I'm not sure if there are other pickleball courts that are being developed in other places in town, or whether people who might have a tennis court in the backyard have changed. But I did appreciate the fact that and I pointed it out to 33 hours a week at this North End gym is devoted to pickleball. So they certainly do get time to do this. Yeah, thank you.
One last question.
Go ahead, Councillor John.
Thank you. In terms of the, would be better to wait until we finish the master plan for the parks?
I think with this one too, this is, this wouldn't be a design thing, because we got complete design. We know exactly where it's going, we know exactly what we're doing with it. I wouldn't put this one off, just because one of the other items associated with the existing courts are the craft that are not, I wouldn't say unsafe, but they're getting to the point to that area, so people could trick fall and all that fun stuff. But this is something, again, like Kinsman Park is just updating, replacing, making it better what we have in place.
And then follow-up question, do we have, because I know you mentioned they potentially have access to 250,000 in terms of grant funding. Is there an opportunity for us to assist them with grant writing?
What would happen with that is, we would have to have some kind of an agreement with the town. So in order for them to access this gaming funds, because they are a nonprofit registered society, we would have to lease the courts. Pretty simple process like we would do with any other nonprofit group. And then they actually have the opportunity to do that, and that's something that we've talked about as well.
Thank you.
Yes, Councillor King.
Yeah, I can support this going forward. I just looking at a timeline that they don't get impacted for next summer. We had a late winter. When did they expect to start if this got passed?
We would definitely do this in the spring and earlier, probably. Sorry.
Yeah, you get this,
Sure. Go ahead.
so. I know this might be a bit of confusion, and it probably is really a good discussion, because there has been the topic. It has been brought up with regards to the charrette and the total master plan, and contained within the document, it indicates that the project would not proceed until after the charrette. Earlier today, council, yesterday, pardon, it was yesterday, where council amended the $40,000 charrette to a full master plan. So maybe that leaves us in a bit of a dilemma, just from the perspective of a master plan is a very, not only immediate, but a little more futuristic outlook. We do know that there's where the existing location of the pickleball is fairly good, but we do know there's a couple issues associated with it. And so maybe it's just something that maybe I could discuss further as far as the timing of this and the potential master plan. So I'm wondering if council can, it sounds like there's a desire to proceed with additional pickleball courts, but maybe at a future council meeting or committee of the whole meeting, we can talk about it a little bit more in detail as far as timing of this project in relationship to the master plan project.
So just the change, I mean, all they want to do right now is adjust the courts. They're not asking to add on to anything at this point. Am I correct?
That's right.
So can that work be done? That's just adjusting it and the completing what's already there, fixing that?
I think originally when this report was done, we actually anticipated just the actual same as what we're getting now, but a much lower fee, right? So now coming back, the expectation is that we're going to have good detail of the parks and what we want to do and how we're going to do it. I know the West Bay, and I do believe this is in Councilor Bronstein. A future budget to do an overall design. And again, that could be, this whole parks assessment could assist with that as well, because we do have issues with parking. We've got issues with access, not just for our own staff going up and down that road, but also the golf course maintenance staff. So there could be benefits to that for sure. And I think we're not saying that we're not going to do it, or we're not even going to put it off next year, but just to be safe when we get going with the parks assessment, to see where we are and maybe bring that back for a timing thing. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that, that's what's agreeable.
I go the opposite way. I like to see this move forward. I don't really identify or call that a certain park. People call it the dog park more than anything. You know, pickleball courts, they don't identify as a park per se, like Gyro or Kingsman or any of those other parks. So I don't see any rationale of not moving forward with this. Gives it a solid base. We're happy up there. If there's another park that needs more pickleball parks, we'll talk about that in the future. Especially when we talk to somewhere else.
My assumption is that this would not, even if we did say go ahead with it, it wouldn't be done until the spring, right? So.
Yeah, well, it's in next year's budget, yeah.
Yes,
But he's trying to hesitate to wait for the master park plan before we even move on.
So to your worship, I think there's general agreement from council that, well, I'm reading into it, support for an expansion of the existing pickleball courts within the community, and council can do as you see fit on that. And definitely if administratively we run into some issues as we go into more of the detail, we'll bring them forward. We're hearing at least some comments that to proceed as quickly as possible on this. And so if it's going peeling the onion, going a little bit deeper, if we see issues, we'll bring them forward.
We're not looking to expand the court, we're just changing the location, not expanding. That's the difference. Yeah, I got no problem supporting 100,000. And I just like to see it move forward like this suggested to start.
so let's ask for staff to come back with an expanded report and perhaps talk to the pickleball people and say, you know, here's what's coming up. Are you okay if we wait to do this, or, you know, we could do a little more discussion on this.
Well, I guess again, with Councilor Chung at the committee, they felt it's very important to get it done sooner than later. Because those surfaces are kind of falling apart and causing issues from their point of view. If that's what I heard.
What would you say, Councilor Chung?
My only concern is with pickleball growing at the rate it is and demographics changing the way they are. What would happen if we do release 100,000, we resurface those pickleball courts, but then the master plan identifies another location, which allows for further growth. And then we just sunk 100 grand into the pickleball courts at 200 grand. Yeah, 200 grand, which well, turns out the master plans identify that this is an obsolete area. And like, for example, let's say the basketball court beside Sonora Center. If that whole area were to be used for pickleball, then we've just essentially wasted. And in that time, also, I don't know when the grant deadlines are for the game. But in that time, we also have the opportunity to set up the logistics for leasing the court over future court, and then we can have grant funding for the system. Conduct new developments, right? Lots of ifs and buts, but I just have concerns if we're gonna sink 200 grand into an area that after the master plan says, turns out this is not an ideal location.
So your recommendation would be that we hold off on this until the master plan is done, the parks master plan.
I'd rather do it correct.
Thank you. So, can we go ahead for sure?
So are you saying, what was the budget? come ahead and have them held back until that. Goes far back, right?
That's
So
what
we're
I'm-
past
it's
the
something subject to the completion of the master plan. And if it says that, hey, that location's ideal, then we can release that funding and resurface. But I just want to make sure the money's going in the right place.
So we'll go ahead with this, but hold off, we'll go ahead with okaying it, but hold off until we get the Parks Master Plan. Is that what you mean, or?
Well, that's what it says in the
Yeah.
project implementation anyways, right?
Okay.
So I don't think we have to change anything. to the point.
Okay, no,
And when's the timeline for the master plan to be finished?
you don't know.
Roughly speaking,
The goal with the master plan, we will get an RFP out there, so we would do that again. 6 to 8 weeks, we would probably close that.
it's the end of the year.
Yeah, and then we will bring it starting in January, February for 4 or 5 months.
So this is next summer altogether.
But at least we can have something in place. We do have other alternatives that we talked to the pickleball club about. One was utilizing the curling club in the summer months, just so we. And this would have been, you know, if we were in construction or doing something where they didn't have pickleball club. But we also have Desert Park. Just the one gym, and I know Councilor King plays up there as well, or played up there. You know, these the pickleball club, you know, right now the support is there for them, and as it is at the table, if we can just make that happen, that's all that matters really at the end of the day. And if we want to make sure that it's done properly, and we do wait for the study to be completed, maybe we'll get that extra 250,000 as well, and go from there.
Okay. I'm okay with that, you just leave it the way it is then for now, go ahead with it, thank you. Fitness equipment leaf-room upgrades.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is just something that we put in every other year. We did have a fairly extensive variety of equipment, including some accessible equipment in the last couple of years, something that we've done through the accessibility committee. And a couple of the items that were listed here are multi-gym. Needs to be replaced. It was purchased about 12 years ago. We get a regular maintenance on this. We have a local person that comes from Oliver. And we replaced a lot of items on that to make sure it's safe. At times, if we don't have the proper part, it's got to be ordered. We just have to close it down. So this is just items that we would have on a regular basis.
Thank you. You okay with that? Wash courts. This part.
There are a couple of items here for Desert Park. The squash courts, I think, when I first brought our CAO around, he was quite impressed that we had squash courts. I had to bring him into this conversation. And I think there's a lot of people that don't realize we do have squash courts at Desert Park. We have lots of issues with the building itself. But the squash courts get used on a regular basis. I could say that we have a similar amount of people that use them that play tennis.
Wow.
Like 25 to 30 people. And sometimes it's less, sometimes it's more, but there is a core nucleus group that'll play. And some of the flooring that's up there is not great. I don't know who or if anybody else has been up there. And the back wall about 8 years ago got replaced because somebody had an accident and went through the outside wall. So the courts themselves to make some improvements on them would be a fairly easy thing to do. We're still on an honor basis. We don't have any staff people at Desert Park. People buy an annual 3-month, 1-month membership. They'll get a code to go into the building. And if they bring somebody with them, we ask them to do a drop-in fee, and there's a box there for that. If we run any kind of programs up there, which we haven't in the last couple of years, specific to squash, then it's used for that purpose as well.
Thank you. I remember when the money for building Desert Park was after the 1985 Winter Olympics or the
Summer games,
Summer-
or winter games.
Winter Games here. And so it was built shortly after that. So, you know, it's been there for 35 years, very likely. And it was very well built, certainly the squash courts at the time. So they lasted well. I would say.
I would like to mention, Madam Mayor, this one and the next one in terms of the roof of the building. Again, we're going to be doing an asset management program starting in October. We might get a better understanding of the building itself because we will include this building. And we will have a breakdown of everything that needs to be replaced. It might be the whole building. The roof itself, the courts, etc., could be you know, a contentious issue because of that. So I just want to put that out there.
Remember a few years ago when we had to replace something under the eaves because the birds had been nesting up there, and it was dreadful.
I would like to make sure council also knows about. Oh goodness, 10 years ago, we spent about $100,000 on the bedding area, but it was just through a water leak that we had. So that was all newly redone. We also spent $120,000 on the bleachers on the outside. We put up softening, painting, and put in handrails. We also put down a slab of cement and made sure that it was properly shored up underneath. And check to make sure that the as-built drawings that we had actually coincide with how it was built, and that did come to fruition, but there's a lot of issues with the building.
Thank you. So, so that would be, you're looking at the squash courts and the roof. Once we have a look at the plans for that. Yeah, the picture of the roof is quite shocking. Okay, Desert Park exterior doors.
This would be the same thing. The doors up at Desert Park doesn't really they shouldn't actually. We should be open for how we do what we do, but we make sure that when people are in there, patrons are in there, they actually open those doors or make sure that they are openable. Because when we are closed, we make sure it's shut down because some of the doors do not work properly. Our last fire inspection from a while back just negated to say that these should be done, and if we don't do this, at least this, like we shouldn't be open to the public. And the only way that we can do this is when a person goes in there that's running something, whether it's archery, dog agility, etc. That we do have the proper amount of doors that are openable, and there are quite a few of them there. We can't lock the doors and open for the public because if something does happen and the fire department can't access the building from the outside, or people can't get out of the building, then definitely be an issue. So that's what this is. It's the same thing in terms of the condition of the overall building, but we still have programs that we run there.
So we're gonna wait on this until we get yeah, asset management done, okay. I know.
What's your timeline on that?
We're gonna be here the third week in October, and they'll be here for a week, and then they will develop something ASAP.
So we're kind of leaving all these in here in the budget, so I'm here and then subject to whatever,
Subject to.
so they'll come back.
I mean, last thing we want to do is invest $100,000 to $200,000 in building minutes. So we do split assessment. It says that makes sense to do it. We've already got the money
Okay, how about sand replacement?
Thank you, Richard. Just requesting $25,000 to replace some wash sand with our Leach Beach over the years, due to high water events. We've seen massive amounts of sand locked along those beaches. What we're finding is our beach cleaner is now picking up rocks instead of sand, and it's causing us issues from a maintenance perspective, and we want to increase the usability of the foreshore. In regards to some nice sand beach.
So is this common to have it washed away on a yearly basis and you have to replace that?
Depends on the beach, your worship, because of the way the Osoyoos Lake is oriented, because of where gyro is, yes. Your general water movement is from north to south, and as the high water comes up, your deposits are down heading south. You've probably got a whole bunch of beach sand depositing up on the other side of the bridge deck that goes from gyro.
I don't do we do a big beer.
Where do you get the sand from?
The sand will actually probably be brought in from all over. I believe they have a wash sand product that is allowed to be spread on the beach.
And have we had to bring sand in at some of the other beaches?
I have no idea.
Well, I'm sure you
No idea.
Maybe before your time.
Okay, so leave that one in. How about the irrigation upgrades? Parks, trails, green spaces.
Thank you, your worship. This one came to light when we were talking about water conservation. A lot of our irrigation systems are becoming obsolete. They're becoming hard to maintain. They are old technology. We are requesting council to start investing in these irrigation systems. We're asking for $75,000 in 2024 to address gyro. And then we will continue to address parks as they come along with 75,000, I think it's $75,000 next year, $25,000 through next year. Next year.
So if we're going to have a charrette, which will probably highlight gyro, should we still do this before we have the charrette that?
Unless the
that
charrette
talks about it?
drastically changes the layout of gyro in regards to the amount of grass. This needs to happen no matter what.
It might, you don't know.
So I mean, we can hold off on gyro if council so feels, and I will put some money into another park that we know is not going to be addressed at this time.
I do know that there was a concern about some of the grassy areas down near gyro or at gyro because of the sprinklers being on for too long, and that was what we heard from people, yeah, but.
So that whole system is driven by hydraulics, which is old technology, so if we get an air leak anywhere, we're chasing it for days.
Okay, so my assumption is that the watering down at the parks will be turned off about the middle of October.
Yeah, so those will probably be shut down here within the next month, and then
Yes.
it'll give us an opportunity to address hopefully this in the spring.
Go ahead, Councilor King.
Thank you. This is kind of just a general comment. It says town parks, trails and spaces. So if you identified, that's all of them or just a couple specific for the money?
For the money, we're hoping we can address all of them. So this will happen, for instance, the intersection, irrigation will address all of our parks. We're probably actually looking at directional drilling under Kingfisher, so we can hook up the other side of Jackshaw to Legion, because Legion's fed by the agricultural irrigation system. So there's a whole bunch of things that we're looking at to start to wean these parks off of our domestic system. We may look at upgrading the pump system for the fountain at Pioneer Walkway to allow us to now feed lake water as part of your game tours that come out with the domestic system. So we're looking at ways to improve and get our parks off of our
Being
water.
kind of for tireizing.
So you need 75,000.
Need 75 this year?
Every year.
And then at 50 for year 3, then in year 4 and year 5, it's $25,000.
Okay, material storage upgrades, operational services.
Thank you, Your Worship. This project is to increase our abilities as a department. Currently, we are storing salt and sand down at the old shop. So when we have Snow and ice control events, fleet is then dispatched to the old yard where it is filled and then dispatched out into the service area. From an efficiency point of view, it's not the greatest. What we'd like to do is increase that type of storage up at the yard to allow our salt and sand and any other materials to be stored under cover. The other concern with our current storage situation is we have a salt sand mix that is exposed to the elements. This causes runoff and infiltration into groundwater. This is an environmental concern, and the facility would be completely removed from that, and a runoff would be then sent to the sanitary sewer system. This is a year one of a 2-year ask, so this is the $200,000 to address one structure this year, and we'll look at installing another structure next year to get some of our key pieces of equipment elements.
And so what will you do with the storage facilities down at the old shop?
So the salt sand shed will be removed, and the salt will no longer be stored in the building. So right now it's stored in their bay in that building, so it's causing them concern with the building.
So you will use that for something
We'll
else?
use this as something else. Eventually, I'd like to get rid of the whole entire site. I know there's gonna be complications with community services, but that building should probably be abandoned. That's.
Madam Mayor. I agree, Jared. I think that building right there is surrounded by a childcare, a park, and other kids play there, and then right in the middle, you got all the heavy equipment. I think of that building and go on there, that'll make that way safer in that area. What do you think?
Okay, so you'll be looking at that in the future once you build this.
That's correct.
Everybody okay with this? All right. Did you incorporate the top floor some increased office space when you build this previous building? So that you could, no, he's not. Yeah, I guess not.
The material storage upgrade is going to be a structure that's offset from the rest of the building, so I could fix some of the attic, but our utilities are going to increased office space operations are looking for $150,000 to do a complete review and design to put an additional floor on the office section, as well as look at upgrades to the shop floor to facilitate hoisting heavier equipment. As we continue to service the fire fleet, I need the ability to hoist those fire trucks into the air so they can be properly inspected. Our current roof height does not allow for that, so we need to look at extending one of the roofs of one of our bay to allow us to now hoist that equipment into the air. This is, I got $150,000 to look at, options costs. I have no idea what it was going to be to put a second floor on the ops yard. We need to address some of our solutions for height restriction concerns in our shop.
I thought this plan or design had been done a few years ago and it just wasn't implemented. Am I correct?
So they did do something up in the yard. They basically revamped the existing floor. So when previous director was brought on board, there was some adjustments in the floor plan on the base of the building.
On the main floor?
On the main floor.
There wasn't anything?
We did nothing for the upstairs. So this is going to look at the potential to go up, as well as to increase the height of the base or to facilitate trucking.
I thought there was at one point a look to go up, wasn't there? Was that not a thought a few years back to add a second floor? But they just didn't do it. But I wondered if plans would be still around.
I believe that discussion had taken place, but at that point in time, it was more just discussion.
Okay. Yeah.
You can, Madam Mayor, I think Mr. Zapp, I could be office space upstairs in one. And the rest of the staff here.
You've seen my office.
Hasn't fallen down yet.
Yeah,
Yeah.
to be condemned.
Yes.
This is really just for design work, right?
That is correct. That's okay.
And you have to come back
We'll
for.
be coming back for additional funding requests to actually address the building.
We will be hiring a consultant. Got lots of work for consultants. Okay, staff housing. Seriously?
Thank you, your worship. Yeah, this was one. One of our strategy sessions, we were talking about some of our parts of the land, we kind of showed some of the challenges of attracting staffing, even at last EBCN. I'm assuming this next one, they're gonna be talking about how difficult it is to attract the required resources to organizations, and especially in Osoyoos. We've heard public hearing, and so we hear probably every day or every week about how difficult it is to have housing for employees. So we're no different as an employer. We do have a residence right now that is nearing the end of its life. It's at a point where it requires some significant upgrades, roofing, HVAC, et cetera, and is therefore likely a time to look at what is the best highest and best use of that site. And so what we're proposing in this budget is to actually start doing some planning for that site. With the intent of potentially start construction in 2025. So the whole intent here is to look at that site. It likely can house about 3 to 4 units. I mean, one of the things we would look at is maybe there's some people to partner with, maybe Interior Health, the school board. I'm sure they're probably having some difficulty tracking that as well. And so therefore, this would likely be a project where we attempt to reach out to some other government organizations to see if they would be looking at partnering in some way of this site. It's important to note that this site is one of those that had a reverter clause on it. So as long as it's continued to use for kind of like full municipal purposes, we can do that. We can't take it and sell it. So this is to start that process. And so that's our request at this time. If we don't move on this property, we will need to put a budget request in to roof, HVAC, windows, flooring, electrical. We're at the stage where it's
Okay.
big dollars.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my question is, what's the 30,000 running for? It sounds like you're just talking to people.
So want to put something in, knowing that we're moving forward, and especially we're gonna talk to other levels of government, so that we are committed and we're moving forward. I would like to actually potentially have drawings done and start demolition. So
30 grand? I don't think so. Not what he's asking over there for the other police. It's not realistic. So again, what are you really asking to do for 30,000?
placeholders to start the process.
Start the process. You make a phone call.
No, stronger than that.
Okay, what?
Potential design work, potential tearing it down. We can likely tear it down for 20.
I don't think so. Not even close.
No.
No,
That's the debate alone.
like I say, if you're gonna do something, you might want to increase it a little bit, but I can't understand what you're really doing for 30,000. I mean, you talk about some partnerships, great.
I think one of the struggles that we've had as administration with our budgeting process is a lot of our projects, we actually just had the meeting again yesterday, we talked about it 3 or 4 months ago. We approve a 5-year plan.
Yeah.
We focus a lot on the initial year, and unfortunately what happens is some of our projects are interlinked. We approve one this year, we have one in year 4, well, we don't approve the one in year 4, we maybe wouldn't have done everything we did in 2022. That's some of the changes we're looking at our entire budget process to provide some additional details that we can start a process to be as efficient as possible. And saving taxpayer dollars, so that it's when a project is approved, it's actually approved to its fruition. If it's not, then we can say this is exactly the same intent. What I want to do is to start the process. If we're dealing with other levels of government, some commitment needs to be shown that our council has some skin in the game and wants to proceed. If there's nothing allocated here, I'm not sure administration proceeds to other levels of government, but there's just absolutely no commitment. So if
I understand your process and you kind of got away from my question. So,
you could do some design work.
Maybe you can answer better. Thanks.
To the Chair, Councilor King, for $30,000, what we could probably look at is maybe doing some asbestos abatement work. Go in and actually assess the building to find out what our asbestos removal requirements are. I am with the originally, we can do some very preliminary architectural designs for $30,000 to give you some concepts. These are not detailed designs, these are concept designs, basically pretty looking pictures, nothing that actually is any substance.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
John.
So the whole project, I'm assuming, was budgeted for 1.6 then over the 2 years.
That's correct. We have done we have not done a lot of work on this at all. I would say. Very little. So we haven't done any estimates. We want to put something in the budget to show that, yes, we're moving in this direction, or we got to tear it down. So we want to give some degree of magnitude to council to show that. Here's a number, there might be 3 suites, it might be 4. But just to start the process.
Well, then in that case, why don't we increase the 30 to like 75 and then reduce the 1.57 next year to the appropriate number? If we're looking at showing a commitment to other organizations, and in order to do that, we need more details than it's going to even out over 2 years anyways. At least this increases our success at partnership.
Are we making that as
The
a
next one, one.
Yeah, I'll make that recommendation. Or
move to
motion.
75
Move to 75
for this year and then adjust it for the
and
next?
adjust it for 2025
So moved and seconded. All in favor?
No,
You said you were in favor before.
at 30, where was?
Okay.
Increases the budget again.
but not over 2 years.
Yeah,
Next year don't count though, we're only working on this year's budget, really.
well.
So it impacts this year.
Combining the front door and the window and back.
Well, 2024 to 2028 is what our budget
It's
is.
the tax increase
I know.
going forward.
All right, solid waste projects. Mr. Brownstein.
Thank you, Your Worship. So there's 2 projects that are encompassed in the solid waste project capital request. $300,000 to address some landfill development requirements. We need to construct a berm along the current active layer in order to keep that berm contained and facilitate the construction of additional berm down the road. We're also looking at maybe doing some additional review and update of our closure operational and development plan. That one is a requirement of our permit. It was supposed to be done, I believe, last year, but we have to do it next year. Solid waste program. We are currently working on the major appliance recycling roundtable program, but there are some things that still need to be done to facilitate that program. So additional signage, etc., up at the landfill, and then develop a curbside organic collection program. These are both preliminary discussions. Actually, well, the one that's being done, the curbside collection, organic collection program, is a preliminary discussion with council. We're going to get a consultant involved to find out how much this is actually going to cost the communities should council decide to go down the path of organic collection curbside.
So can I say that I think that this is not appropriate for the Osoyoos landfill because we have a brand new organic collection site up at the Oliver landfill. And that was opened quite recently. They haven't started using it yet because they haven't got the curbside collection process in place, and neither do we. And I just think that from a regional district point of view, that there's probably going to be one up in Penticton, and Oliver is the other site. And I don't think we should be duplicating that when it would be possible for curbside collection. And I know that we haven't got it yet. that we take it up to the Oliver site. It's not that much further. A lot of the people that we service here find that it's more convenient to go to the Oliver landfill anyway. Not that I'm suggesting that that's a good reason, but I do think there was a lot of money spent on the one in Oliver. And I think we should be using it because it was built really for Area C, Area A, Oliver and Osoyoos. Am I wrong in that?
So, your worship, I've asked this question numerous times of the regional district, and every time I ask the question, I get a different answer. Organic collection curbside here still needs to be understood and evaluated from a cost perspective for the town. We still need to provide carts, we still need to provide kitchen receptacles, we still need to provide the basics just to have a program. The actual disposal of the organics is still up for question. The problem with going to Oliver and the understanding I have at this point is they have the capacity for our organics. They don't have the capacity for our yard waste. If we take the yard waste out of the organics and now we're collecting 3 streams or 2 streams instead of 1, there are going to be costs associated with this municipality. Where now all of a sudden we need a separate truck to only pick up organic because we're shipping it all over. Because they don't have the capacity for yard waste. Normally, organic waste is put in with your yard waste to collect as one stream.
It is? Why
Yes.
would you be wanting to put in meat and
That is-
vegetables
that is
and all
the-
that mixed
that
in
is
with
Typical
pruning?
collection process. So when it goes
Can we
into.
find out from
Yeah.
Oliver what they're doing? Because I don't think that is their plan in Oliver to mix in yard waste with organic. I think they're separate. But I could be wrong. I thought that's what I understood.
I think it's one truck that collects them separately.
Oh,
He's not saying they throw them in the same bin.
Oh, no,
no, they
That's
do
what-
go in
that's
the
what-
same container at the, curb, I
Yeah, the
think.
green one, it's called a green bin, and you put your organics in with your lawn waste.
Yep.
Wow.
Lawn waste or your yard waste, whatever it is, it's the typical collection process. I will confirm that, we're in the process of redeveloping the curbside collection contract right now, and as far as I can tell. There's 3 streams, there's garbage, recycling, and your organic / yard waste. And those are the 3 streams.
Check with Oliver and the RUS because I thought there was a difference. Go ahead, Councilor Tom.
Thank you. So aside from the feel goodness of composting, will we have access to additional grant funding from the government or like, do we need to do organic?
You don't have to do organics. Again, the reason why this was put in the budget is to give a better understanding of the cost associated with organic. And you can finalize your decision. This was brought to council, last year, the year before. At that point, council turned it down. Yeah. Because of the cost associated with opening up a current contract with Waste Connections. We are now in the process of renegotiating that contract. So it's going over RFP here within the next 2 weeks. There will be a new contract in play. We're trying to include all potential collection type activities within the new RFP so that when we go to re-sign in 2026, it's clearly spelled out how much it's going to cost. However, we don't know as a community how this is going to impact us in regards to. Are we going to buy our own carts? Are we going to buy the kitchen catchers? Or are we expecting the contractor to do that? Are we going to contract it out? If Oliver's viable, how much is that going to cost us? Because right now, everything is going to Osoyoos landfill. So now if we divert our solid waste portion thereof or our solid waste, Oliver, there's a cost associated with that. Because the hauler's going to want more money. Because he's driving that extra 15 minutes down the road. I don't have those answers, and that's where I want to bring in somebody who's an expert in solid waste. Tell me, hey, council, here's in order to achieve this, here are the steps we need to take, and here are the costs associated with those steps. As for grant funding, I am not 100% sure it's available anymore. The big push for organic collection is 2 years ago.
So my concern as well is that I believe here in town, the green is picked up every 2 weeks.
Yes, so that'd be.
That
every week.
is, that's a scary thought, quite frankly, because if you are going to put meat and food in there that's rotten and leave it sit for 2 weeks, I don't think anybody would like that.
So, and that's again, that's part of this, the reason why I want to actually look at this in depth. We would change our collection type, so your solid waste, which would be your typical household garbage, would now be bi-weekly. Your yard waste and organics would now be weekly. So again, the whole system changes again, where, again, this is a complicated.
It is.
And again, I want somebody who understands that far more than I do to
Yeah.
explain it to you guys and the processes and the costs associated with. And that's why I've asked for this $40,000 for a program review to start discussion with you guys.
So that particular review would be $40,000, and the other 300 is
To
for.
address landfill service. Right.
Okay, I know that the RDOS is really looking at this because up at Campbell Mountain, they're looking at putting in a facility, so I think they might have some sort of pretty good people up there looking at that. Yeah,
Good custody talking to the.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Are we okay with this then?
So we're leaving the 340 in.
I think it's for several other items, the landfill 300 of it is for, and do we not do landfill closure fees on a yearly basis? This is after we've done that for years, haven't we? Yes. Probably 20. I think we automatically do that, don't we?
Yeah, so there's the actual reserve requirement for your closure plan.
Yes,
This is the development of the operating closure and development plan, so that when our contractor continues to fill up the landfill, they actually have steps in which they need to do, as well as the provincial government wants to see your plan updated once every 10 years, and you now expired at 10 years.
okay,
Go back to the comment where you say provincial legislation says we're supposed to move forward with a berm or whatever. So we actually start some work to get us back in compliance.
This will start like February 2024. Unless you don't think you need to ready approval now, it'll start tomorrow.
Wait, this year's budget, got it? What date we going with you?
Okay, the next item, just to bring up, resort municipality project, so the numbers within our capital are what's in our resort strategy number. I do recall, I don't know if it'll be Gerald to talk about it, but there was the discussion about that page. There is, it'll be on page 46. Thank you. There's been discussion about potentially increasing the visitor activity enhancement. Do you want to take over for that?
We had a discussion with our grant evaluation committee on Monday. And one of the items on the agenda was the visitor activity enhancement. That's at $25,000. We had a request from the Volunteer Alliance to up that to $100,000. Some of the funding that we can do, and I think it's up to the councils and our CAO can probably explain in more detail. Council's approval to bring that forward, as long as we're not over the 30% of that area, which would be the criteria for the RMI funding. So that's a recommendation that the grant evaluation committee is bringing forward. Subject to meeting the criteria and not being, delineating anything else. So it would be pumping it to 100,000.
and where would that extra 75 be taken from? What, there have to be a decrease in something?
Unfortunately, it would be one of our capital projects with respect to the resort municipality. And the only category that could take that kind of a hit for 2024 is a waterfront enhancement. So we would have to reduce the waterfront enhancement by 75,000. Increase the visitor activity.
And would the charrette for, no, for parks and for gyro would not come out of RMI?
Oh, no.
No, it wouldn't, okay. And is that a recommendation from the group? Okay. Okay. Go ahead, did you want to do it?
With the demolition of the old museum, was that done with our funding?
Yeah.
That was under budget by
60,000.
300,
Yeah, a lot,
Okay.
substantial, yes.
Yes.
and with that 300, did that go, where did that go?
That is still sitting there waiting to be spent, so probably with respect to the park direct, there should definitely be some projects, and that's where we've been earmarking a lot of these, that funding to be going towards.
So that 300 in the budget line specifically, would that kind of be under the 692 then?
I think that's priority funding, so that's funding in the 2023 budget. So those would be carried forward amounts that we would carry forward at the end of the year. I think we've got that.
Okay. So then that would fund 4 years of the 75.
So just for a little bit of clarity, so we have a couple issues going on here. So RMI funding is in chunks. We have one issue, that's, we have to spend X amount of dollars by March of 2024, and that number right now, we just looked at it a little bit yesterday, we have a little bit more work to do, is in the neighborhood of 300, let's just say 300,000. So we're refining some things, and we're probably have to come back to council to deal with that good situation as far as funding, but making sure we spend that. So we're gonna put that over here, because that's part of that money has to be spent by March 31st. So sorry, just wanted to bring, I think we're crossing two bridges here. So the other piece, the request here is to increase funding for 2024. So this RMI budget for this term, it can be amended. And we'll have to make some amendments to it anyway, so council does have the ability to move things around and increase that component. So I'm not sure if I clouded the issue or if I improved it. If I start hearing we're going back into that previous bucket, you can't go into.
We can only deal with the 1 year.
That
Just the 2024.
2024.
The new resort development strategy. If they continue on with the RMI program, that would have to be redeveloped with the stakeholders. At that point in time, I think it would be very important that the message be sent that $25,000 per year is not an adequate level for funding for that type of functioning, and we have to make sure that we try to maximize or get as close to maximize that project event type of scenario versus a capital project. So I think that's something moving forward we need to address for current situation. Look at the 2024 budget to make an adjustment of council, which is to provide additional funding for 2024.
RMI shows about 473,000 and you're allowed up to about 30%, I think, Mr. Davis, you said. So 30% of 430 is about 135,000, and we're just asking for 100.
Yeah, so it's the answer wasn't no to
No,
council.
I know, but I just want to explain the, we're not trying to max out or anything.
No.
And we had a major discussion with this at our committee meeting, and we're recommending moving it forward.
Okay. Councilor Bennett?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my concern is as part of that, I recommend it. But if we take that, we change it from 25 to 100, this year that comes out of there. With that group's gonna expect that, not this year, they're gonna expect it should be 100,000. The next year, the next year, the next year. So we're making a commitment from 25,000, 100,000. The next years, where is it? We have 75 right now, we're gonna have the next year. Is that what you're saying? Wayne?
Well, no, basically, we have to do a new resort development strategy. To come up with the new projects, the new amounts. We have to ensure that while that's taking place and the employee or the stakeholders are involved. That message is there that we want to see that kind of funding, and hopefully the stakeholders also agree with that type of scenario. They want to see that event funding. What happens and what affects us is our ability to do the capital portion of projects. We're reducing that money that's available. But again, it's a balancing act because what the volunteers do for this community is so exceptional. And the events that they put on are very valuable for the community.
So, well, no, I agree. I just want to make sure we don't, once we have 100 this year, and the next year come back and say we're moving back to 25.
But that's why we can only commit to this year until we do the resort development strategy. It's just, we should make sure that those numbers are far more reflective moving forward when we do the plan.
Mr. David.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to mention as well that we did make a change on our RMI application deadline, as long as and as well as the community services grant funding. And we're bringing it forward to October 31st. So these funds that will be, this will be advertised in the next week or two for all the, special events, organizers, etc. To get their funding requests in for the RMI and also for the community service grant program. But it is for 2024, even though the deadline is going to be October 31st. And those are the dedicated funds that'll happen. And I do believe our current agreement that we have is a 3-year agreement.
It's 3 years,
Right.
2 years.
We're in the last.
And this, we're in the last year. Okay, sorry.
So the 300,000 that was saved from the demolition, doesn't enter into this right now? Okay, so this is just for this year. So last year there was 75,000 for events. So it was brought down to 25.
No,
Wasn't it
it was
75?
It was 24 for 2023, but we had prior year's funding that we were able to get committed to make that 75. So
Okay.
that's what skewed that as well.
Yeah.
Okay,
So, does the grant committee need to make a recommendation today, or has that already been done, or? how
I
does
think
that work?
council can make, if council's heard from the committee, council can make a resolution today to make the change, and then we would follow up with the province to make the change with the resort strategy.
Okay, so grant committee, are you going to?
Yeah, I'll take a vote.
That we move it to 100.
Good.
Is there a seconder? Okay. Anybody else want to speak to this?
Yeah, I got a question.
Okay,
Because you gotta send to the government to redo our MI grant application. But the people are gonna apply by the end of October. Kind of, if we get stuck with the provincial government, where do we get the money?
well, we've got the money for 2024, right? That's what we've got right here.
Oh,
So-
okay, sorry.
So if next year we deal with.
Make the following.
Go ahead.
I want to confirm that the motion would be that the water fund can be increased by $75,000 and the visitor activity enhancement be increased by $75,000. Is that the motion?
Is that what-
for?
Is that what the motion is? Mover and seconder?
Right.
Okay. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. Yes, go ahead, please.
So the answer would be, the province has given us direction as far as the funding abilities of council with respect to that, and as long as it fit within the parameters, it should not be a problem, so.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll be able to proceed with that.
I think people gotta understand too, there's still a process for people to submit requests for funding. That still there's a criteria they have to meet to get some of this funding.
Correct.
It's not a given.
Do need a couple more directions from council. With respect to the the fees that we're requesting, the reserve funds that we're setting aside for the transportation, recreation and buildings of $159,781.
You got this on
Okay,
page
yeah,
that you're
This is
looking at?
page 17.
Thank you. Seventeen.
17, and this is the effect of municipal taxation, so. The administration has requested that we set aside $159,781 for transportation, recreation and building reserves.
Okay.
The second one that want to get confirmation on is to continue with the additional sustainability fund of $150,000. And the third is the PSAB requirement of $250,000.
Yeah, I have
180.
You okay with that,
No,
Councilor
I'd
King?
like to see that come down to 200,
Which one?
PSA.
So you're moving that. Is there anybody seconding that motion? Sorry, Councilor King,
No
we're
problem,
not doing it.
just trying to save the.
So you have back what we lost earlier, right?
Just trying to back carry money.
Okay, then. I guess. Okay. Let's get on to this one. It is bylaw 1370.02 waste management service and regulations amendment bylaw. So that one. Is our. Page. Page 14. And at this point in time, we're requesting for 3 readings of that bylaw.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councilor Sean? All in favor? Thank you.
Okay, and finally, at this point in time, is there anything of council that council feels that we missed within this budget? That we should be incorporating?
Councilor, Chief Corey, do you have something you want to add? No, good. I don't. I think that things have been covered. I don't think there's anything. I'm not sure if anybody else is. Go ahead.
I just thought that all these stuff has from Mr. King that now if there's that, I'll come back and show us the budget under a couple of digits.
I doubt it, but let's, I'm assuming you will look at things and come up with a suggested.
I'll have to do the financial plan amendment.
Sure.
Or changes to that bylaw to incorporate the general changes. So that'll take a little bit more time.
Absolutely.
I believe that's mine. I think that's,
We won't be here to bother you next week, so.
and then I won't be here.
Yeah, there either. Anyhow, so I guess because we were so prudent, so fast, we had to come back on the 28th or on the 20th, you'll come back with an updated.
So ultimately, this will come back on the financial plan bylaw and will come back for council's first 3 readings in October.
Okay,
Because
so
I'm gone.
okay, I'll go back to then. Do we need to have a meeting on the 28th?
That was the second day for budgets.
Yeah.
Director Brownstein pointed out one thing that I did not bring up. And it's a good point for council just to be aware and public to be aware of. Is on page 173, and this is not included in our budget. Yeah, we should have brought this up as well. There's a number of areas where administration feels that there's potential for additional staffing. Would you like to speak to these?
So, dear Rich, we just, we know we're not perfect, we know we're going through kind of a bit of a transformation as far as trying to get ahead of the curve, but, and we sometimes our customers expect more and we as administration want to deliver more, so we did want to just be transparent in that I think that we're not, I guess, oblivious to some of our shortcomings, and so included in the budget package on page 173, we just identified competencies or staff members that would have greatly benefited against the organization, but understand that this budget is there's probably the most challenging one ever facing the residents and businesses of the community. So we just want to come clean and that we know we've had some of these positions, and I'll quickly go through them, that we can do a better job in serving you and the public, but again, cognizant of the existing pressures on the budget, we didn't include them. But obviously, if council wants us to improve in some of these areas that I'll go through here in a bit, you can certainly make an amendment to the budget to increase the funding requirement to address our competency deficiency within. So some of the positions or competencies that we would like to have to improve our operational component of our organization is the asset management project coordinator. Communications, we know we can do a better job there for sure. I think no matter what you invest in this type of the competency, you can always do more. Efficiency, some organizations have efficiency experts. You can go through your processes and you see what can be automated, what can be put within spreadsheets, what can be just reduced as far as paper time, and maybe efficiencies amongst staff members or even group designs are things that they can do that field. We just don't have the capacity to do it. Emergency program coordinator, we know we have a lot to do on EPC. We are working with the RDUS, and that people have probably heard they're looking at revamping their program. So we're not sure exactly how that's going to pan out, but as it stands right now, we can certainly use some additional horsepower on that side. Nonprofit group coordinator or liaison, we know within community services, we're a little underpowered as far as additional staff to help with just even the front. But probably more importantly is return to the nonprofits, they'd like a lot more assistance and basically project planning and working with administration, ensuring that some of their needs are met. Maybe even applying for grants, all kinds of things. Occupational health and safety, it's something that we know we have some deficiency there. We're going to put more effort to it to improve. The staff are our most important asset, and we want to make sure that they're safe, but we know we're deficient in some areas. Policy and bylaw review. We know a lot of our policies and a lot of our documents are dated. I don't just put in there that they're not illegal or anything like that. There's certainly some things that we would like to maybe question council on as far as what would we like to see. There's some issues as far as clarity. You may interpret it one way, somebody else may interpret it another way. There's some policies that need to completely be revamped and get with more modern, more organization. So we've been pretty deficient in that component for a while. And project coordinator, I think you heard quite a few projects over the last few hours, and even though some of that is farmed out, it still takes work internally. And so yeah, we can certainly use some help there. We know upfront we're gonna fumble a little bit. We know we're gonna make some mistakes. We know projects are gonna be late on time. They know we're gonna do our best. The more resources we have, obviously the better job we can do. So we just want to come clean. These are some of the things that we know we'd like to do better in. And if council wants us to improve on our performance that we've done over the last year or so, we've been more than willing to accept additional funding to hire additional staff and or consultants to assist us with delivery of those competencies.
Thank you for pointing that out, because it does show we've been asked, why don't we have a Facebook page, why don't we do this? And we realize that these committees would be nice to have, but we don't really have the money at this point to put into it. So we appreciate the fact that you've mentioned them, and we hope that the community will realize that we have cut down on several things that perhaps we could have included in the budget. Sure, go ahead.
Communications is highlighting our strategic goals. And we've done an amazing job of e-news. But. I mean, I would like to explore the opportunity to have a full-time or one full-time equivalent for communications. It's 100,000, would see needed to be added to the budget, but I think the trade-offs and the benefits would be astronomical. I think one of the weakest areas is communication with the public. So, will I need to make a motion? Could I get a wording on that motion? If I wanted to.
But it was originally,
Full-time person.
it was a part-time that Mrs. Hillikin mentioned. No, was that never a part-time? It was always full-time?
So what we included,
Yeah,
consultant provided a communications plan to
Yeah.
council 1 or 2 months ago, and there was a bunch of issues, and communication is one of the things like IT, you can go from here to here. So depending on what level of service council wants, any little bit's better than nothing. As we get more funding or maybe a full-time person, we could branch out to several other areas. We can start looking at some of our internal forms, maybe like grant writing. So we could go from here to here. I think within the competency requirement, we thought one FTE would meet a lot of the needs that council is likely requesting and what we would like as well. So within this budget document, we indicated one, but maybe I'll let Ms. Hilton talk a little bit more. Kind of what she would like.
Like current staffing doesn't allow us to do that Facebook video, Instagram, Twitter, whatever council would like to explore. And staffing really only allows to be leaders. And again, I agree with you, they're trying to really engage the public and consult with them at communications position that would be required. And whether council would like to for us to explore that opportunity. I can tell you that the BYLAWS reached out to me after seeing council pass that motion. And their director, the manager of legislative services, said that position has kind of transformed their organization. I don't really know what further what to say.
And so if council wants to make a motion to, or council would like to make a motion to add additional horsepower to the organization, I think it'd be something as simple as that council direct administration to include communications full-time equivalent within the budget at a cost of $100,000. Be added to the 2024 budget.
Would it be possible to do a quarter FTE for communications and then a quarter FTE for policy bylaw review updates? They never be 2 for 1. Or are the rules too vastly different that?
so in other words, have a 0.5, but have two.
Yeah, so 0.75 for communications and then 0.25. If it's reading here, it would be some form of contract, which is an annual cost for 20 grand. If we can somehow group that into one position.
Or could we start off with having a contract position?
One of the things I can say is it really depends on the individual and the competencies that they have. I've been in organizations where you've hired somebody, they're a little bit better at this. You have so many holes, you go, oh, that's okay, maybe I can fill that because this person is great. So it really depends on the individual. You like to have the most well-rounded person that can do just about anything. Policies and bylaws typically are a different mindset. You're almost more of a legal mind. I know some people that are great communicators, horrible policy writers. Finding both together, that would be a dream. But if they have a strategic mind, and sometimes they can adapt. So I think in any person that bringing to the organization, we're trying to see what skill sets they got, and we can expand it into maybe a little different pieces. So certainly any funding whatsoever to assist in these areas, we can, we'll see what we can do. maybe one of the options is, maybe I'm looking around the table is keeping it more open. Because maybe it's finding an individual offset with some consulting to assist. I'm hearing clearly that you're looking for additional communications and or maybe policy/bylaw development. We can find that individual, like half FTE, fantastic.
Do we not have, does the fire department not have a part-time communications person, or am I wrong? Chief,
I'd never like to say that you're wrong, but, yeah, no, it's, no, we have an administrative assistant, we don't have.
okay,
Communication.
so that's different than,
If-
yeah,
Well,
but it is a part-time position.
yes,
Okay,
it is.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a 3-day. If,
I know,
if I may, just going back to, some of my learned colleagues is, kind of, thoughts. Mine are that communications is something that I think is, I don't think it's a multifaceted discipline. I think it's, if you're in communications, you're in communications. I know that, us with the fire or emergency services, having that communication where we can have somebody that's designated to get strategic or tactical information out to the public. Not so much, some of the residents, but when we swell to the sizes that we do, getting that information out is key and critical, especially with what we've seen over the last two large incidents over 3 years. And I'd really like to see a proactive communication strategy than a reactive communication strategy. Because I've seen it in organizations in the past where we're reacting and you're never getting ahead of anything other than just causing a little bit more havoc and more work for the municipality.
thank you. Councilor King.
Yeah, I kind of relate too. You're kind of asking for money for a person. You don't even know what he's gonna do.
No.
Communication is a broad term.
Please don't mistake that. We know what we need. What I think Councilor John was referencing is attempting to find an individual to cross pollinate like 2 or 3 of these competencies. We would love to find that. What we're saying is it's sometimes difficult to find somebody that has competencies in these 2 places. So so I think again, the question was communications. Can you find somebody that's doing communications and policy? We would love that. That'd be great. That'd be great. I just think it's very difficult. They're 2 different comments. So no, we know very clearly what we want. It's just when you start doing halves and quarters and what type of people apply. That's
I'm not supporting splitting it. I like the one, but communication, you can't play for Instagram. To me, that's not really doing much for 100,000. You got a whole job description, I would think.
So through your worship, if you may recall about two months or so ago, basically communication strategy was presented to council. It involves a lot of different things. It's like that's one piece of it. It's looking at forms. It's looking at like our forms, our website needs a lot of refinements. There is a bunch of things that they could look at. So
They could identify, looking at this stuff, doesn't mean they're capable to do it. Website design is a little different than communicating out to the public. That's
Yeah,
one
get
way.
there
of
the right
communicating.
person.
That's why you have the job application would
Well, that's-
require.
Well, if you come back with some type of what that person's gonna do, then it makes some sense to me. You just ask for money to hire someone.
I just want to put my 2 cents in the fact
Yeah.
that this is probably something that this organization would benefit immensely with the amount of. And again, I'm speaking, because in my world, the amount of capital programs that we're pushing out over the next 5-10 years is going to be enormous. Having somebody dedicated to communications to let the public know what we're doing and what we're doing and why we're doing it will benefit us tenfold over the $100,000 you spend on. So, go ahead.
So this person would be in charge of external communication along with corporate branding, website, public engagement, increasing public awareness. Ensuring that council information and even information that should be shared in an administrative level is proactively shared. Building relationships, not only with internal and external stakeholders, partners, neighboring communities. Ensuring that council's policies, decisions are communicated to the public in a timely manner. Sometimes even getting public opinion prior to those decisions being made. Council visibility. Internally, ensuring that what we're fostering an environment that is valued, ensuring our communication flow is proper. Looking at our website, looking at some of it would be maybe looking at some policies and procedures for the social media and other communication policies. Fostering the relationship with that media, local media, and ensuring that our messages is always consistent and it's accurate and it conforms to town branding. So those are some of the things that we'll be looking at for a communication specialist.
I think, Councilor Ricky, do you have something you wanted to add now?
Communications is good, and especially for what we're hoping for, is going to need the right person. I do see an opportunity for that right person to help somewhere in fulfilling some part of the role of one of the other possible positions we've outlined. I also think that we should have council with staff administration have a deeper strategic conversation of what we want that communications role to look like, how it functions, are they kind of household expectations in terms of responsiveness, administration, staff's response. Obviously, we need something that's, we're not looking for that Monday to Friday 8 to 5. We need something that's going to work for us when we need it to work for us. And I think, I'm quite supportive of us putting that money aside and having that further, we put that money forward and going to this budget, and having that deeper conversation as to what is the actual opportunity that we're looking for, and what is the solution that's going to be the right fit for us.
Councilor John?
I just want clarification on what the motion would be. All that sounded really good.
Yeah. So I think like the motion would probably be fairly simplistic at first, then we'll like if there's a part B or not, if there's if that's a friendly amendment. The council direct administration to include communications with FTE. An FTE at a cost of $100,000 to the 2024 budget. And that administration come back with a report that would outline some of the duties associated with that FTE. Or that prior to, maybe it's that prior to, yeah, no, that's okay. And that administration come back, the report to council on the duties that would be assigned to this individual prior to hiring of an individual.
So we have
That sound good?
Is that a contract person or union person?
Oh, I think one,
Again, it would have to depend on what was contained in the job description and the duties that both council and administration identify.
the last communications person was not a QP, it was contract, or
Correct.
exactly, yeah. So you're making that motion, is there a seconder? Councilor Puerto Rican,
Okay, I'm Councilor Bennett, but that's okay.
no, I know you are. I didn't know, I thought you had your hand up. Go ahead.
To the bottom.
I'm, at this time, I would vote against that motion. Not because we need that person, I think we need that person, I think it's really important. Until we get the budget done, because we're talking budget and all people are watching, listening. We're sitting there trying to cut back. Now we're talking about bringing more people on the staff, and I think until we get the budget numbers back, there's a way to put in there to look at, maybe once we look at the final budget numbers. Then now it makes sense if it fits in there, but at this time, that we're trying to cut back numbers and adding on another 100,000, I can't vote for it until I can see what the final budget numbers are.
Okay. I'm kind of torn between the two. I realize that it would be good to have a communications person. We used to have one. And I think it's necessary in looking at the budget and the cost of it. I'm torn whether we put that in now and hire somebody or whether we wait for 6 months, but maybe we don't. Maybe we need, it's more important to have this on the right track and start it now. It definitely is going to cause an increase in the budget. That's the only thing that concerns me. Yeah, go ahead.
I definitely appreciate that assessment. We are in a difficult position with our budget. But it seems like we all understand the need for communications full-time at T. So either we pass on it now or we pass on it later. If we do it in a year, that's just a year of silence and a lack of communication. So from the looks of it, it's not a good budget. Our budget process next year is going to be any easier. We're looks like we're replacing 10 fleet vehicles next year. So, and in addition to other capital costs, so it seems to me like it's the opportunity cost is just we're not communicating with the public, we're not liaising with the community, and that's just that's time we're not going to get back. If we're going to think of if we're in support of communications officer or whatever the position is, I think the time is to do it now, so that we can have more clarity, we can have more community buy-in and more education and understanding. We can't put a dollar on that.
I agree, and I think it's important to have accurate information, and I think that's been part of the thing that's missing, because there are people with different ideas who profess to say that this is the way to do it, and I think that likely having somebody who is communications expert on that will make it easier for all of us, so, yeah. Go ahead.
Mayor McCordoff, what our next step will be with the budget is, we'll put all of these changes together and bring it forward and do a summary for council.
Yes.
Prior to council approving the financial plan bylaw, they'll be aware of the impacts of the decisions that council's made. So it gives council the ability to debate or again modified if required. So if it's added at this point in time, it just becomes part of the summary report for the next meeting at council and the financial plans brought forward.
But we could in fact leave it and bring it up at a later date and add it as a budget amendment?
No, I would suggest that if the decision of council is to try to include that, I would include that, and then I would bring forward what the impacts are to
Okay.
I
financial
would
plan.
change my vote.
Well, yeah. Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Did you have something else? Go ahead.
Again, I don't want to increase the budget. I'd be voting against this also, but maybe there'd be a way for a minute to start the person halfway through the year. I know the public definitely wanted communication was one of their top 3 things to look at from us. We don't do a good job of communicating, but when you think of starting the person in 6 months, it's time to get all that stuff together. It's going to be 3 months down the road anyway.
So the motion doesn't read that way, and I know that, so I think what we need to do is vote on the motion, the way it reads right now. Could you read that for us again, please, and then we can talk about that, Councillor Kane.
Moved by Councillor Chung, seconded by Councillor Federica, that council direct administration to include communications with the full-time equivalent at a cost of $100,000 to the 224 budget. And that administration come back with a report to council with the proposed job description prior to moving forward with recruitment.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to call the question. All in favor of the motion?
Again,
No, sorry, I didn't see that. I thought you had your hand at the same time.
make
Thank
sure
you.
she records.
So that has, that passed. I, before we allow, Councillor King to terminate. I just want to thank all of our directors, our CAO for putting together, this budget, our chief financial officer, Mr. Zappel, too, for running up and doing changes at lunchtime instead of being in lunch. And to council for being very proactive in looking at all of the issues and trying to come up with good solutions. It isn't going to make everybody happy, but I think we've proven today that we can look at things and debate them and come up with what is best for our community. So thank you all for being part of this. And we need a motion, please, to terminate.
Wait till 5:12.
All right, Councillor King, Councillor Poderica, all in favor.